Chapter 1529. In Wuji, the Lotus God's main body stood quietly in the void. Wuji was constantly destroying the Lotus God's body. However, the Lotus God had already transcended and the destroyed parts were quickly recovering. The Lotus God did not move, but his consciousness entered his body and fought with the parasitic Yen Chuan. On a grassland, the human Yen Chuan had long green hair. He held the Jade Emperor's sword and pointed it at the Lotus God. However, there were 10 Lotus Gods surrounding Yen Chuan. Yen Chuan, this is my sea of consciousness. I can do whatever I want. Indeed, the original bodies can't use some methods here, but at the same time, the original bodies can use other methods. Right now, there are 10 original bodies, and each body of consciousness has the same strength. It won't weaken as the number increases. This is the power of consciousness. The Lotus God coldly snorted. Boom! The human Yen Chuan slashed with his sword. Instantly, a beam of sword energy shot towards one of the Lotus Gods. Boom! A group of Lotus Gods charged towards Yen Chuan. Although the Lotus Gods were powerful, they were only at the 15th level of the martial heaven. Although they had various techniques, they were only on par with Yen Chuan. Boom! 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 His long hair danced in the wind. Yen Chuan entered Kong Huangtian's will mode again. Fight, fight, fight. Yen Chuan moved his body. His sword moved at an unprecedented speed and clashed with the Lotus Gods again and again. The more they fought, the faster and stronger they became. Yen Chuan gradually entered a selfless state. However, the Lotus God frowned. Whoosh! Another 5 Lotus Gods charged towards Yen Chuan. Boom! Although Yen Chuan was slightly suppressed, he quickly adapted. As he adapted, Yen Chuan's will to fight grew stronger and stronger. Rumble! On the other side, the zombie Yen Chuan turned into a black dragon and fought the Lotus God's avatar. The Lotus God's avatar was formed by the White Tiger Great Emperor. It had the Great Emperor's altar and absorbed the power of the stars. It was already at the 16th level of the martial heaven. The black dragon roared and clashed with the Lotus God's avatar again and again. Roar! Boom! The dragon's tail collided with the avatar. The Lotus God's avatar retreated. Yen Chuan? If you didn't come, I wouldn't know that you're so strong. The Lotus God said fiercely. Boom! The dragon head dragon's avatar's feet. Under the tremendous force, the Lotus platform immediately flipped over, and a crack appeared on the Lotus platform. Dragon subduing! The Lotus deity shouted. She took advantage of this opportunity to attack. Boom! A huge Lotus seat pressed down on the dragon's head, making it unable to move. Ha! The Lotus God laughed. World suppression! The black dragon roared. Boom! The world-suppressing coffin appeared above the Lotus God's head. The Lotus God's expression changed, and he raised his other hand. Boom! Crack! The world-suppressing coffin was too powerful. Countless antimatter surrounded it and broke the Lotus God's palm. What coffin? The Lotus God was shocked. The black dragon broke free from the Lotus God's avatar and rushed toward the Lotus God. He opened his mouth and tried to swallow the Lotus God. The Lotus God's expression changed, and he wanted to retreat. Buzz! 9 world-suppressing coffins appeared in the void and slammed into the Lotus God. Boom! The Lotus God was slammed into the black dragon's mouth. Bastard! The Lotus God shouted. Bang! The dragon's mouth closed. The Lotus God was swallowed by the black dragon. In the dragon's stomach, the Lotus God was suddenly swallowed. Her expression changed drastically. Watch me break your dragon's stomach. Boom! The black dragon's body made a loud sound. What a tough body! The Lotus God exclaimed from the black dragon's stomach. Rumble! The black dragon suddenly spiraled up and closed his eyes as if he was refining the Lotus God's avatar. Boom! 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 The black dragon's stomach kept making loud noises. Roar! The black dragon opened his mouth and swallowed the world-suppressing coffin. Boom! Another loud noise came from the black dragon's stomach. The world-suppressing coffin entered his stomach and suppressed the Lotus God. Antimatter, How can there be so much antimatter in your body? Where did it come from? The Lotus God's avatar exclaimed. The black dragon ignored him and closed his eyes to refine the Lotus God. Ah! The Lotus God's avatar cried out in pain. Rumble! After a loud noise, the black dragon's stomach stopped making any more noises. The Lotus God's avatar had been refined. Buzz! Below the black dragon, another Great Emperor altar suddenly appeared beside the original Great Emperor altar. The White Tiger Emperor's Great Emperor altar had been refined by the black dragon. Buzz! The black dragon opened his eyes, and 2 rays of light shot out. First world, southern outer continent, Million Lotus Sea. Take him down! The Nether King shouted. Boom! The group of demons immediately charged toward Tiangang. Crazy! Are all of you crazy? Tiangang exclaimed. Light of destruction! The Eastern High Priest shouted. The scepter in his hand suddenly emitted a dazzling radiance, and a ray of black light shot toward Tiangang. Boom! Tiangang was sent flying by the impact. The surrounding evil demons also pounced forward. In the blink of an eye, Tiangang was surrounded by a group of experts. Boom! The battle started, and the entire Million Lotus Sea started to rumble. In the outside world, the peerless experts of various domains were at a loss. The scene in front of them was too shocking. All the demons suddenly started to fight Tiangang? How could this be? The Northern High Priest stood beside the Nether King. The Nether King waved his hand. The Northern High Priest held his scepter and shot out a ray of light toward the Million Lotus Sea. Boom! Under the huge force, the void around the Million Lotus Sea trembled. The huge explosion instantly destroyed a part of the Lotus Sea. But soon, the Lotus Sea recovered, but the lotus flowers were no longer as beautiful as before. What are you doing? Northern High Priest, are you going to destroy the Million Lotus Sea? Tiangang exclaimed. At this moment, not only the North High Priest, but the other demons also joined in the project of destroying the 10,000 Lotus Sea. Boom, boom, boom. The group of evil demons had the power to destroy the heavens and earth. They destroyed the countless lotuses in a frenzy. As the lotuses were destroyed, ripples spread out in all directions. You bunch of lunatics, crazy, all of you are crazy. Tiangang roared. However, Tiangang couldn't stop them at all. He was trapped by a few demons, and in the midst of a bitter battle, he was instantly injured. Rumble! The 10,000 Lotus Sea was destroyed and reborn again and again, but it became more and more damaged until some parts could no longer be restored. For a moment, the entire great evil world was filled with rumbling sounds. Countless evil demons trembled in fear. He looked at the sky in horror, not knowing what had happened. In the great evil world, there were many giant statues of the Lotus God. They were placed all over the world. The statues were majestic and gave off a magnificent light. Endless demons would often pay their respects, offering their power of will. These powers of will were connected to the 10,000 Lotus Sea. The Lotus God also used these statues to communicate with the demons in the world. The power of life in the great evil world was gathered in the statues and then connected to the 10,000 Lotus Sea for the Lotus God to use. As the 10,000 Lotus Sea continued to be destroyed, the countless Lotus God statues in the great evil world were also damaged. Kakakaka. Cracks appeared on the statues, and countless evil demons in the great evil world were alarmed. What's going on? There are cracks on the Lotus God statues. The Lotus God statues are damaged. I can't contact the statues. The entire great evil world was filled with panic. At the 10,000 Lotus Sea, evil demons were constantly destroying it. The barrier outside suddenly exploded, and silver-eyed Yen Chuan appeared in front of everyone in the blink of an eye. Boom! Silver-eyed Yen Chuan opened the 3,000 heavenly Dao. The heavenly Dao circulated, and the power of turbulence was crazily destroying the 10,000 Lotus Sea. No, it was melting the 10,000 Lotus Sea. The 10,000 Lotus Sea was connected to the power of a world. At this moment, the power of a world was seized by silver-eyed Yen Chuan. As it melted, it turned into endless power and gathered in the giant eye on the 3,000 heavenly Dao. Boom! The rolling power filled silver-eyed Yanchuan's 3,000 heavenly Dao. On the other side, Tiangang was furious. Yanchuan, Yanchuan. Bastard, how can you submit to Yanchuan? Tiangang's eyes were red. How could this be? You, the Lotus God won't let you go. Tiangang roared. Boom. Finally, one of the Lotus God statues collapsed. Boom, boom, boom. After the first statue collapsed, the Lotus God statues in the great evil world collapsed one after another. More and more of them collapsed. The collapse of the statues meant that the Lotus God's control over the great evil world was getting weaker and weaker. In the end, there was no control at all. Tiangang was so shocked that his body trembled. Some of the peerless experts in the world were dumbfounded at this moment. They couldn't understand this sudden and intense change. How did the offensive and defensive positions change in the blink of an eye? Did the Lotus God lose the power of a world? In Wuji, the Lotus God's consciousness was fighting Yanchuan. Boom, boom. The more Yanchuan fought, the more ferocious he became. Are you trying to break through? The Lotus God's expression changed. 20 Lotus God consciousnesses collided with Yanchuan. Break. Yanchuan shouted. Boom. Wherever the long sword went, the sky was filled with peacock feathers. The 20 Lotus God consciousnesses were sent flying. At this moment, Yanchuan's body also let out a loud sound. Buzz. Rolling power surged from Yanchuan's body, and he stood there motionless in an instant. 16 levels of heaven? The Lotus God consciousness's expressions changed. Suddenly, the Lotus God looked up. What? Zombie Yanchuan swallowed my clone? Cried the Lotus God in shock. But it wasn't over yet. Suddenly, the Lotus God's expression changed. Something happened to the 10,000 Lotus Sea? How is that possible? Did Jiangchen and Zhongshan interfere? How could something have happened to the 10,000 Lotus Sea? The great evil world was his foundation. If he were to lose the great evil world, his strength would definitely drop by a huge chunk. Not far away, the human Yanchuan had just broken through to the 16th level of heaven and was in the process of consolidating it. The Lotus God's expression was unsightly. No, this can't go on. Explode! The Lotus God shouted. Boom! The Lotus God resolutely self-detonated. Buzz! The Lotus God exploded, exposing Yanchuan. Although the Lotus God did not refine the exploding beasts, the Lotus God itself was immortal. After it self-destructed, it quickly recovered not far away. Gradually, it condensed into its original form, but it was slightly weaker. Yanchuan! The Lotus God's expression twisted. Buzz! Suddenly, another figure shot over. Zombie Yanchuan suddenly appeared beside the human Yanchuan. You! The Lotus God's expression was filled with hatred. However, she was more concerned about the 10,000 Lotus Sea. Boom! The Lotus God didn't hesitate. She entered heaven and earth and charged straight for the 10,000 Lotus Sea. She was so fast that the entire world was filled with an ear-piercing sound. The stars shook. The suppressed astral vault was overjoyed to see the Lotus God return. Before he could speak, the Eastern High Priest roared, Master, Astral Vault betrayed you and colluded with Yanchuan to destroy the 10,000 Lotus Sea. The Lotus God was still in space when she heard the Eastern High Priest shout. Pfft. Astral Vault spat out a mouthful of blood at the shamelessness of the Eastern High Priest. I didn't, cried Astral Vault indignantly. Master, Astral Vault betrayed you and colluded with Yanchuan to destroy the 10,000 Lotus Sea. Astral Vault's expression darkened. He wanted to cry. Chapter 1530. The Lotus Goddess was still above the starry sky and saw the destruction of the 10,000 Lotus Sea below. It was a mess. Countless statues in the great evil world had collapsed. The faith of the great evil world was lost, and the world was in chaos. The 10,000 Lotus Sea was destroyed, and she lost the power of a world. The barrier outside the 10,000 Lotus Sea was broken. That barrier was able to stop a 17th heavenly layer powerhouse. Zhongshan? Jiangchen? The Lotus God's face was filled with rage. Master, Tiangang betrayed you and colluded with Yanchuan to destroy the 10,000 Lotus Sea. The Eastern High Priest's voice suddenly sounded. Tiangang? How could it be? The Lotus Goddess didn't believe it at first. After all, Tiangang was brought up by her, and he couldn't betray her. However, the last bit of reason he had was washed away by his endless rage. Colluding with Yanchuan? Could it be? The Eastern High Priest was also loyal to her, and he wouldn't lie to her. I didn't. Tiangang's angry voice sounded. On one side was the Eastern High Priest, and on the other side was Tiangang. Who should she believe? What happened? Master, Tiangang betrayed you and colluded with Yanchuan to destroy the 10,000 Lotus Sea. The demons shouted almost simultaneously. If it was just the Eastern High Priest, the Lotus Goddess wouldn't believe it completely, but now, almost all the demons were insisting on Tiangang. How could it be fake? If one demon killed Tiangang, it could be considered a personal grudge, but now, everyone was accusing Tiangang. How could Tiangang be innocent? Evil creature, how dare you betray me? The Lotus Goddess roared and hit Tiangang with her palm. Master, no, I didn't. Tiangang shouted in horror. However, the Lotus God instantly arrived below and struck out a palm towards Tiangang. Master, no. Tiangang screamed and faced the sky helplessly. Boom. The original area of the 10,000 Lotus Sea exploded. In Wuji, the human Yanchuan closed his eyes, and divine flames rushed out of his body, but they were quickly extinguished by the surrounding Wuji. Yanchuan didn't care. The zombie Yanchuan guarded the human Yanchuan. After a while, the human Yanchuan opened his eyes. Buzz. Yanchuan's eyes flashed with 2 rays of 16-colored light. Kong Huangtian's will is truly powerful. If it wasn't for his will, I don't know when I would be able to break through to the 16th heavenly layer. Yanchuan sighed. Zombie Yanchuan sighed as well. The two of them looked at the sky. Let's go back, it's not over yet. Zombie Yanchuan said. Boom. The two of them did not hesitate to head inside. In the blink of an eye, they had passed through the heavenly demon region and entered the starry sky. As soon as he entered the starry sky, he saw a group of demons besieging the Lotus Goddess. Lotus Goddess heavily injured Celestial Dipper with one palm. As their anger subsided, the group of evil demons attacked the Lotus Goddess at the same time. The Nether King understood that even though he had framed Tiangang once, he couldn't hide it for long. Soon, the Lotus Goddess would come back to her senses. He had to give her the heaviest blow before she regained her senses. The group of demons attacked the Lotus Goddess almost simultaneously. What are you doing? The Lotus Goddess's expression suddenly changed. Unfortunately, it was too late. Energy sabers, energy swords, energy fists, and various other forms of energy swarmed over. Boom. Standing at the center, even the injured Tiangang felt a chill run down his spine. Transcendents could not die, but that did not mean they could not be injured. Even if they were injured to the point of death, they could still be reborn. However, they would be extremely weak after being reborn. It might even take a long time for them to be reborn. It was no different from a seal. At this moment, the group of demons crazily attacked the Lotus Goddess. Her expression darkened. Great Lotus, bloom the world, the Lotus Goddess shouted. A white lotus suddenly appeared under the Lotus Goddess's feet. The moment the lotus appeared, it instantly enveloped the Lotus Goddess and Tiangang. Slowly, the lotus bloomed. Rays of white divine light shot out, charging at the group of demons. Boom! The space within 100,000 miles shattered. The Lotus Goddess used a single white lotus to block almost all the demons' attacks. The group of demons was instantly sent flying. The Lotus Goddess was so angry that her entire body trembled. The group of demons had actually betrayed her. All of them? For a moment, the Lotus Goddess did not even attack again. The space quickly mended. In the sky, the two Yanchuan quickly rushed down. Soon, Yanchuan arrived below. Boom! They brought 2 gusts of wind, and the space around them was completely restored. The 3 Yanchuan stood side by side in midair. The Nether King, Mou Shi, Miao, and the other demons were already standing behind the 3 Yanchuan. The Lotus Goddess used a white lotus to protect herself. At this moment, countless experts in the world were puzzled. After all, the previous battle had been too chaotic. Many experts could not understand what had happened. What had just happened? The demons had rebelled? The Lotus Goddess's gaze swept across the group of demons. You actually betrayed me? The Lotus Goddess said in a low voice. My lord, they are all crazy. And that Nether King is not dead at all. He is fine. Everything is fake. It's all Yanchuan's show. Tiangang said with grief and indignation. After being hit by the Lotus Goddess, Tiangang felt like his bones were about to fall apart. His entire body was in pain. Great Lotus? It seems that this is the treasure that helped you transcend. The first epic's Dharma treasure? The human Yanchuan stood at the front and said in a low voice. Great Lotus? The first epic's Dharma treasure? However, the Lotus Goddess was still brooding. But, East High Priest, West High Priest, why did you betray me? The Lotus Goddess asked in a low voice. Can't you tell? The Nether King smiled coldly. You are really fine? You can even repair your birth chart. It's you, Moushi? The Lotus Goddess's eyes suddenly turned cold. Mou, she smiled coldly and ignored the Lotus Goddess. Her husband and son were here. Mou, she did not want to be in the limelight. The Lotus Goddess only glanced at Mou before looking at the East High Priest and the others. Your eyes are not right. You are no longer yourself? You want to exchange beasts? The Lotus Goddess's expression suddenly changed. The human Yanchuan looked at the sky at this moment. His blood-red hair instantly fluttered and the blood sea appeared again. The cypress tree soared into the sky and the stars in the sky instantly lit up. The stars in the shallow star layer lit up. Soon, the giant stars in the deep star layer lit up one after another. In the west of the netherworld, the White Tiger Emperor's giant star was instantly controlled by Yanchuan. Countless stars gradually revolved around Yanchuan's palm. Universe in the palm. You want to deal with me? You are not enough. The Lotus Goddess said coldly. Lotus Goddess, you have already lost the power of a world. Is the current you not enough? Just with this great lotus? You think too highly of yourself. Yanchuan said coldly. As he spoke, Yanchuan waved his right hand and surging astral power rushed toward the Lotus Goddess. 10,000 lotuses bloom again. The Lotus Goddess shouted softly. The great lotus under her feet suddenly emitted countless rays of white light. Wherever the white light passed, white lotuses bloomed. Heavenly Tao cycle, the silver-eyed Yanchuan shouted. Boom! The 3,000 heavenly Tao appeared. The surging white lotuses were instantly melted by the countless turbulent flows of energy and were quickly absorbed. The Lotus Goddess stood in the middle of the white lotuses. For a moment, her defense was invincible. Bang! Zombie Yanchuan charged toward the Lotus Goddess. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of her. The dragon bone wings on his back reappeared and he punched at the Lotus Goddess. How dare you be so presumptuous? The Lotus Goddess shouted angrily. She punched at zombie Yanchuan. Boom! The two fists collided. The Lotus Goddess had the Great Lotus and her defense was invincible. As long as the Lotus Goddess did not attack, zombie Yanchuan would not be able to break through her defense. Yushi, Dong and Miao, all of you leave first. Yanchuan said in a low voice. Okay. Mo Yushi and the others nodded. Everyone quickly left the area where the 3,000 heavenly Tao had been established. After all, they could not interfere. Only the three Yanchuan were left to face the Lotus Goddess and Tiangang in the Great Lotus. Lotus Goddess, you've lost the power of a realm. You're no longer my opponent. Zombie Yanchuan said in a low voice. I have the Great Lotus. Even if you're at the 17th level of heaven, you can't break it. The Lotus Goddess shouted. It's okay. I have the heavenly Tao cycle. I can slowly wear down your Great Lotus. Let's see if you can hold on. The silver-eyed Yanchuan said coldly. Rumble. The turbulent flow of energy continued to dissolve the power of the Great Lotus. The Lotus Goddess's face darkened. Righteous chi of heaven and earth, Lotus suppress. The Lotus Goddess shouted. With a wave of her hand, the Great Lotus under her feet flew up and charged toward Yanchuan and the others. Suppress? Mine is the real suppress. Suppress. Zombie Yen Chuan took out the world-suppressing bronze coffin. Boom! The Great Lotus and the world-suppressing bronze coffin collided. The force of the collision was instantly disintegrated by the heavenly Tao cycle. The two collided and were evenly matched. What kind of coffin is this? How can it block the Great Lotus? The Lotus Goddess asked in surprise. The world-suppressing bronze coffin I refined carries the flame of hope. Zombie Yen Chuan said in a low voice. Flame of hope. This coffin is the hope of the common people. As long as the hope is not extinguished, the coffin will not be destroyed. Zombie Yen Chuan suppressed the Great Lotus with another coffin. Boom! The coffin and lotus collided, but they were still unable to break through the lotus's defense. The first epic's Great Lotus is indeed a treasure. The silver-eyed Yen Chuan said in a low voice. Yen Chuan and the others could not do anything to the Lotus Goddess, but the Lotus Goddess was also very anxious. My lord, let's leave first. Tian Gang shouted. Alright. The Lotus Goddess nodded. She controlled the Great Lotus and shot it in a direction. Suppress. Boom. The world-suppressing bronze coffin blocked the Great Lotus. It did not allow the Great Lotus to leave. Boom. 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 After colliding again and again, the Great Lotus could not leave at all. It could only let the heavenly Tao cycle continuously melt its power. The surging power was absorbed. As long as the Great Lotus released its aura, it would be completely absorbed. For 3 whole days, the Lotus Goddess could not leave. My lord? Tian Gang was anxious. The Lotus Goddess looked at Tian Gang, and her eyes darkened. Because of you, I can't become one with the Great Lotus. Get out. What? My lord, don't abandon me. Tian Gang exclaimed. However, the Lotus Goddess did not care at all. She stretched out her palm and struck Tian Gang out. Tian Gang exclaimed. He was sent flying. The moment Tian Gang was sent flying, a gap suddenly appeared in the defense. Yen Chuan's universe in palm suddenly reached for the Lotus Goddess. Divine power, deprive. Yen Chuan shouted. Deprive? He wanted to deprive the Great Lotus. The Lotus Goddess's expression changed drastically. Her body swayed, and the Great Lotus avoided the divine power. The Great Lotus avoided the deprived divine power, but the Lotus Goddess disappeared from the Great Lotus and entered the universe in palm. What? The Lotus Goddess exclaimed. She realized that she was already in Yen Chuan's palm. I'm not depriving the Great Lotus, but you. Yen Chuan smiled coldly. Chapter 1531. I'm not robbing the Lotus of Air. I'm robbing you. Yen Chuan sneered. In Yen Chuan's palm, the Lotus God stood in a vast universe with a shocked expression. Stars move. Yen Chuan shouted. Rumble. The stars in the sky surged towards Yen Chuan's palm. It was as if billions of stars were crashing into the Lotus God. Boom! The Lotus God charged forward again. Yen Chuan, Yen Chuan. The Lotus God roared. Was it over? Lotus of Air. The Lotus God roared. In the outside world, the Lotus of Air bloomed with dazzling white light as if it was going to travel through time and space to where the Lotus God was. Heavenly Tao cycle. Yen Chuan activated it again. Boom! The turbulent energy rushed towards the Lotus of Air. The Lotus of Air that was about to travel through time and space was instantly stopped. Not far away, Tian Gang looked at this scene in a daze. Tiangong's heart turned gloomy. He had always been loyal to the Lotus God. Even when he was at the end of the road, he was still loyal. Who would have thought that he would be abandoned by the Lotus God? When the Lotus God pushed him out of the Lotus of Air, Tian Gang's faith collapsed. Bang! The zombie Yen Chuan kicked him out. Immediately, the Nether King led a group of evil demons to capture Tian Gang. But Tian Gang was still brooding. Tian Gang, you saw it yourself. The Lotus God that you were loyal to abandoned you without hesitation in this life and death situation. The Nether King laughed. Don't say it, don't say it. Tian Gang was sad. The Lotus God isn't your only choice. Come to my great celestial world. The Nether King tried to persuade him again. At the same time, in the great evil world's underworld, a dark aura suddenly filled the air. Wherever the dark aura reached, the evil demons and dead spirits of the great evil world would fall asleep. Plop! 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 One by one, the demons suddenly fell to the ground. Countless demons stood up in shock. What's going on? Why did the people on the city wall suddenly fall asleep? What kind of Yin-Chi is that? Why did they all fall asleep when the Yin-Chi passed by? Look at that bird in the sky, it's falling down. Father, I'm sleepy. I'm tired too. Wherever the dark energy passed, one territory after another fell into a deep sleep, and one continent after another fell into a deep sleep. Without any resistance, the lowest level abyssals were the first to fall asleep. Some of the higher level abyssals and undead spirits could only hold on for a short while before falling asleep once more. Sleep, sleep, sleep. The entire underworld of the great vile realm fell into a deep slumber. The common people, dead spirits, and even the trees suddenly drooped down, all of them falling asleep. Even the wind, snow, and rain stopped. Not long after, the entire great evil underworld fell silent. All of them fell asleep. And this drowsiness was not only limited to the netherworld, but it was also spreading to the mortal realm. The world of the great evil, the world of the living, was gradually falling into a slumber. From afar, it spread to the southern outer continent. Southern outer continent. The lotus deity was trapped in Yen Chuan's palm. Lotus of great Qi. The lotus deity cried out in grief and indignation. But how could Yen Chuan let him have his way? Boom. The 3,000 heavenly Tao destroyed a petal of the lotus of great Qi. The petal immediately turned into a surging aura that rushed in all directions. Rumble. The 3,000 heavenly Tao quickly digested it and gathered its power into a huge eye in the clouds above. The huge eye closed and accumulated endless power. Yen Chuan, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to refine and disintegrate the lotus of great Qi? The lotus deity exclaimed. That's right. Yen Chuan said indifferently. That's a treasure of the first era. It's from the first era. You're actually wasting it so recklessly. You're actually going to disintegrate it? The lotus deity exclaimed. The first era? The experts of the first era might be about to ascend and return. The lotus of great Qi will still be taken away by the great Qi supremacy. Why can't I use it for myself? You might think that it's a waste, but I don't think so. Yen Chuan said sullenly. Boom! The surging astral power crashed into the lotus deity again. The lotus deity was severely injured, his flesh lacerated. You can't kill me. I have an undying body. The lotus deity roared. Kill you? Naturally, I know that you have an undying body. However, you are already in my palm. Do you think you can escape? I'm going to use the astral power in the sky to wear down your strength. Then, I'll suppress you and make you unable to wake up for eternity. You can wake up when everything in the world is over. Yen Chuan said sullenly. Wait until everything in the world is over? The lotus deity suddenly quivered. The lotus deity naturally understood what Yen Chuan was talking about. Wasn't the ultimate goal of all the heroes of the world rising to fight against fate? If they lost, all life in the world would cease to exist. If they woke up then, everything would be gone. What was the point of that? No, you can't do that. You can't. The lotus deity roared. It's not up to you. Yen Chuan said coldly. Boom. Boom. The astral power was mobilized. The two worlds of yin and yang let out deafening sounds of collisions. In front of the Taiji Palace in the western continent, Wu Jiong looked at Yen Chuan in the distance with a complicated look of jealousy on his face. First Emperor? Wu Jiong said jealously. Once upon a time, he was so domineering in the sealed world. When he first found out that Yen Chuan was the reincarnation of Emperor Qin on Earth, he was shocked. Later, when he saw Yen Chuan's power, he immediately lost his respect. For a long time, Wu Jiong even looked down on Yen Chuan. Until Dezhen continued to rise. Yen Chuan became stronger and stronger. Every time he saw Yen Chuan, his strength would skyrocket. Until now, the Lotus deity had entered the great Zhou dynasty. Even the strongest sect master of heaven had been defeated by him. The great Zhou dynasty was his home ground. Such a powerful Lotus deity was now Yan Chuan's prisoner. And Yan Chuan had entered the Lotus deity's home ground and turned the entire great evil world upside down. The Lotus deity had been defeated. How could he have been defeated so thoroughly? Yan Chuan? Qin heaven realm? Wu Jiong's eyes were filled with jealousy. The North Continent. In front of the Immortal Hall. Zhong Shan and Jian Ao looked at Yan Chuan. "Ha, good," Zhong Shan praised. "Almost." Jian Ao nodded. "What? You want to challenge Yan Chuan?" Zhong Shan smiled. "I'm almost there. Wait for me to sharpen my sword. I'll go to Xianyang to challenge Yan Chuan," Jian Ao said solemnly. Zhong Shan looked at Jian Ao and finally nodded. "All right, I'll wait for your shocking battle." Jian Ao nodded. Around the northeast continent, Dongfang Bubi stood in the pavilion. His gaze crossed the various territories and stared directly at Yan Chuan's universe in palm. Dongfang Bubi stood with his hands behind his back. He looked at the Lotus deity in Yan Chuan's palm that was constantly being worn down and frowned slightly. He furrowed his brows as if he was making a difficult choice. Sigh. Dongfang Bubi sighed slightly. The South Continent. The silver-eyed Yan Chuan was digesting the Lotus deity. Although the giant eye above the 3,000 heavenly Daos did not open, one could already feel its terrifying power nearby. The Lotus deity peeled off petal by petal and quickly melted. In Yan Chuan's palm, the Lotus deity was getting weaker and weaker. Roar! The Lotus deity roared unwillingly. Looking at every battle of the four realms, the Lotus deity sadly realized that she seemed to be the punching bag of the world's powerhouses. She was defeated time and time again. From Jiangchen to the Golden Great Emperor, from Zhongshan to Fuxi, she was always defeated. Even now, facing Yan Chuan, whom she used to look down on, she was utterly defeated. Bitterness, unwillingness, resentment, but there was nothing she could do. Her power gradually disappeared. At this moment, Zombie Yan Chuan's face darkened. Zombie Yan Chuan stepped out of the range of the 3,000 heavenly Daos and looked towards the south. Plop, plop. In the various continents of the great evil world, after waves of black gas spread, cultivators fell asleep one by one. More and more people fell asleep. In the blink of an eye, it covered the sky and spread in all directions. Over there, what's going on over there? My soldiers, what's going on? Not good. There were countless shouts, but without exception, all of them fell asleep. Is this corpse energy? Jiangchen? Zombie Yan Chuan's expression changed. At this moment, the black gas had spread to the vicinity. Countless cultivators fell asleep quickly. Father! The Nether King shouted. But in the blink of an eye, the Nether King also fell asleep. Meow. Husband! Mou Shi, Meow, and the demons all fell asleep. The entire South Outer Continent fell into a deep slumber, causing the experts who thought the battle was over to fall into a state of shock once again. What was going on? The black gas rushed towards Zombie Yan Chuan. Boom! The great emperor's altar suddenly released a burst of white light, blocking the black gas. In an instant, apart from the battlefield, the entire great evil world fell asleep. Jiangchen! Zombie Yan Chuan shouted. Boom! Zombie Yan Chuan's voice reverberated throughout the entire great vile world's living realm. Rumble! In the distance, great Emperor Jiangchen slowly walked out of the roiling black gas, clad in golden robes. As expected, I took a fancy to you. You're actually unharmed. Emperor Jiangchen smiled from within the black fog. At this moment, all of the people of great accomplishment in the great evil world had fallen into a deep sleep. Yan Chuan glared coldly at Emperor Jiangchen. Emperor Jiangchen, are you here to pick the fruit? Yan Chuan asked coldly. Now that the Lotus Goddess had been defeated, the great evil world was empty. The great evil world could have easily swallowed the Yang realm, but Jiangchen had arrived. The great evil world is mine. Jiangchen smiled confidently. Yours? I don't think you can take it, Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Although Jiangchen was strong, only the boulders were worthy of his attention. Unfortunately, there were too few of them. Conquering a territory didn't just depend on the strength of an ambitious person. It also required a large number of subordinates to control the hearts of the people. Could Jiangchen take down the great evil world all by himself? In Yan Chuan's opinion, that wasn't realistic enough. Chapter 1532. Zombie Yan Chuan stepped onto the great emperor's altar and glared coldly at Jiangchen. Jiangchen was confident in his victory, but Yan Chuan didn't back down at all. Bang! A pair of black skeletal wings protruded from Yan Chuan's back. Fangs protruded from his mouth, and 19 colored lights seeped out of his skin. His ferocious might surged toward Jiangchen. Jiangchen understood how powerful Yan Chuan was. Bang! A pair of golden wings protruded from his back. Fangs protruded from his mouth, and his skin glowed with 19 colored light. Apart from the color of their wings and the shape of their faces, they were practically identical. Rumble! Waves of evil energy surged from their feet in all directions. Boom! Zombie Yan Chuan threw a punch at Jiangchen. He didn't use the power of the great Tao, only pure physical strength. Jiangchen also seemed to want to test Yan Chuan's body. He threw a punch of his own. Boom! Bang! The void was instantly torn apart for 50 million miles. Powerful strength, the purest physical strength, fiercely collided. The loud noise echoed throughout the world. Countless experts trembled inwardly. What a powerful body, said Zhong Shan of the outer north continent. In the southeast continent, Emperor Huang Jin narrowed his eyes. The body of a Jiangchen? Waves of impact swept out in all directions. In the end, everything returned to normal. After the punch, Zombie Yan Chuan and Jiangchen retreated to their original positions. Zombie Yan Chuan narrowed his eyes. Your body is the same as mine? The same power, the same dominance. Zombie Yan Chuan's expression was extremely conflicted. He'd originally thought that Jiangchen had created the Jiangchen's physique because he wasn't confident enough in his own physical body. But now, it seemed that Jiangchen's body wasn't any weaker than his own. With such a powerful body, why'd he create the body of a Jiangchen for others to cultivate? Not bad, your body is as dense as mine. Jiangchen smiled in satisfaction. The same? What do you mean? Asked Yan Chuan in a low voice. He seemed to have noticed something unusual. The two experts stared coldly at each other. At the side, within the 3,000 heavenly Tao. Rumble. The lotus of atmosphere was constantly being disintegrated and dissolved by the heavenly Tao samsara, turning into power that Yan Chuan could control and gathering in the giant eye above. Jiangchen, who'd been staring at Yan Chuan, suddenly turned to look at the giant eye. Boom! The great lotus, which no longer had any petals, suddenly exploded and completely disintegrated, turning into surging energy that surged into the giant eye. The giant eye exuded a deadly aura, causing Jiangchen to narrow his eyes. At this moment, the power of the lotus deity in Yan Chuan's palm universe was getting weaker and weaker. Gradually, he was on his last breath. Lotus goddess, you've completely lost. I've used up all of your divine power. Now, prepare to fall into a deep slumber. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. The winner takes all. The lotus deity revealed a trace of bitterness. At this moment, in the northeast continent, Dongfang Bubi stared at the lotus god in Yan Chuan's palm. Alas! Dongfang Bubi sighed softly. Suddenly, Dongfang Bubi stretched out his right hand and looked up at the sky. Countless motes of light suddenly appeared in Dongfang Bubi's palm. As soon as they appeared, they seemed to connect with the stars in the sky. The stars in the sky brightened even more. Countless stars in the shallow star layer and even the deep star layer lit up. Yan Chuan in the south continent, however, suddenly looked up at the sky, his expression changing. Yan Chuan suddenly realized that besides himself, the power of the stars in the sky seemed to be being guided by another force. Not only that, but almost all the stars in the sky had lit up. All 3,000 stars in the deep star layer had lit up. After all, even Yan Chuan himself could only control 2,000 stars. But now, all 3,000 stars were under his control. What's going on? Who is it? Yen Chuan asked in shock. Who else besides him could control the power of the stars in the sky? If Yen Chuan saw Dongfang Bubi, he would be even more shocked. Because Dongfang Bubi's right palm was almost the same as Yen Chuan's universe in the palm. Rolling motes of stars revolved around Dongfang Bubi's palm. Dongfang Bubi looked at his palm and his eyes suddenly focused. There seemed to be a small space torn apart in his palm. A figure suddenly appeared in the small space torn apart. It was the dying Lotus God. Lotus God was suddenly transported to Dongfang Bubi's palm, far away in the south continent. Yen Chuan in his human form had a drastic change in expression. Lotus God was gone? A surge of power suddenly appeared in his palm and moved the Lotus God away? Who is it? Yen Chuan in his human form exclaimed. He turned his head to look around, but there was no sign of Lotus God. Yen Chuan's heart skipped a beat. To be able to steal the Lotus Goddess from his palm so easily, how powerful was that person? But who would save Lotus God? Yen Chuan's expression was extremely ugly. Bam! Yen Chuan in his human form withdrew the universe in the palm with a gloomy expression. Around the northeast continent, Lotus God was transported to Dongfang Bubi's hand. Dongfang Bubi withdrew the force in his hand. Buzz! The weak Lotus God fell in front of Dongfang Bubi. Dongfang Bubi looked at the weak Lotus God with a gloomy expression. Lotus God suddenly saw Dongfang Bubi and shuddered as if she was extremely terrified. It was an instinctive fear. But soon she recovered from her fear. She revealed a strong sense of bitterness. This unfilial disciple thanks Master for saving me again. Lotus God knelt down before Dongfang Bubi. Dongfang Bubi stared at Lotus God. Lotus God revealed a bitter expression. I was wrong. In the second era, I shouldn't have stolen Master's great lotus of air and escaped to the great evil world. I know I was wrong. Please punish me, Master. Lotus God knelt before Dongfang Bubi. She looked deeply remorseful. Dongfang Bubi stared at Lotus God for a while as if he was thinking about how to deal with her. After a while, Dongfang Bubi said lightly, forget it. Since you've lost in the South Outer Continent, then stay in the Eastern Sect and teach your junior brothers. Yes, thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. Lotus God quickly kowtowed. Dongfang Bubi waved his sleeve gently. Lotus God immediately stood up and stood respectfully behind Dongfang Bubi. Not far from Dongfang Bubi stood a group of Dongfang Bubi's disciples, including Meng Wenruo and Meng Rongrong's ancestor, Meng Lingtian. All of Dongfang Bubi's disciples were stunned. Their minds were blank. What was going on? Was this Lotus God? The Realm Lord of the great evil world. The Realm Lord Lotus God was their senior brother? Junior brother, why don't you try and slap me? Am I dreaming? Slap? Hey, you're really slapping me? Is it real? Is this a dream? Lotus God is my senior brother? The Eastern Sect's disciples were all ecstatic. In the past, Lotus God was arrogant and overbearing, and everyone was unhappy with her. But now that she was one of them, they were naturally overjoyed and no longer jealous. Chapter 1533. South Outer Continent. The Lotus divinity suddenly vanished. Yen Chuan's expression darkened, but he couldn't find anything. Are you looking for the Lotus divinity? Jiangchen suddenly laughed. Oh, you know? Said Yen Chuan in a low voice. The three Yen Chuans flew over and stood together, staring coldly at Jiangchen. No need to look for him. He went back. Jiangchen smiled. Went back? Asked Yen Chuan, confused. The Lotus divinity is Dongfang Bubi's disciple. Although he committed treason by stealing Dongfang Bubi's great lotus and fleeing to the great evil realm, he's still Dongfang Bubi's disciple. You've already beaten him back to his original form. You should be satisfied. Dongfang Bubi's disciple? Yen Chuan's expression darkened. All this time, Yen Chuan hadn't been sure of Dongfang Bubi's identity. All he knew was that he was very strong. Yen Chuan had sensed Dongfang Bubi's ability to send Meng Rongrong into the heavenly demon realm. But he'd never imagined that Dongfang Bubi was the Lotus Divinity's master. Rumor had it that Dongfang Bubi had refused to take Great Emperor Qinglong's altar, which was why he'd given it to Great Emperor Qinglong. In the past, Great Emperor Ziwei had dominated the world, but he hadn't dared act impudently in front of Dongfang Bubi. In the annals of history, Dongfang Bubi was rarely mentioned. Yan Chuan knew he was strong, but he hadn't expected him to have such a shocking identity. Well, you guessed it? Jiangchen smiled. Does he have another identity? Dongfang Bubi has another name. He's called 1.5, said Jiangchen indifferently. 1.5? Dongfang Bubi? The strongest of the second epoch? Yan Chuan's expression flickered. Instantly, Yan Chuan understood many things. It seemed 1.5 had been the mastermind behind the transformation of the experts of the second epoch. 1.5 was the strongest of the early second epoch, even earlier than Jiangchen. Invincible East appeared at the end of the second epoch, said Jiangchen. He planned the 3,000 constellations and took on a disciple, the Lotus Goddess. That's all. I see. Yan Chuan looked at his palm. Someone had mobilized even more constellations than he had. Back then he'd guessed it, but now that he heard it from Jiangchen, he couldn't help but be stunned. It turned out that the number 1 person in the second epoch had long appeared. The number 1 person in the second epoch? You're still a bit too weak, said Jiangchen in a low voice. Take another step forward. Take another step forward, and I'll grant you a fair fight. The fair fight? The gates of the great evil world have already been opened by me, and I'm just waiting for Great Zhen to fully accept it. You want me to give up on the great evil world with just a few words? Yan Chuan narrowed his eyes. A cold light flashed in his eyes. I'm not giving up. Heh, I defeated the Lotus Goddess easier than you did. No, I already defeated the Lotus Goddess in the past, but I didn't take the great evil world out of respect for Invincible East. Now that you've defeated the Lotus Goddess, Invincible East has no more excuses. That's why I accepted you. Your contributions are great. I'll give you 3 continents to complete your Great Zhen. What do you think? The 3 Yan Chuan looked at Jiangchen coldly. They fell silent for a moment. Zombie Yan Chuan, in particular, realized that Jiangchen didn't seem interested in him at all. Not only did he not want to deal with him, he even wanted him to become stronger. After a moment of silence, the 3 Yan Chuan nodded. Of the 9 great emperor altars, I originally guessed that the last one was in the hands of 1.5. But since 1.5 is Invincible East, then the whereabouts of the last great emperor altar are unknown. Do you know? Asked Yan Chuan in a low voice. Fine, there's no harm in telling you. Indeed, there's one last great emperor altar. The last one is in the hands of the Mun clan. The Mun clan? Ghostfire? Yan Chuan's expression changed. This clan cultivated in the cycle of reincarnation. Yan Chuan had encountered them many times. Silver-eyed Yan Chuan was a clone he'd obtained along with Ghostfire. The Mun clan's main altar is in the Great Benevolence World's Yang realm. Oh! Yan Chuan's expression changed. 3 months later, Xianyang, Skyward Palace Plaza. Yan Chuan returned. At this moment, Yan Chuan in human form stood in front of the Skyward Palace Plaza, gazing at the swaying starry sky. Rumble! A powerful suction force came from the sky. For a moment, countless mountains and boulders in the Great Benevolence World soared into the sky. The continent of the Great Evil World quickly merged with the Great Benevolence World. Boom! The entire Outer East continent sank into chaos. It was the same in the Great Benevolence World. The Outer East continent and the Inner South continent were also in chaos. The 2 worlds were madly merging. From Wuji, one could see that the sphere of the Great Evil World had once again merged with the First Realm. Although the Great Benevolence World's territory hadn't increased in the war against the Great Evil World, its original territory had grown several times stronger. Rumble! The city lords continuously pacified the people as they waited for the changes to end. Silver-eyed Yan Chuan and Gyi worked together to deduce the 3,000 heavenly Daos of the Great Evil World, their eyes shining with silver light. Father, it seems Jiangchen has fulfilled his promise. Yan Dong, and said solemnly. Yan Chuan nodded. From this day forth, Yan Dong'an is the second crown prince of the Great Benevolence and is conferred the title of Pluto. Eldest crown prince Fu Su is conferred the title of Punisher. Yes, your majesty, the officials answered. Greetings, your highness. The officials said respectfully. Thank you, imperial father. Yan Dong'an expressed his gratitude. Yan Chuan nodded, giving Yan Dong'an a proper status. Your majesty, Jiangxin's methods aren't simple. DZ narrowed his eyes. That's right. Yan Chuan nodded. Our original plan was to reunite the Great Evil World and incorporate it into the Great Benevolence World as soon as possible. However, Jiangxin only has the Boulder tribe. It won't be easy for him to conquer the entire Great Evil World. Who would have thought that he could enter the dream on such a large scale? Gigidi said solemnly. The Great Dream Invasion technique planted a seed of faith in Jiangxin in the hearts of the Great Evil World's demons. The Lotus Goddess statue collapsed, but countless statues of Jiangxin were erected in a short period of time. Although a small number of demons refused to submit to Jiangxin, the majority of them have already converted to him, Yan Dong'an said with a frown. This is called taking advantage of the situation. Jiangxin took advantage of the collapse of faith in the Great Evil World citizens. Yan Chuan said solemnly, Your Majesty, there's news from the northeast continent. The Lotus Goddess has appeared in the eastern sect. She's now Dongfang Bubi's eldest disciple. Lu Geng said. We understand. Yan Chuan nodded. Pass down my order to all the city masters. Great Evil World has merged with the territory of Great Evil World. Stabilize Great Evil World. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Yes, Your Majesty. An official behind him replied. First World, Zhongtian Continent. At the foot of the sacred mountain, Sha Di, Meng Sansheng, and the others were standing. It's time. Sha Di said solemnly. Meng Sansheng's expression changed. Let ZZ bring the road to the underworld? Don't worry, third brother. I've already discussed this with Yan Chuan. Emperor Min frowned and said, Yan Chuan has just defeated the Lotus Goddess. His current strength is not to be underestimated. What are you afraid of? Our seals have been broken, and our strength has reached the peak of level 16. Eldest brother, second brother, and third brother can even fight against experts of level 17. What can Yan Chuan do? Sha Di said solemnly. Seventh brother, go to Xianying. Sha Di said lightly. Yes, Your Majesty. Meng Sansheng replied. Chapter 1534. After 2 months of fusion, the 3 continents of the Great Evil World had merged with Dezhen. For a time, the Great Evil World was filled with auspicious lights in heaven and earth Yuan-Chi. Countless people were excited. With the fusion of the 2 worlds, the Great Evil World's army quickly conquered the world and integrated the newly merged beings. The world regained its temporary peace until 2 guests arrived at Xianying. They were Meng Sansheng and his granddaughter, Meng Honging. Before reaching Xianying, the 2 landed on a mountain peak and looked at the majestic Xianying in the distance. They're here again. Meng Sansheng sighed. Meng Honging looked at Xianying city excitedly, but soon she frowned. Honging, follow me. Don't be alone with ZZ. Meng Sansheng said. But Grandpa, why didn't you tell me that you're hiding something from me? Meng Honging frowned. I've said it before. Everything is for the realm of the gods. You have a good relationship with ZZ. Persuade her to use the Yellow Springs Road and return to the realm of the gods with us. Don't let anything happen to her. Meng Sansheng said. Meng Honging was in a difficult position, but eventually nodded helplessly. All right. Let's go. Meng Sansheng said. With that, the 2 flew toward Xianying city. Xianying, study room. Yan Chuan was discussing important matters with some important officials. Report. Your Majesty, Meng Sansheng and Meng Honging from the realm of the gods would like to see you. Zhao Gao entered the study room. Yan Chuan narrowed his eyes. Yan Chuan walked out of the study room and went to a square with some officials following behind him. Meng Sansheng was waiting for Yan Chuan in the square, while Meng Hongying and Zizi were chatting with each other. They saw Yan Chuan walking toward them from afar. Zizi immediately looked over with a smile. When Meng Hongying saw that Yan Chuan had left, she stopped talking and looked at Yan Chuan with a hint of affection in her eyes. However, Meng Hongying hid it well and soon returned to normal. Congratulations, Yan Emperor, for defeating the Lotus God and strengthening the celestial realm, Meng Sansheng said with a smile. Yan Chuan's strength made Meng Sansheng have no choice but to treat him seriously. After all, even if his seal was broken, he might not be able to defeat Yan Chuan. It's futile. Dejun is still the same size as before. Yan Chuan smiled faintly. Yan Di is too polite. I know that Yan Di doesn't like to beat around the bush, so I'll be straightforward, Meng Sansheng said with a solemn expression. Yan Chuan nodded. In the past, Yan Di had promised to let Zizi return to the God realm with me. Now that the time has come, I'm here to borrow the Yellow Springs Road. I hope Yan Di can fulfill his promise, Meng Sansheng said with a smile. Yellow Springs Road? Yan Chuan looked at Zizi. Zizi nodded lightly. God realm? Yan Chuan was also extremely curious about the divine world. According to the limited information he had, the divine world was born at the end of the first epoch. He knew nothing else. I'd like to go with you, Yan Chuan said solemnly. Of course. As long as Zizi takes the Yellow Springs Road, Yan Di can bring as many people as you want, Meng Sansheng said with a smile. Yan Chuan nodded. By the way, are you Jin Deyu? Meng Sansheng looked at Jin Deyu. Jin Deyu was slightly stunned. Why was he called? Jin Deyu nodded. My third brother asked me to pass a message for you to go with him. He may have something to tell you, Meng Sansheng said with a smile. Third brother? Jin Deyu was slightly stunned. He immediately reacted. Shadi? Jin Deyu had always suspected that Shadi was his ancestor. After all, the immortal slaying gourd was the treasure of his ancestor, Lord Taoist Luya. Now that Shadi had saved him several times, Jin Deyu had to be suspicious. However, Shadi had never admitted that he was related to Jin Deyu. Jin Deyu had always been in a dilemma. Now, was he finally going to lay his cards on the table? Jin Deyu was excited at first, then he looked at Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan nodded. Okay, I'll definitely go, Jin Deyu said excitedly. Meng Sansheng nodded. I need to tell them that Dezhen will be separated by yin and yang in order to take the road to the underworld. We'll set off in 3 days, Yan Chuan said. Okay, Meng Sansheng replied. Hongying, come with me and wait outside the city, Meng Sansheng said immediately. Yes, Meng Hongying said reluctantly. 3 days. Let Hongying accompany me, Zizi said. Meng Hongying looked at Meng Sansheng expectantly. Meng Sansheng shook his head and said, if you want to talk to Hongying, we have plenty of time in 3 days. During these 3 days, we have other things to do. Zizi frowned. In the end, she nodded. Meng Sansheng left Xianying City with Meng Hongying. Yan Chuan looked at Meng Sansheng's back and fell into deep thought. Meow. Meow suddenly jumped over. Yan Chuan? Are you going out again? I'll go with you, okay? Meow shouted excitedly. Boom! Instantly, the butterfly queen flew over. No, you can't go this time. The butterfly queen suddenly shouted. Meow was confused. Yan Chuan also looked at the butterfly queen curiously. I don't know why, but I suddenly feel danger. The butterfly queen said. Meow, I didn't ask you to go. Why do you feel danger? Meow was confused. The butterfly queen looked at Yan Chuan. Just now, Sister and I were in the netherworld, but our hearts suddenly beat wildly. Sister said that she also sensed something and wanted to see you immediately. Sister arrived first. On the way, my heart was pounding. I felt like a huge threat was descending. Butterfly Queen explained. Meow, what do you mean? I didn't feel it. Meow shook her head. Meow. Yan Chuan looked at Meow with a frown. Meow said with a wronged expression, okay, a little, but it's not as exaggerated as you say. In the past, my sister was the goddess of luck, and I was the goddess of misfortune. I'm very sensitive to misfortune. I can't be wrong. Especially after my father passed away, he gave us his inheritance, and our senses became more and more sensitive. The butterfly queen said, "Meow, little liar, you said you wouldn't tell. Every time I wanted to tell Yen Chuan, you said that your father told you not to. Now, you're the one who revealed it." Meow looked at the butterfly queen with an unfriendly expression. The butterfly queen's expression froze. I let it slip. Meow. Yen Chuan looked at the two girls strangely. Fine, it's fine if I let it slip. Yen Chuan, do you remember that when my father was alive, he used a portion of the region's days to raise my sister and my cultivation? Meow Meow said, Back then my father also gave us some things. But my father said that unless it was absolutely necessary, we shouldn't say it. He also said that the two of us will have great opportunities in the future. Meow said, Sister, my father didn't allow us to say that. The butterfly queen said anxiously, But you said it yourself. I believe in Yen Chuan. Meow immediately said, I was wrong just now, but I didn't say the main point. The butterfly queen said, Forget it, Meow Meow. Since Chow doesn't want you to talk about it, there must be a reason. In the future, if I encounter a problem in the area you can tell me. Yen Chuan shook his head in understanding. Meow. Meow said helplessly. Yen Chuan, I can sense misfortune. There will be a great disaster on your trip. It's better if you don't go. The butterfly queen said again. Disaster? Yen Chuan frowned. Beside him, ZZ said, Who will suffer the disaster? As for Yen Chuan, he doesn't seem to be affected. The butterfly queen said with a frown. ZZ's face sank. ZZ's body? What else can you sense? Yen Chuan immediately became serious. I'm not sure. I just feel that this disaster is unavoidable for ZZ. The butterfly queen shook her head. What do you mean by unavoidable? Yen Chuan asked. I'm not sure either. I just feel that ZZ will be in great danger. A great disaster will linger. Since you want to leave Xianyang, it's obviously related to this trip. The butterfly queen said. Then, if I stay in Xianyang, will I be able to avoid it? ZZ asked. The butterfly queen thought for a moment, then shook her head. Actually, speaking of which, after I discovered the ability to foresee misfortune, I tried many times. I found many mortals to try. When I saw someone facing a great disaster, I tried my best to protect them. However, I could only delay the arrival of the disaster. I couldn't completely eliminate it. In other words, it's unavoidable. ZZ frowned. It seems so. At the very least, I've never succeeded. The butterfly queen sighed. ZZ looked at Yen Chuan with a complicated expression. Let's set off in 3 days. Yen Chuan nodded. Since it was unavoidable, Yen Chuan was naturally prepared to deal with it. It was better to let it go. Yen Chuan didn't believe in fate. However, he still paid attention to it. Meow, I have luck. I'll go with you. Meow immediately said. This time, other than me, ZZ, and Jean Diu, no one else is allowed to go. Yen Chuan said firmly. Everyone was shocked. Just the 3 of us. Everyone else will stay in Xianyang and be on standby. My orders will come at any time. Yen Chuan said solemnly. The officials answered. Meow. Meow was depressed. Meow, butterfly queen, the 2 of you stay in Xianyang. I hope you can study this ability as soon as possible. I'll let Afang study it with you. She also practices the life-stealing technique. Yen Chuan said solemnly. All right. Meow nodded. 3 days later, Yen Chuan dealt with all matters in Xianyang and made arrangements. He met up with Meng Sansheng and Meng Hongying again. Rise. ZZ roared. Rumble. The road to the underworld suddenly trembled. Following that, it shook violently and gradually disappeared. ZZ had put it away. Just the 3 of you? Meng Sansheng looked at Yen Chuan and the rest in confusion. Just the 3 of us. Yen Chuan nodded. If that's the case, let's go. Meng Sansheng smiled. Boom. The 5 of them stepped forward and headed towards the Middle Sky continent. At the same time, around the Southeast continent, a man in a white robe arrived in front of the Golden Palace. "Jian'eo?" Golden Sovereign's face darkened as he looked at the uninvited guest. "I'm Jian'eo from the Great Thousand World. I'd like to challenge Golden Sovereign." Jian'eo said solemnly. "Challenge? You want to challenge me?" Golden Sovereign was surprised. "Yes, please grant my request," Jian'eo said solemnly. Chapter 1535. At the entrance of the Golden Palace, Jian'eo challenged Golden Sovereign to a duel. Golden Sovereign squinted his eyes. Naturally, he recognized the person in front of him. In the past, Jian'eo challenged Tong Tian and his name shook the world. At that time, Tong Tian broke through to the 16th heavenly layer through that battle. But even so, Tong Tian was still defeated. Now, Jian'eo actually challenged him? "Why me?" Golden Sovereign asked in a deep voice. "I'm now at the 15th heaven. In the world, only you, Golden Sovereign, can help me reach the 16th heaven." Jian'eo said solemnly. Golden Sovereign's face darkened. "Why?" "Because you're talented. You're a golden beast, the second divine beast in the world. You have the help of the great Emperor Altar and the first era's seal of virtue. You can block my full strength, but you can't cut my ability," Jian'eo said solemnly. Golden Sovereign's face darkened even more. "So I'm just a sparring partner? I'm an expert who can defeat Lotus God. Now, in your eyes, I'm just a sparring partner? 15th heaven? You're too arrogant," Golden Sovereign said coldly. Jian'eo's eyes gradually turned cold. "If that's the case, I'll prove my words with a sword," Jian'eo said solemnly. While speaking, Jian'eo took out his green-edge longsword. Boom! As the sword pierced out, the sky shook and the world trembled. In an instant, the long swords of countless sword cultivators in the 36 territories of the southeast continent trembled. A green sword aura rushed towards Golden Sovereign. There wasn't much sword chi, just a sword aura. The sword aura was like a hot knife through butter. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Golden Sovereign. The sword aura was unstoppable. It had the momentum to destroy everything. Golden Sovereign's face changed. He punched at the sword aura. Golden Sovereign's right hand was golden in color. When he punched out, billowing power gathered. Boom! The sword and fist collided. The tremendous power caused Golden Sovereign to stomp his foot. Boom! With Golden Sovereign as the center, countless cracks suddenly appeared on the ground below. The cracks were like a spider web, radiating in all directions. Boom! Within millions of miles, the earth was filled with cracks. Trenches appeared and destroyed all the buildings in the surroundings. Jiaohu was everywhere, many Xiuzhe fell into the trench. The Golden Sovereign, Zhou Che, even caused the void to tremble. The two swords collided, and immediately, the sword and fist separated. Golden Sovereign looked at Jian'eo in shock. 15th heaven? This guy was only at the 15th layer of heaven? In front of him, wouldn't the 15th heavenly layer of the world be at his mercy? There was a sword mark on Golden Sovereign's fist, but Golden Sovereign was a 16th heavenly layer. Furthermore, golden beasts were known for their sturdy bodies. Golden Sovereign, how's my sword force? Do I have the qualifications to invite you for a battle? Jian'eo asked solemnly. Jian'eo's gaze was extremely resolute, as if he was forcing Golden Sovereign to take action. However, the Golden Sovereign wasn't afraid. Just as Jian'eo had said, the Golden Sovereign still had the Great Emperor Altar and the Virtuous Seal. "Fine, since you've come to request for a battle, then let's do it," Golden Sovereign said coldly. Jian'eo looked around and said in a deep voice, "The heavens are virtuous. The battle between you and me will definitely cause great destruction. Why don't we enter Wuji for a battle?" Wuji? Golden Sovereign felt strange again. One should know that an ordinary 15th heavenly layer would be courting death if they entered Wuji. Even a 16th heavenly layer would find it extremely difficult to enter. But now, Jian'eo actually wanted to challenge Wuji? "What do you think?" Jian'eo asked again. "Since you're not afraid, why should I be? Let's go, Golden Sovereign replied. Boom! The two experts soared into the sky and headed straight for the starry sky. Soon, they disappeared from everyone's sight. The collision of sword and fist earlier had attracted the curious gazes of countless experts in the world. Yan Chuan and his group, who had just arrived at the southeast continent, naturally stopped immediately. At the peak of a mountain. Yan Di, shall we continue our journey? Meng Sansheng frowned. There's no hurry. Let's wait for a few more days. I want to know the result. Yan Chuan shook his head. Jianao? Golden Sovereign? Golden Sovereign's current strength was equivalent to that of Great Emperor Zhui. With the addition of the Seal of Virtue, they were almost on par. Jianao, who was at the 15th heavenly layer, could challenge Golden Sovereign? Zhongtian Continent. Sha Di stood at the peak of a mountain and saw the southeast continent. Behind him stood Huang Luo, Sovereign Min, and Yulin. Sha Di did not feel anything when he saw Golden Sovereign fighting. But when he saw Yan Chuan and his group, he suddenly squinted his eyes. 3 of them? Jin Deyu is also here? Sha Di said with a gloomy face. 7th brother called him in the name of 3rd brother. Sovereign Min said. What? Sha Di looked at Sovereign Min abruptly. Sovereign Min's face stiffened slightly. Before 7th brother left, Big Brother asked him to tell Jin Deyu that 3rd brother wants to see him when we arrive at Xianying. I want to see Jin Deyu? Sha Di's face darkened and he looked at Sovereign Min coldly. Sovereign Min said stiffly. Sha Di looked at Huang Luo and Yulin and said coldly, that is to say, all of you know about it but only kept it from me? Huang Luo and Yulin lowered their heads in shame. Ha, good. You are really my good brothers. Are you guys lying to me? Sha Di stared at them angrily. Big Brother asked us not to tell 3rd brother. He also said that the realm of the gods should be our top priority. Sovereign Min said with a wry smile. Pumph. Sha Di swung his sleeves and snorted coldly. Sha Di turned his head and looked at Jin Deyu in the distance. When Sha Di saw Jin Deyu coming with Yan Chuan and his group, a complicated look flashed across his eyes. His 3 younger brothers did not say anything and retreated to one side. 3 days later, boom, the starry sky shook. Then, 2 figures rushed down. Jianao and Golden Sovereign had returned once again. Rumble. Jianao was surrounded by a large amount of sword chi. The sword chi increased and decreased at times. A strong sword principle was about to burst out. On the other side, Golden Sovereign looked gloomy. Although there were no injuries, part of the horns on his long sleeves had been cut off. Jianao? Good move? Golden Sovereign said coldly. Thank you, Golden Sovereign, for your help. Jianao said excitedly. Did Jianao make a breakthrough? Everyone looked at him in surprise. Golden Sovereign looked at Jianao coldly. Jianao looked at the Golden Great Emperor and finally said, I borrowed the Golden Great Emperor's pressure and finally broke through that layer of seal. I will soon be able to advance to the 16th heavenly layer. Finally, I have a piece of advice for Golden Sovereign. The most important reason why I can defeat Golden Sovereign is that the Great Emperor altar and the virtuous seal conflict with each other. Be careful. Jianao said solemnly. As he spoke, Jianao strode towards the north. Swish. Jianao seemed to have turned into a long sword as he flew across a territory and continued to head north. Golden Sovereign was left behind with a gloomy face. Great Emperor altar, virtuous seal, conflict? Jianao left. He flew quickly. Suddenly, Jianao seemed to have sensed something and stopped. Boom. Jianao stopped in front of Yan Chuan and the rest. He stood in the void as sword intent erupted. Sword chi surged toward them. Meng Sansheng's face changed. He was about to make a move, but the sword intent disappeared in the blink of an eye. Jianao stared at Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan. Jianao suddenly shouted. Jianao of the past has grown to such a level. Congratulations. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Jianao smiled and said, in the past, Jianao was young and inexperienced in the greater 1,000 realms. With the body of a mortal, Jianao challenged you, an ancestral immortal. I overestimated myself. That defeat has always been my motivation. After 1,000,000 years, Jian Ao's cultivation is not much different from yours. Once I stabilize my 16th heavenly layer, I will head to Xianyang and request for a battle with Yama Emperor. Boom. As soon as Jian Ao asked for a battle, the surrounding sword chi burst forth. I'll be waiting for you in Xianyang, Yan Chuan said solemnly. Jian Ao nodded at Yan Chuan. Thank you. He then stomped his foot. Boom. Jian Ao turned into a long sword again and flew toward the north, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Meng Sansheng looked at Jian Ao coldly. Because earlier, Jian Ao had actually not paid any attention to her from the beginning until the end, and he only had Yan Chuan in his eyes. Meng Sansheng snorted. Let's go. Let's continue our journey, Yan Chuan said. But Meng Sansheng nodded. Boom. The group headed toward the Middle Sky continent again. Jian Ao's challenge to Golden Sovereign seemed to be just an interlude. At the entrance of Golden Palace. After Jian Ao left, a trace of blood seeped out from Golden Sovereign's right hand. Sword cultivator? What a good sword cultivator! Golden Sovereign's eyes were cold. Report. A subordinate came forward. What's the matter? Golden Sovereign asked. Having just been defeated, Golden Sovereign was still in a bad mood and his tone wasn't friendly. Great Sovereign, Sha Di sent a message through his life token. The subordinate said solemnly. Sha Di invites you to the divine world of the Middle Sky continent. He has something important to discuss with you. At the same time, try to avoid other people in the divine world. The subordinate said. Avoid other people in the divine world? Golden Sovereign was stunned. Got it. Golden Sovereign waved his hand and asked the subordinate to leave. Golden Sovereign turned his head and looked in the direction of the Middle Sky continent. Soon he saw Sha Di at the entrance of a palace. Sha Di looked at Golden Sovereign and nodded solemnly. Stay in the Golden Palace. I have something to do. Golden Sovereign shouted. The subordinates answered. Golden Sovereign stepped forward and headed toward the Middle Sky continent. A few days later, Yan Chuan and the group arrived at the Middle Sky continent. In the divine world. In the sky above the divine world, there were countless auspicious clouds. Numerous immortal birds and divine beasts were circling around. It was a beautiful paradise. At the foot of the seven-colored sacred mountain. At this moment, 6 figures were standing. Each of them carried a big gourd. They were 6 of the 7 brothers in the divine world. Yan Chuan narrowed his eyes from afar. The eldest and second brother of the 7 brothers are here too? The 2 old men in the lead, one carrying a red gourd and the other an orange gourd, looked expectant. There was an unstoppable prestige in their eyes. They are waiting. Yan Di, please. Meng Sansheng said with a smile. Chapter 1536. Middle Sky Continent, Central Territory. Yan Chuan and his group flew over and saw the 7-colored sacred mountain from afar. Around the sacred mountain, there were countless powerful beings who were waiting in silence. They were all from the divine world. Outside the sacred mountain, there were countless experts looking on with different expressions. The central territory is so lively. Yan Chuan said with a frown. Something big is going to happen in the divine world. We have invited a group of experts from all the major forces in the Middle Sky continent to attend the ceremony. Meng Sansheng said. Oh. Yan Chuan was slightly surprised. For example, De Zhen would not invite other people to attend the ceremony except for his close friends. Usually, others would come spontaneously. The divine world was really strange this time. My 6 brothers are waiting at the entrance of the sacred mountain. Yan Di, please. Meng Sansheng pointed at the 6 people carrying gourds at the foot of the 7-colored sacred mountain. Yan Chuan stepped forward and walked toward the 7-colored sacred mountain. At this moment, the arrival of Yan Chuan and his group lit up the eyes of countless experts. Meng Sansheng is back. It should be starting soon. Senior brother, do you know why the divine world has invited us to attend the ceremony? I don't know, but since the divine world has invited us, let's come and take a look. It's really strange. Almost all the experts from the 36 Middle Sky continent are here. Even when Great Emperor Ziwei ruled the Middle Sky continent, there was not such an exaggerated gathering. Let's wait and see. Countless experts were puzzled. They did not know why the divine world had invited them. At the same time, countless experts stood on their respective peaks and looked at the seven-colored sacred mountain in the center. Tens of millions of people were staring at the seven-colored sacred mountain. There were also countless experts standing at the seven-colored sacred mountain. They were all from the divine world in the past. As the seals of the seven brothers of the divine world continued to be broken, the strength of these people from the divine world continued to increase. Sha Di and the others stood at the foot of the seven-colored sacred mountain and knew that Yen Chuan and his group had landed on the square where everyone was. Whoosh! Everyone in the surroundings was silent. "Big brother, I've brought him," Meng Sanxing said with a smile. "Welcome, Yen Di, to our god realm," the red-robed old man said with a smile. "Dajin, Yen Chuan. How should I address you?" Yen Chuan asked solemnly. The red-robed old man in front of them was their eldest brother? Number one in the god realm? Although the red-clothed old man spoke politely, Yen Chuan could feel a surging power from his body. It was incomparably ferocious. "I am Hong Yun," the red-clothed old man said with a smile. "I am Tian Mao. He is ranked second in the god realm," the orange-robed old man said with a smile. "Boss Red Cloud. Second brother, Heavenly Eyes. Third brother, Sha Di. Number 4, Rogue Luo. Fifth brother, Emperor Min. Sixth brother, Yulin. Seventh brother, Meng Sansheng." Yen Chuan nodded. "Greetings, everyone." Hong Yun turned to look at ZZ. There was a flash of expectation in his eyes. ZZ furrowed her brows and did not respond to him. "Ho-ho, in the sealed world, seventh brother let ZZ down and I have already punished him," Hong Yun said with a smile. "Oh," ZZ replied flatly. "Are you Jin Dayu? From the Great Thousand World?" Hong Yun said with a smile. Jin Dayu was looking at Sha Di strangely. When he heard Hong Yun talking about him, he asked curiously, "Do you know me?" "It doesn't matter whether I know you or not. What matters is that third brother knows you. Right, third brother?" Hong Yun looked at Sha Di with a smile. Sha Di frowned slightly. In the end, he nodded and said, "Yes, big brother." Excitement flashed in Jin Dayu's eyes. However, Yen Chuan was confused by Sha Di and Hong Yun's attitude. "Third brother, you tell him." Hong Yun understood Jin Dayu's eagerness and said, "Yes." Sha Di smiled bitterly. He turned to look at Jin Dayu. "Millions of years ago, when the divine world was sealed, my spirit clone entered the Great Thousand World. At that time, I was reincarnated as Immortal Luya. Later on, I brought some descendants back to this world and gave them the surname Jin. My spirit clone, Luya, also returned to me and became one with me. Luya is me, but I am not Luya," Sha Di said in a deep voice. No wonder you don't admit that you are my ancestor." Jin Dayu suddenly understood. Luya was only a part of Sha Di. "I, Jin Dayu, pay my respects to my ancestor." Jin Dayu bowed to Sha Di solemnly. "Alas." Sha Di nodded and did not say anything else. Jin Dayu was elated. Sha Di looked at Yen Chuan again. "Great Qin Heaven Emperor, Ing? Oh, speaking of which, my spirit clone did not bring my memory back to the Great Thousand World and was once an official under you, Demon Lord? Uncle Demon God?" Sha Di stared at Yen Chuan and asked. Sha Di's eyes were honest and filled with gratitude. "Thank you for taking care of Jin Dayu all these years, Emperor Yen. Jin Dayu is the army commander of Dezhen. I did not take care of him, but he fought for himself." Yen Chuan shook his head. Jin Dayu was elated. Suddenly, Jin Dayu's face darkened. "Ancestor, you brought my Jin clan into this world, and then you disappeared. My Jin clan was then hunted down by a destructive force. The entire clan fled, but they were all killed. I am the only one left." Jin Dayu clenched his fists and said. Sha Di's eyes turned cold. Then, the hint of anger that had just gathered dissipated. "I have investigated this matter. As Dezhen grew stronger, I investigated more and more. However, I could not find the person who killed the Jin clan. Ancestor, do you know who it is? Could it be someone sent by Zhongshan? Jin Dayu asked with a frown. Sha Di shook his head. Then Sha Di said with a wry smile, I don't know either. Let's look for it later. Jin Dayu nodded. Hong Yun, who was standing aside, kept smiling as she watched the conversation between the grandfather and grandson. Yen Chuan gradually found that the atmosphere was unusual. When he asked about the enemy, Sha Di denied that it was Zhongshan and then said that he did not know. Since he did not know, how could he be sure that it was not Zhongshan? Could it be that Sha Di knew who the murderer was but did not want to say it? Yen Chuan's eyes revealed a tinge of confusion, but he did not ask. Let's wait and see. Hong Yun looked at Jin Dayu and then at Zizi. Zizi, there is only one purpose for us to invite you here. Please help us break a seal. Hong Yun said solemnly. A seal? Zizi asked in confusion. Hong Yun clapped her hands gently. Clap, clap, rumble. The huge seven-colored sacred mountain behind them quickly decomposed into 7 mountains. Each mountain had a color, which corresponded to the color of the 7 gourds. Outside, the countless experts who had come to watch the ceremony all revealed surprised expressions. The 7-colored sacred mountain was the most secretive place in the divine realm. How could it be exposed? Look, there is a huge egg in the center. 3 feet tall? Is that a huge 7-colored egg? What is that on the egg? Why is there a pattern of a black chain on it? It is not a pattern, but a seal. Look, there is a real chain in the pattern hanging in the void. It is not hanging, but going through the void to connect to other places. A sealed 7-colored sacred egg? The tens of thousands of cultivators were talking loudly. Although they were far away, Yen Chuan and the others could hear them clearly. What is this? Zizi was surprised. It is the seal on the egg. It needs 2 paths to the underworld to be connected at the same time. We can undo the seal. Hong Yun said with a smile. Meng Sanxing said, Zizi, we do not ask much of you. Just help us undo the seal. Zizi looked at Yen Chuan. Yen Chuan stared at the huge egg with a complicated expression. Undo the seal? Emperor Yen, don't worry. You can stand beside Zizi while the seal is undone. You will not be in any danger. If there is any danger, you can stop it yourself. Hong Yun said with a smile. Zizi helped you undo the seal on the egg. How do you plan to repay her? Yen Chuan looked at Hong Yun and asked. There are many things here. As long as you like them, you can pick any one of them. Hong Yun said with a smile. Pick anything? Yen Chuan felt that something was amiss. After all, the butterfly queen had sensed danger from Zizi. Did the danger come from the egg? Yen Chuan fell into silence. The 7 gourd brothers waited patiently. After a while, Yen Chuan let out a long breath. Finally, he looked at Zizi. I will listen to you. Zizi looked at Yen Chuan with a smile. Yen Chuan nodded. It was better to let them go. The 7 gourd brothers were begging him. If he refused, they might resort to violence. He was not afraid, but Zizi was always in danger. All right, let's pick one then. Yen Chuan nodded. But Hong Yun said with a smile. Yen Chuan looked at the 7 sacred mountains in the distance and the gourds on their backs. Hong Yun, who was standing at the side, was smiling the whole time. I want him. Yen Chuan suddenly pointed at Sha Di. But everyone was stunned. Yen Chuan pointed at a person? Sha Di? Sha Di was surprised. That's right. After undoing the seal on the egg, you will be Jin Dayu's subordinate. Yen Chuan said. Sha Di was annoyed. Before Sha Di could say anything, Hong Yun, who was beside him, said, Okay. Big brother? Sha Di looked at Hong Yun in surprise. Hong Yun stared at Sha Di with her eyes wide open. Sha Di was stunned. Then he sighed. But Sha Di nodded. Yen Chuan was bewildered. What was in the egg? Why was Hong Yun willing to pay such a price? Well, Sha Di has agreed. Now, let's open the seal. Hong Yun said solemnly. Zizi asked curiously. You and Shad each have a road to the underworld. You only need to combine the two roads and pour the egg in. The rest will be done by us. Hong Yun said solemnly. But Zizi nodded. Chapter 1537. All right. Zizi nodded. Silence. Hong Yun suddenly shouted in all directions. Boom. Everyone quieted down. Disciples of the realm of gods, guard the area. Kill anyone who dares to come close. Hong Yun said. Yes, sir. Countless disciples immediately responded. At this moment, Hong Yun looked at the huge egg again. Brothers, let's begin. Hong Yun shouted. Yes. Everyone replied. Jin Dayu. Sha Di suddenly shouted. Yes. Jin Dayu immediately stepped forward. Hong Yun and the rest frowned and looked at Sha Di. Help me carry the gourd. Sha Di said. Yes. Jin Dayu replied excitedly. The Gourd brothers looked at each other but did not say anything. Grandfather, you will be opening the seal of the egg later. Shall I carry the gourd for you? Meng Hongying stepped forward and said. Meng Sansheng looked at Meng Hongying and Sha Di with a frown. Finally, he nodded and said, All right, be careful. Meng Hongying smiled. Meng Hongying took the Hong Meng gourd and stood beside Meng Sansheng. Hong Yun and the rest looked at each other and called for a subordinate to carry the gourd for them. Hong Yun, Tian Mao, Sha Di, and the rest of the group quickly surrounded the huge egg. The 7 of them stood beside a chain that was connected to the huge egg. Alright, Zizi, let's begin. Hong Yun shouted. Zizi looked at Yen Chuan and Yen Chuan nodded. River Styx, appear. Zizi shouted. A torrential yellow spring suddenly appeared, rushing down from the top towards the giant egg. Boom! The river Styx road instantly flowed into the huge egg. Although there were no gaps in the huge egg, the river Styx continued to flow into it. Netherworld, show yourself. Sha Di suddenly shouted. Boom! Another river Styx rushed into the huge egg. Rumble! The 2 river Styx road connected heaven and earth. As soon as the aura of the river Styx was released, the surrounding area darkened. For a moment, there were even some ghosts struggling on the river Styx road. However, the ghosts could not struggle for long and were soon sucked into the huge egg. The magnificent scene made the surrounding cultivators widen their eyes. They did not know what the people from the realm of gods were going to do. Absolute power, red. Peerless power, orange. Peerless power, yellow. Peerless power, green. Peerless strength, Qing. Absolute power, blue. Peerless power, purple. The 7 Calabash brothers immediately let out a loud cry, and all kinds of power surged out along the chains, rushing toward the giant egg. Rumble! Surging power surged into the giant rainbow egg, and it instantly blossomed with millions of rays of light. Violent light instantly filled the entire world of the living. The sky was originally filled with sunlight, but in an instant, the entire world of the living was filled with colorful light. The powerhouses of the world were all alarmed. They all walked out of the main hall and looked towards the source of the light, towards the central heaven continent. Zhong Shan, Dongfang Bubi, and Wu Jiong were all confused. Yellow Springs Road? Lotus God stood behind Invincible East and exclaimed in surprise. He actually used the Yellow Springs Road to break the seal. Could it be that this seal was placed by fate? Invincible East frowned. Master, there are Yellow Springs Road in every world. I also mastered it in the Great Evil World, but I didn't find anything special about it, Lotus God said curiously. The Yellow Springs Road in the Boundless World, Great Kindness World, and Great Evil World are just replicas of the first world. They are not the real Yellow Springs Road. Only the first world has it. And there are only 6 of them in this world. Invincible East explained. Oh! The outer South Continent and the outer North Continent each have one. Meng Zizi and Shad each have one. The last one is in Chao's hands. Unfortunately, the 5th one disappeared with Chao's fall. Invincible East said. Then, what about the last one? The last one is in the hands of the Great Force Supremacy. Unfortunately, as the Great Force Supremacy ascended, it merged with the world's fortune. This is also the reason why feng shui masters can use the power of feng shui to travel between the two worlds. Invincible East said. I stayed in the outer south continent for a while, but I didn't find anything strange about the Yellow Springs Road in the outer south continent. Lotus God was confused. First there is the Yellow Springs, then there is heaven, Invincible East said faintly. Ah. Lotus God didn't understand, but she was surprised by his words. First there is the Yellow Springs, then there is heaven? There is only one thing to break the seal of fate, and that is the Yellow Springs Road. This egg is sealed by fate? Invincible East frowned. Fate. Invincible East didn't explain further, but looked at the giant egg curiously. Clatter! The sound of chains rattling could be heard from the giant egg. As the 7 Calabash brothers worked together with the 2 Yellow Springs Road, the chain pattern on the giant egg gradually materialized. The rattling sounds continued, and the chain pattern on the giant egg became fewer and fewer. Good, continue to work hard. Scarlet Cloud shouted. Boom! The 7 Calabash brothers poured in again, manipulating the Yellow Springs Road to work on the seal quickly. Walalala! More and more chains were released, and the giant egg gradually became clear. Until the last round, the chains were released continuously in the excitement of the crowd. Swoosh! The last 7 chains suddenly exploded and left the giant hall. The moment they left the giant egg, they were sucked into the void and disappeared. The seal of fate had disappeared. All the experts stopped, and they were extremely excited. Shadi and ZZ stopped, and the Yellow Springs Road stopped. The colorful light of the giant egg converged and was absorbed into the interior. The color of the giant egg gradually turned white. The milky white giant egg slowly emitted a soft halo. Crack! Above the giant egg, there was the sound of a shell breaking. Everyone suddenly opened their eyes wide, not wanting to miss a single thing. Crack, 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 crack. Like a spider web, it instantly covered the giant egg. Boom! Suddenly, a loud sound rang out from the giant egg. Endless white waves of air burst out from the giant egg. Boom! The vast white airwaves rushed out like a tsunami, soaring to the sky. In an instant, the sky of the Central Territory was suddenly covered by endless white light, and endless white gas covered the sky and the sun. In an instant, it rushed through the entire Central Territory. Buzz! In an instant, countless cultivators in the world were surrounded by righteous chi, as if they were welcoming the white light of the Middle Sky continent. Buzz! 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 In an instant, endless righteous chi flowed in the world, and the white light rushed to the sky. It was extremely dazzling. A monstrous aura radiated from the Central Territory and rushed to all corners of the world. Across a large number of territories, the peerless experts' faces all changed. In front of the Taiji Palace in the Great Zhou Realm in the West Outer Continent. Such powerful energy! Wu Jiong exclaimed. Di Renjie's face changed. Great Emperor, this is not good. The righteous chi around me is so dense, as if there's a force stirring my heart and making me worship. Oh! Wu Jiong's face darkened. He waved his hand. The surging power of providence rushed toward Di Renjie, helping him resist the demon in his heart. Not only Di Renjie, but all the people who cultivated were the same. Countless small academies and great scholars in the world suddenly knelt down and worshipped the Central Territory. In the North Outer Continent, in front of the Immortal Palace, Zhong Shan's face also darkened. He reached out his hand, and countless merits and providence flowed into the civil officials' bodies to stop the turmoil in their hearts. In the Northeast Continent, Dongfang Bubi's face also darkened. Master, this is righteous chi. What a surging righteous chi. It's drowning the entire Central Territory? Lotus Goddess said in surprise. Master, this can't be. Lotus Goddess's face suddenly changed. An expert of the first epoch, the great Emperor of Qi. Dongfang Bubi said with a gloomy face. The great Emperor of Qi? Lotus Goddess gasped. Not long ago, her strongest Dharma treasure, the great Emperor of Qi's Dharma treasure, was rumored to be the great Emperor of Qi's Dharma treasure. She had even transcended with the great emperor of Qi's Dharma treasure. Just his Dharma treasure alone could help people transcend. How strong was the great emperor of Qi? But now, the great emperor of Qi had appeared? He had really appeared? Lotus Goddess stared at the central territory with wide eyes, not willing to miss a single thing. The great emperor of Qi? Dongfang Bubi whispered the name. Central territory. The giant egg broke open, and the surging righteous Qi rushed into the sky and swept across the world. For a moment, the entire world was illuminated by the righteous Qi. The countless cultivators standing nearby were the first to bear the brunt of the attack. Yan Chuan stared at the giant egg. The moment the giant egg broke open, the righteous Qi surged out. Yan Chuan saw a white lotus flower slowly emerge from it. The lotus flower was in the shape of smoke, and a beautiful woman in white sat on the lotus flower. The woman in white's body also seemed to be in the shape of smoke, swaying with the wind and swaying. Plop, plop, plop. Peerless godly weapon, red cloud, greets the master. Peerless godly weapon, sky eye, greets the master. Peerless godly weapon, Shadi, greets the master. Peerless godly weapon, Huang Luo, greets the master. Peerless godly weapon, Emperor Min, greets the master. Peerless godly weapon, Jade Qilin, greets the master. Peerless godly weapon, Meng Sanxing, greets the master. The 7 Calabash brothers knelt down and worshipped the woman in the shape of smoke. Plop. Behind Yan Chuan, a disciple of the divine world looked at the woman in the shape of smoke. Suddenly, his eyes became hollow, as if his soul had been sucked away by the woman. Greetings, Master. The disciple of the divine world bowed respectfully. Then, the eyes of the disciples of the divine world gradually became hollow. They looked at the woman in white as if they were willing to sacrifice their souls. One by one, they knelt down and worshipped her. Not only the disciples of the divine world. Outside, the millions of experts who were invited to watch the ceremony were also in a daze. One by one, they knelt down and worshipped the woman in the shape of smoke. Millions of people worshipped her devoutly. The scene was spectacular. Everyone seemed to have lost their souls. The woman in the shape of smoke seemed to have a magical power that could steal people's souls, making them involuntarily worship her. At this moment, everyone suddenly became muddle-headed. Even Yan Chuan suddenly became absent-minded, let alone ZZ. The only ones who were awake were the 7 people who were holding the bottle gourds. At this moment, they were awake. They looked at the amazing scene in front of them in astonishment. Chapter 1538. In the central weave, the surging righteous Qi covered the sky and the sun, and the powerhouses in all directions could not see what was happening inside. Great Zhou realm. Is there any news from the central territory? Wu Jiong asked in a low voice. No. We seem to have lost contact with all of our spies. Shengguan Wan frowned. Contact him again. Wu Jiong said in a low voice. Yes. Shengguan Wan immediately retreated. Outer North Continent. Zhong Shan stood with his hands behind his back. Behind him stood a group of subordinates. Sector Lord, there seems to be a peerless expert born in the Central Territory. We've lost contact with all of our people in the Central Weave, one of the officials said with a frown. Yes, a peerless expert was born. There is only one person who could command the righteous Qi of the world. He is the first epic's honorable Qi, Zhong Shan said solemnly. Supreme Qi? The peerless experts of the first epic have begun to appear? For our greater realms, the most important thing right now is to fuse with the Netherworld's North Outer Continent. I have already met with old ancestor Nether River. I will fuse with the North Outer Continent immediately, Zhong Shan said solemnly. The Northeast Continent. Eastern Training Hall. Invincible East and Lotus Goddess were looking at the central weave. Ah, Sect Master, it's bad. Not far away, a cry of alarm suddenly came. Dongfang Bubi and Lotus Goddess turned to look. He saw Mengling Tian. Mengling Tian, the ancestor of Meng Rongrong and Meng Wenruo, a former immortal of the Julu Academy, left the sealed realm and went to the eastern sect to follow Dongfang Bubi. In the past, he had obtained a vine demon like the Nether King. Boom! Meng Lingtun was surrounded by giant vines, forming a huge sea of vines in the blink of an eye. Within the sea of vines, a humanoid vine monster opened its mouth and roared. Countless vines connected to the sea of vines around it. Meng Lingtian was submerged in the blink of an eye. Sect leader, the vine demon is leaving me, Meng Lingtian exclaimed. Vine demon, a peerless divine weapon? 6th. Lotus God's expression changed. Let it go. Invincible East said indifferently. Yes. Meng Lingtian revealed a trace of unwillingness. But the vine monster soared into the sky and flew rapidly toward the central territory. At the same time, Underworld. The Nether King was currently patrolling a territory. Suddenly, the vine monster, which had been under control, rushed out. Boom! The vine demons turned into a vast sea of vines. But the vine monster soared into the sky. Stop! Vine demon, what happened to you? Nether King cried out in alarm. However, the Nether King couldn't stop it at all. The vine monster pierced through the void and disappeared in the blink of an eye. What's going on? The Nether King's face sank. He turned around and headed towards the great Qin city to report to Yanchuan. The central weave. On top of a white lotus in the form of mist sat an extremely beautiful woman. The eyes of the countless experts in the surroundings were empty. It was as if they had lost their souls as they worshipped the beautiful woman in the center. At this moment, Zizi's expression was empty. Even Yanchuan was absent-minded. The woman was also in the form of mist. She didn't have a physical body, but she seemed to have a great magical power. Other than the 7 Calabash brothers who were kneeling on the ground, the other 7 people who were hugging the calabash woke up. Jin Deyu and Meng Hongying widened their eyes and looked at the scene in amazement. On top of the white lotus, the woman sat with her eyes closed. Gradually, she opened her eyes. As soon as she opened her eyes, an even greater magical power was sucked out. Zizi couldn't help but want to kneel down. When the magical power was released, it affected Yanchuan and wanted to make Yanchuan kneel down as well. Buzz. 2 Emperor altars suddenly appeared under Yanchuan's feet. The Emperor altars appeared instinctively and resisted the magical power that suddenly appeared. Yanchuan suddenly jolted awake. At this moment, the Misty Woman looked at Zizi. Before Yanchuan could react, the Misty Woman suddenly dove down towards Zizi. She was so fast that she arrived in front of Zizi in the blink of an eye. As the Misty Woman moved, a surging wave of righteous energy rushed out. Boom! The violent wave of energy sent even Yanchuan flying. So powerful! Yanchuan exclaimed. However, this wasn't what shocked Yanchuan. Yanchuan was shocked to see the Misty Woman in front of Zizi. Zizi's eyes were empty and she didn't resist at all. Instead, she was waiting for the Misty Woman with reverence. The Misty Woman reached out and passed through Zizi's body. Zizi's body suddenly trembled. Fusion? Possession? Immortalized and returned? Yanchuan suddenly exclaimed. Yanchuan remembered that Kong Huangtian had taken Kong Outyen's body when he was reborn. Emperor Rosefinch had taken Miao Rulai's body when he was reborn. Jiang Chen had taken Pan Xing's body when he was reborn. Now, the Misty Woman in front of him wanted to possess his body after she was reborn. She wanted to possess Zizi? In an instant, Yanchuan was furious and wanted to rush over. However, it was too late when he was knocked away. No! Yanchuan exclaimed. Zizi's body was about to be possessed. At this moment, a red figure suddenly appeared. Boom! The red figure stood in front of Zizi. Rumble! The Misty Woman rushed into the red figure's body. At that moment, Yanchuan saw her face clearly. Meng Hongying. Meng Hongying was the one who saved Zizi the moment she was about to be possessed. At the same time, she replaced Zizi with her own body. Were they close sisters? That didn't seem to be the case. When Meng Hongying saved Zizi, she wasn't looking at Zizi. Instead, she was looking at Yanchuan, who was not far away. Her long hair fluttered in the wind and time seemed to have slowed down. Meng Hongying was about to lose her consciousness after being attacked by the Misty Woman. However, she looked at Yan Chuan with a sad but beautiful smile. That smile was filled with satisfaction and regret. Meng Hongying smiled when she saw Yan Chuan's anxious face. At the same time, Meng Hongying felt her consciousness suddenly sink into oblivion. Her consciousness gradually faded. Meng Hongying instinctively pushed ZZ toward Yan Chuan. Bam! ZZ was pushed toward Yan Chuan. Let's go! Meng Hongying said in a hoarse voice. Boom! The misty woman entered Meng Hongying's body immediately. Yan Chuan hugged ZZ. Looking at Meng Hongying's final look of despair and satisfaction, he felt as if a knife was being twisted in his heart. Bam! Meng Hongying's body fell to the ground. However, white mist soon emerged from Meng Hongying's body again. The misty woman slowly came out of Meng Hongying's body. Master, please forgive me. I have failed to take care of this girl. Meng Sanxing immediately knelt down in Jiaohu. Yan Chuan did not hesitate and flew into the sky with ZZ in his arms. Boom! Yan Chuan quickly flew toward the east. While flying, he turned his head and looked at Meng Hongying, who was lying on the ground with a complicated expression. ZZ was unconscious and he had to leave this place as soon as possible. The misty woman was too strange and too powerful. Where are you going? Hong Yun, Meng Sanxing, and Huang Luo shouted as they grabbed their gourds and flew into the sky. Rumble! The misty woman slowly came out of Meng Hongying's body. How dare you take away the body that I want? The misty woman shouted. Boom! Stepping on the surging righteous energy, the misty woman soared into the sky and chased after Yan Chuan. The righteous qi was like a surging river as it chased after Yan Chuan. In the Central Territory, countless devout cultivators were still kneeling with empty eyes, as if they had lost their souls, waiting for the return of the great exalted qi. Jin Diyu saw that the situation was not right and immediately wanted to fly into the sky. Kid, where are you going? Yulin blocked Jin Diyu. What are you trying to do? Jin Diyu was surprised. Isn't he the younger brother of the great lord? Why is he stopping me? Third brother? Tell me, what should we do now? Yulin looked at Sha Di. Great lord? Jin Diyu was surprised. Yulin, get out of the way. Sha Di said. Tian Mao, Emperor Min, and Yulin's faces darkened. Third brother, have you forgotten our mission? Sovereign Min cried out. Sha Di looked at Emperor Min coldly and said, Fifth brother, do I need you to teach me what to do? Third brother, what do you mean? What do I mean? Humph, do you think I don't know that you are chasing after my descendants? Do you think I'm a fool? Sha Di's eyes were cold. Third brother, we were afraid that you would feel sorry for them, so we helped you. How could you do this? Yulin frowned. Third brother, you have changed. Emperor Min shouted. Jin Diyu, who was holding the killer god gourd, suddenly understood. The people who were chasing after the Jin family were from the divine world? They were the ones in front of him? Sha Di knew it from the beginning. Sha Di had refused to recognize him because he wanted to protect him. These people wanted to kill him? Jin Diyu, leave now. Sha Di shouted. Jin Diyu quivered. He turned into a golden crow and soared into the sky. Stop. Where are you going? Emperor Min shouted angrily. Boom. Emperor Min soared into the sky with the ice-toed gourd in his hand. Sha Di grabbed the killer god gourd and stood in front of Emperor Min. Fifth brother. Sha Di shouted coldly. Third brother, you can't keep making mistakes. Emperor Min shouted angrily. Let him go. Sha Di insisted. Pumph. Tian Mao soared into the sky and arrived in front of Sha Di instantly. Second brother. Sha Di's face darkened. Yulin, go after Jin Diyu. Emperor Min and I will stay here. Tian Mao said. Old Sixth Yulin immediately rushed up to the sky, chasing after Jin Diyu. Sha Di did not stop him. He only blocked Tian Mao and Emperor Min. Third brother, are you going against the rules? Tian Mao said. Second brother, allow me to be presumptuous for a while. You have killed the other descendants. Let Jin Diyu go. Sha Di pleaded. Jin Diyu's speed was extremely fast, and he flew far away in the blink of an eye. However, Yulin was faster. Soon he caught up with Jin Diyu. Trying to escape? Yulin pounced on Jean Deyu. What? Jean Deyu screamed and tried to escape. However, Yulin was about to catch him. Jean Deyu screamed. At this moment, Yi Zichen's eyes lit up. Suddenly, a golden fist appeared. Boom! The punch landed heavily on Yulin's body. The immense force instantly sent Yulin flying backward. Golden Sovereign? Yulin's expression changed the moment he was sent flying. Let's go! Golden Sovereign rolled up his sleeves and disappeared with Jean Deyu. Stop! Yulin shouted angrily. On the other side, Great Master Qi, Hong Yun, Huang Luo and Meng Sanxing were chasing after Yan Chuan. Boom! Yan Chuan had long blood-red hair. Stepping on the great monarch's altar, he carried ZZ and flew away at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 1539. Yan Chuan carried ZZ and flew towards the east. Hong Yun, Huang Luo, and Meng Sanxing were hot on his heels. Boom! 4 afterimages were left in the air. They were extremely fast. ZZ! Yan Chuan shouted anxiously. ZZ's eyes were still closed in his arms, as if she had lost her soul. Yan Chuan's face was filled with worry. Stop! Yan Chuan, stop! Leave my granddaughter behind! How dare you, Yan Chuan? The 3 behind him shouted angrily. Yan Chuan's eyes flashed with anger. It wasn't that Yan Chuan was afraid of them, but that ZZ seemed to have been bewitched. He had to find a place for ZZ to recover. Moreover, Yan Chuan guessed that the person who broke the seal was Senior Qi. Senior Qi would catch up soon. Although he wasn't afraid, what about ZZ? Shameless God Realm, I and ZZ helped you break the seal out of kindness, and this is how you repay us? Yan Chuan shouted angrily. The 3 behind him looked gloomy, but they weren't moved by Yan Chuan's words. Yan Chuan, Master chose Meng ZZ to be his reincarnation. That is her fate, her fortune. Hong Yun said in a deep voice. Yan Chuan, ZZ is my granddaughter. Meng Sanxing shouted. Bullshit, granddaughter. ZZ has nothing to do with you. Yan Chuan shouted angrily. Yan Chuan, no matter what, ZZ must stay. You can't run away. We're just chasing you first. Master will be here soon. Huang Luo shouted. Yan Chuan's face sank. Yan Chuan's hair was red. He had pushed his strength to the maximum, but it was still difficult to get rid of the 3, especially Hong Yun. Blood God's son, come out. Yan Chuan suddenly shouted. Boom! All of a sudden, 3,000 Yan Chuan silhouettes appeared in the void and gathered together. They formed a team of 2 and immediately shot out in all directions like a swarm of bees. What? Meng Sanxing's expression changed greatly. Suddenly, he didn't know which one to chase. Big brother, what do we do now? Meng Sanxing asked in alarm. Hong Yun also stopped abruptly. She was at a loss. What should she do? 1,500 directions? How was he supposed to catch up? If only second brother was here. Let's make the first move. Hong Yun said anxiously. Treasures, please accept. Meng Sanxing shouted loudly, and his strength surged towards the blood god's clones. Treasure, please go on a trip. Rogue Luo also shouted. Instantly, a large number of blood god's illusions were wiped out. However, there were still many groups that ran away. The 3 of them felt helpless. He could only chase after them based on his instincts. Boom! At this moment, a mass of righteous energy chased after them from behind. It was so fast that it caught up to them in the blink of an eye. Wherever the boundless righteous energy reached, the heavens and the earth lit up. An incomparably majestic aura rushed out in all directions. It was as if he was the supreme god of heaven and earth, overlooking all living things. Hong Yun, Rogue Luo, and Meng Sanxing gathered towards the boundless righteous energy. Inside the boundless righteous energy, the Great Lord stood on the white lotus and chased in a direction. Hong Yun and the other 2 lost Yan Chuan, but the Great Lord could see through them at a glance. Boom! Wherever the Great Lord arrived, countless weak-willed cultivators knelt on the ground, as if they were worshipping the Great Lord. Yan Chuan carried ZZ and flew quickly. ZZ in his arms was still expressionless. Yan Chuan was anxious. What's going on? ZZ, is your soul taken? Yen Chuan asked anxiously. Rumble. Behind him, Yen Chuan already felt a huge aura rushing towards him. It's coming? Yen Chuan's face sank. Yen Chuan had already flown to a sea. Continue flying east? It was too late. The Great Lord was about to catch up. How could he continue flying? Yen Chuan's face was ferocious. He stepped forward and stabilized himself in the air. He turned his head and looked at the Great Lord who was rushing towards him from afar. Boundless blood sea. Boom. In the vast sea, Yen Chuan stepped on the blood waves, coldly waiting for the arrival of the Great Lord. Above the blood sea, towering cypress trees connected the sky full of stars. For a moment, the stars in the world lit up. Boom. The Great Lord arrived in an instant. Billows of chi rushed out. The boundless righteous energy formed a vast sea of righteous energy surrounding heaven and earth. The surging boundless righteous energy surrounded the entire blood sea in the blink of an eye. The boundless righteous energy was unparalleled. In the sea of righteous energy, the Great Lord's body was still in the form of smoke. As he swayed, he stepped on the white lotus, looking dignified and majestic. Boom! Hong Yun and the other two followed behind and stood behind the Great Lord of the Qi clan. On the opposite side, Yen Chuan's face was ferocious. Great Lord, my wife and I were kind enough to release your seal. Is this how you repay us? Yen Chuan shouted. On the opposite side, the Great Lord looked at Yen Chuan. You are? Fourth epic, Lord of the Great Heaven Realm, Yen Chuan. Yen Chuan said solemnly. 16 levels of heaven? Far from enough. The Great Lord said lightly. Regardless of whether it is enough or not, those of us who came later are constantly working hard to do our part for the world. Let's not talk about our persistence. At the very least, you came out because ZZ released your seal. You are indebted to ZZ, yet you want to take her body? Yen Chuan shouted. The Great Lord looked at ZZ. She was created by me. She released my seal. It's only right. The Great Lord said lightly. You created her? Yen Chuan was in disbelief. Not far away, Hong Yun said, Yen Chuan, the God realm was created by the Great Lord. We 7 brothers were also created by the Great Lord. We are weapons refined by the Great Lord. ZZ's parents were born by Meng Sanxing. ZZ was born because of us. She was created by the Great Lord. Yen Chuan's eyelids twitched wildly. They were all created by the Great Lord? In that case, ZZ was indeed related to the Great Lord. Great Lord, there are countless experts in the God realm. Why are you only interested in my wife? Yen Chuan frowned. Her body is the most compatible with my will. Only she can restore me to my former self. The Great Lord said solemnly. He was not unreasonable, but there was an undeniable dominance. I don't care who you are. ZZ is my wife. No one can touch her. Yen Chuan shouted. She has given her soul to me. You can't take her away. She only believes in me. Even if you take her away, she will come back on her own. The Great Lord said lightly. So? Yen Chuan's eyes widened. ZZ's eyes were empty. Did she lose her soul? Yen Chuan's eyes turned cold as he looked at the Great Lord again. Great Lord, you have just awakened and don't have a body. You are not at your strongest right now. Yen Chuan said in a low voice. The Great Lord looked at Yen Chuan. Towering cypress trees, filling the sky with the power of the stars. Yen Chuan suddenly shouted. Rumble. The cypress trees spun slowly, and the rolling energy rushed towards Yen Chuan's palm. The blood sea roared, and the rolling energy rushed towards Yen Chuan. The Great Emperor altar also surged with endless energy. Great Void Arcane Art. Yen Chuan's hand of Tao pushed towards the Great Lord. Rumble. The rolling river of stars rushed towards the Great Lord. How dare you? Hong Yun and the others shouted. 16 levels of heaven? You can actually unleash the power of 17 levels of heaven? Not bad. The Great Lord laughed. Suddenly, the Great Lord pushed out his palm. Rumble. The rolling, awe-inspiring vital energy condensed into a giant white palm and crashed towards Yen Chuan's river of stars. The two forces collided with each other. The huge explosion instantly tore the void apart, but it was quickly filled up by the awe-inspiring vital energy. Yan Chuan used almost all of his strength when the two forces collided. In the shallow star layer, all the stars shone. In the deep star layer, more than 2,000 stars shone, and the rolling energy came. Yan Chuan's face was fierce, and he used all of his strength. On the opposite side, the Great Lord who was facing Yan Chuan's palm narrowed his eyes. The awe-inspiring vital energy increased again. Rumble. The awe-inspiring vital energy slowly pushed the river of stars back. Yan Chuan's attack could not do anything to the Great Lord? Yan Chuan versus the Great Lord's consciousness. All the experts in the world were watching. Zhong Shan, Wu Jiong, and Jiang Chen all looked gloomy. The Great Lord's power was too strong. This was merely a body of consciousness. Yan Chuan's power was definitely at the 17th level of heaven, but it was slowly being pushed back by the Great Lord. In the river of stars, stars exploded one after another. Yan Chuan's great void arcane art was gradually at a disadvantage. Yan Chuan's face was gloomy. The Great Lord was too strong. In his other hand, Yan Chuan took out a jade talisman, which the Snake Clan had given to Yan Chuan in the past. It could help Yan Chuan resolve a crisis. But could Fushi block the Great Lord? Blocking was not the most important thing. The most important thing was ZZ's soul. He had to get ZZ's soul back. Yan Chuan exerted more strength in his hand. However, the Great Lord's expression became more and more serious, and his power became stronger and stronger. Yan Chuan's river of stars was gradually losing. Was the divine power of the second era not enough? Yan Chuan was about to crush the jade talisman. Suddenly, Yan Chuan felt the power of his river of stars increase. In the deep star layer, there were 3,000 stars. Yan Chuan could mobilize the power of more than 2,000 stars. However, there were still nearly 1,000 stars that he could not mobilize. But at this moment, the 1,000 stars suddenly lit up, and a wave of star power quickly rushed into the cypress tree. They were mobilized by Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan was slightly taken aback. Why did his power suddenly increase? However, this was not the point. The point was to kill the Great Lord and get ZZ's soul back. Yan Chuan shouted, and all the power of the constellations gathered into the river of stars again. This was the true power of all the stars. It was extremely vast and surging. Around the northeast continent, Dongfang sect. Countless stars suddenly surrounded Dongfang Bubi's palm, connecting the 3,000 stars and allowing the power of the 3,000 stars to converge on Yan Chuan. Master, are you helping Yan Chuan? Lotus Goddess asked in surprise. Dongfang Bubi nodded and did not speak. He just stared into the distance with a grave expression. Dongfang Bubi helped Yan Chuan mobilize the power of the 3,000 constellations for the first time. Boom! The terrifying power tore through the endless righteousness and rushed toward the Great Lord of Qi. Oh! The Great Lord of Qi's expression changed. Break! Yan Chuan roared. Boom! The righteousness shattered. The power of the river of stars was unstoppable. It rushed out and all the righteousness collapsed. Even the consciousness of the grand supremacy of Qi had suffered a heavy blow. Boom! The consciousness of the great exalted Qi exploded with a loud bang, completely disintegrating. Meng Sanxing and Ruo Luo were suddenly knocked back. Only Hong Yun barely stood firm. Master? Hong Yun exclaimed. Master's consciousness has collapsed? Hong Yun exclaimed. Chapter 1540. The righteous energy in the surroundings suddenly shattered. Even the white lotus beneath the supremacy of Qi collapsed. The power of the Milky Way was boundless, tearing through the void. A loud explosion shook heaven and earth. The entire mortal realm was shaking violently, and the entire world was trembling violently. Rumble! Heaven and earth shook. A group of ambitious and ruthless people watched with wide eyes. Great Zhou realm. So powerful! Yuan Tiangang exclaimed. A divine ability from the second era? Wu Jiong clenched his fists. According to the legends of the Third Era, Bai Huang was truly powerful. He actually created such a divine ability? Shangguan exclaimed. Jiangchen's celestial realm. Jiangchen stood at the Yellow Springs path in South Outer Continent, his eyes narrowed. He stared at Yan Chuan, his eyes shining brighter and brighter. Yan Chuan, you can't be too weak, he said solemnly. Eastern sect. The Lotus Goddess stared at the scene with wide eyes. Even she might not have been able to block that attack just now. Invincible East let out a long sigh and slowly withdrew the stars in his hand. When Invincible East withdrew his hand, the distant Yan Chuan suddenly sensed that he'd lost contact with nearly 1,000 stars. Yan Chuan turned to look at the Eastern sect. He happened to see Invincible East withdraw his hand. As expected, Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Apart from his grandfather and himself, the only person who could mobilize the stars in the sky was the strongest person in the Second Era, Invincible East. No, Master. Some were delighted while others were worried. The supremacy of Qi had been killed in the blink of an eye. The three Calabash brothers immediately cried out in alarm. The supremacy of Qi wasn't just their master, but also their faith. Had their faith crumbled? No, Master won't die. As long as the karmic luck remains, Master won't die, Scarlet Cloud suddenly cried out. Everyone's expressions changed at Scarlet Cloud's words. Indeed, the supremacy of Qi had transformed the world's karmic luck in the First Era. As long as the karmic luck remained, the supremacy of Qi couldn't be killed. Everyone turned their heads and looked at the world's karmic luck still surged. Take Xianyang for example. In the past, it had gathered karmic luck. Later, it absorbed karmic merit, luck, and the way of karmic luck. Karmic luck. As long as one's destiny is not exhausted, Xianyang will not vanish. His luck was still there? Then the Great Reverend could not have been killed. Yan Chuan's complexion also abruptly changed. He suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He jerked his head around. Not far away, ZZ, who was wrapped in a sea of blood, suddenly looked spirited. 2 18-colored beams shot out from ZZ's eyes. There wasn't much light, but it was extremely dazzling. A torrential chi wave suddenly erupted from ZZ's side. Boom! Boundless righteous energy instantly exploded. Blood splattered everywhere. Yan Chuan was the first to bear the brunt of the impact and was even sent flying by this tremendous force. Honorable Chi practitioner? Yan Chuan, who was flying backwards, suddenly shouted in shock. Boom! The surging righteous Qi once again gathered at Purplish Purple. Purplish Purple stepped on a pure white lotus and floated into the sky. An aura that was even more powerful than before was suddenly emitted. Boom! It was as if the might of the heavens had descended upon the mortal realm. The common people of the Middle Sky Continent and the 36 dominions were suddenly forced to kneel down. It was the same in all the continents. The mortals all knelt down, and the cultivators were all terrified. Wu Jiong's face darkened. He waved his hand. Above the sea of karmic luck clouds, the golden dragon of karmic luck roared, trying to resist this great pressure. However, just as it roared, the golden dragon of karmic luck suddenly rebelled. What? Wu Jiong's expression changed. The golden dragon of karmic luck suddenly bowed to the Great Reverend in the distance. Oh no! Wu Jiong's expression changed. Boom! Boundless karmic merit, luck, and way of karmic luck crashed into the golden dragon of karmic luck. Immediately, the golden dragon of karmic luck was drowned. It was the same in Xianyang. The golden dragon of karmic luck was originally resisting the pressure from the Great Reverend's aura, but in an instant, it turned around. Ang! Ang! Above the sea of clouds, karmic merit, luck, and way of karmic luck each turned into a golden dragon of karmic luck, a golden dragon of karmic luck, and a golden dragon of way of karmic luck. The three dragons suppressed the golden dragon of karmic luck at the same time. Karmic luck, way of karmic luck, and way of karmic luck instantly drowned it. The major celestial realms were fine, but some of the smaller nations were miserable. In the Middle Heaven continent, the karmic luck of some of the smaller celestial dynasties and holy palaces immediately bowed to the Great Reverend, even ignoring their respective kings. The karmic luck of the world bowed to the great reverend. The karmic luck of the major academies also all bowed to him. Even the karmic luck of the Eastern sect bowed to the great reverend. Invincible East's face darkened, and he waved his hand. Boom! Rolling stars suddenly appeared in the sky, connecting with the power of the stars and trapping all the karmic luck of the Eastern sect. Invincible East looked coldly at the great reverend in the distance. The great reverend had possessed ZZ's body. My lord! Congratulations, my lord! Congratulations, my lord! Hong Yun, Huang Luo, and Meng Sensheng were overjoyed. The great reverend stood in the void, surrounded by righteous energy, commanding the karmic luck of the world. At this moment he was staring at Yen Chuan opposite him. How can this be? I've already protected ZZ, how can you still possess her body? Yen Chuan's face was extremely ugly. Was the great calamity of ZZ that the butterfly queen had mentioned really unavoidable? ZZ's entire temperament had changed. She emitted a domineering aura, and endless karmic luck bowed to her. She was the ruler of the world. No one can stop my recovery, the great reverend said in a deep voice. Yen Chuan's mind was in a mess. His mind was filled with memories of ZZ. Don't come over, don't come over. You can still laugh? No, you don't understand. This is fate. No one can escape, no one can escape. Yen Chuan, Zhu Jiansheng and the rest should have told you about my evil ways. Back then, our parents set the marriage. I won't force you. Write a letter of divorce and we'll be even. I like to be alone, it's quieter. I'll listen to you. When his mind was filled with ZZ's laughter and trust, Yen Chuan's heart felt like it was being twisted by a knife. In the end, all his memories stopped at the words, I'll listen to you. I'll listen to you. I'll listen to you. ZZ trusted him, so she let him make all the decisions. In the end, she was possessed by the great reverend? Give me back ZZ. Yen Chuan shouted angrily again. He reached out his hand and summoned the blood sea again. Umph! The great reverend snorted. This time, the great reverend attacked first. As he reached out, his palm struck toward Yen Chuan. The void shattered, and endless righteous energy gathered. The palm, 10 times stronger than before, instantly arrived in front of Yen Chuan. Break! Yen Chuan shouted. However, the difference in power was too great. Gathering the power of the world's providence, the great reverend's palm was unstoppable. It instantly shattered Yen Chuan's palm and arrived in front of Yen Chuan's face. Boom! The blood sea and Yen Chuan exploded in an instant. It was too fast, too powerful. He destroyed Yen Chuan in an instant? The heroes of the world shuddered. Was this the power of the First Era? The great reverend of the First Era? Yen Chuan, whose name shook the world, was only a match for one palm in front of the great Qi Lord? Just one palm? Countless experts who were watching the battle suddenly quivered. At Xianying Pass. Father! Fu Su exclaimed. Yen Chuan! Mou she also exclaimed. This battle had shaken the world. Naturally, many peerless experts were paying attention to Xianying Pass. When they saw Yen Chuan being destroyed by the great reverend, everyone exclaimed in horror. The great reverend had destroyed Yen Chuan with one palm. Our Lord is invincible. Hong Yun and the others were overjoyed. He was too powerful. That was Yen Chuan. He destroyed him with one palm? The First Era. This was the power of the First Era. Let's go back. The great reverend said lightly. Stepping on the white lotus, the great reverend returned to the divine world. Yes. The 3 Calabash brothers followed behind and left quickly. Leaving behind countless shattered voids, they slowly recovered. The voids slowly recovered, but the experts of the world were still staring. Was Yen Chuan really dead? Many experts glanced at Xianying. Above Xianying, fate, merit, fortune, and Tao of fortune were still there. Everyone's eyes gathered again. He saw that there were things gathering towards the center of the void from all directions. They were pieces of minced meat. Yen Chuan's minced meat. Large amounts of minced meat quickly gathered in the center and gradually became one. Rumble! The minced meat changed shape and turned back into Yanchuan's appearance. Restored. The lotus goddess's expression changed. Explosive beast, explosion, restoration. Dongfang Bubi said in a low voice. He stepped onto the great emperor altar. Yanchuan clenched his fists and stared at the great reverend who was leaving. The great emperor altar was restoring Yanchuan's body. Great reverend? No one can take away my empress. So what if it's the first era? Yanchuan snorted. Yanchuan turned around and shot toward the northeast continent. At that moment, Yanchuan almost crushed the jade talisman of the Naga clan, but Yanchuan suppressed it. After all, the Naga clan's promise was to help as much as they could. But the current great reverend might be beyond their ability to deal with him. He might not be able to achieve what he wanted. The first era? The first era was too strong. He couldn't resist at all. Yanchuan's target was the Eastern sect. At the same time, when the world's heroes saw Yanchuan come back to life, they all heaved a sigh of relief. They weren't worried about Yanchuan, but about the great reverend's ability. If someone as strong as Yanchuan was killed without any resistance, the world would belong to the first era. Fortunately, Yanchuan was still alive, which meant that the great reverend might not be able to rule the world. In Xianying, Mou Shi and the others were crying tears of joy. As long as Yanchuan was fine, it was fine. Yanchuan headed straight for the Eastern sect. Dongfang Bubi and the Lotus Goddess also saw Yanchuan coming. Master, Yanchuan seems to be looking for you? The Lotus Goddess frowned. Yes. Dongfang Bubi nodded. What's he doing here? The great reverend is so powerful. Does he want you to help him take revenge? The Lotus Goddess frowned. Yanchuan deliberately killed the great reverend just now. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy. He wants to get rid of the great reverend first, then gather his strength to kill him. Dongfang Bubi nodded. He really wants to kill the great reverend now? The Lotus Goddess was surprised. Chapter 1541. Tian Mao and Emperor Min stopped Sha Di. Yulin chased after Jin Dayu. Unexpectedly, a golden sovereign appeared and punched Yulin away. Then he took Jin Dayu and left quickly. Where are you going? Yulin chased after them anxiously. On the other side, Sha Di looked at second brother and fifth brother and smiled faintly. Third brother, that's right. You have to remember that we are all Master's weapons. We are all Master's peerless divine weapons. We can't have our own independent consciousness. We belong to Master. Emperor Min said solemnly. I didn't say that I would betray Master. Sha Di said flatly. Third brother, you've changed a lot since you went to the Great Thousand World. You left your bloodline outside because you want to get rid of the divine realm one day, right? Emperor Min said, shaking his head. At the 17th level, one can comprehend the heavenly emergence Tao. Eldest brother and second brother are at the 17th level. Third brother, you are only one step away from the 17th level. As long as Jin Dayu is alive, one of his descendants will be reborn sooner or later. Emperor Min said. Meng Sanqing's descendants, except for Meng Zizi, have all stayed in the divine realm. They only follow Master's orders. Back then, you thought of another way out. That's why we chased after them. Third brother, wake up. Emperor Min advised. Tian Mao raised his eyebrows suddenly. Second brother, what's wrong? Baby, please open. Boom. The orange gourd behind Tian Mao suddenly shot out a light screen. On the light screen, the scene of Golden Sovereign attacking was shown. What? Golden Sovereign? Emperor Min's face changed. Third brother, you're really meticulous. Tian Mao said coldly. Second brother, you're meddling too much. Sha Di said coldly. Go, catch up with Yulin and kill Jin Dayu. Tian Mao said. Emperor Min rushed up to the sky. Where are you going? Sha Di rushed toward Emperor Min. Boom. Tian Mao stood in front of Sha Di. Third brother, if you continue to be stubborn, don't blame me for being merciless. Tian Mao said coldly. Sha Di looked cold and ferocious. Baby, please turn around. Swish. The Immortal slaying gourd immediately shot out the Immortal slaying flying saber, rushing straight toward the heavenly eye. Bastard! Boom! The two of them began to fight. Emperor Min, however, flew in a different direction. Sha Di chased after him while fighting. Tian Mao and Sha Di also left the divine world in the chaotic battle. The Calabash brothers left. At this moment, the heavens and earth rumbled. In the distance, Lord Qi was battling Yan Chuan. After a while, the world became clear again. Boom! An enormous aura descended from the sky. Honorable Qi returned with Hong Yun, Luo Luo, and Meng Sanxing. Boom! Heaven's might surged out. Greetings, my lord. Countless experts bowed respectfully from all directions. Meng Hongying, who had blocked Qi Master earlier, also knelt respectfully before him. The great reverend stood on a white lotus and looked around. Master, these are the leaders of the major forces of the Central Sky Continent. They have come to attend the ceremony and pay respects to Master. Hong Yun said respectfully. Everyone, take care of your duties and gather the Middle Heaven Continent. Honorable Qi said calmly. Tens of thousands of experts bowed respectfully. The group of experts quickly returned to their respective territories with boundless devotion to Honorable Qi. It was foreseeable that the entire Central Sky Continent would soon pay respects to Honorable Qi. Honorable Qi stood on the White Lotus and looked at the Great Thousand World and then at the Great Evil World. Finally, his gaze seemed to be able to penetrate the two worlds and look at the Great Kindness World of the Netherworld. The three corpses are about to merge? Honorable Qi frowned. Master, too many changes have happened in the world in the years since Master ascended. We have experienced 4 eras. Hong Yun said respectfully. Oh. Then Hong Yun respectfully described some of the major events that had happened in the world in the past few years and the birth of many peerless experts. Boom. While Hong Yun was talking, a Rot-Tan monster suddenly flew in from the west. Wow! The Rot-Tan monster arrived and bowed respectfully to Honorable Qi. Boom, boom, boom. One by one, the Rot-Tan monsters returned. There were 7 of them in total. They formed a huge sea of Rot-Tan monsters. Around the northeast continent, eastern sect. Yan Chuan flew over quickly. From afar, he could see 2 types of power gathering above the eastern sect. Merit and Providence each occupied half the sky. Merit and Providence condensed into a golden dragon. But at this moment, the golden dragon was extremely restless. It was trapped by the power of the stars. Standing in midair, Yan Chuan looked for a while and finally looked at Dongfang Bubi, who was at the entrance of a hall. Yan Chuan greets sect leader Dongfang. Yan Chuan said solemnly, "Please." Dongfang Bubi said, "Bush." Yan Chuan stepped in front of Dongfang Bubi. Lotus deity stood behind Dongfang Bubi. Lotus deity stared at Yan Chuan, resentment flashing in her eyes. But in the end, she could only sigh. Yan Chuan glanced at Lotus deity and was not too surprised. After all, Yan Chuan already knew about Lotus deity's whereabouts. After one glance, he stopped paying attention and stared at Dongfang Bubi. "Thank you, sect leader Dongfang, for your help in facing the enemy," Yan Chuan said solemnly. Regardless of the final result, Dongfang Bubi had helped him. It was nothing. Furthermore, I snatched Lotus deity from you in the past. Dongfang Bubi said indifferently. Yan Chuan nodded and said, "I have something to discuss with you this time." Dongfang Bubi looked at Yan Chuan. "I'm sure sect leader Dongfang knows my purpose," Yan Chuan said solemnly. "Tell me." "Kill him, Honorable Qi," Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Dongfang Bubi stared at Yan Chuan with narrowed eyes. The peerless experts of the first epoch have begun to be reborn. The first to be reborn is Great Supremacy. Great Supremacy's rebirth disrupted the world's operations. In the past, she was the embodiment of the world's providence. Now that she has been reborn, the providence will definitely return to her. I'm sure sect leader Dongfang doesn't want your providence to disappear, right? Yan Chuan explained. You want me to help you kill Great Supremacy? Dongfang Bubi stared at Yan Chuan. Great Supremacy's strength is monstrous. I'm sure the world knows about the previous battle. I just want to take back my wife, Zizi. I don't care about anything else. Inviting sect leader Dongfang is just one of the reasons. I will also invite other peerless experts of the world to attend the Supremacy Slaughtering Assembly, Yen Chuan said solemnly. Supremacy Slaughtering Assembly? Dongfang Bubi seemed interested. Supremacy Slaughtering Assembly. Yen Chuan nodded affirmatively. Lotus deity sneered and said, Supremacy Slaughtering Assembly? Huh, do you think all the experts of the world will go crazy with you? Dongfang Bubi frowned slightly, unhappy that Lotus deity interrupted. Master, please forgive me. Lotus deity immediately stopped talking. If I say it, I will naturally do it. Yen Chuan nodded affirmatively. Chapter 1542. Netherworld, North Outer Continent, Chujiang Hall. Zombie Yen Chuan stood in front of Nether River Patriarch with his hands behind his back. The two seemed to have talked about something, and Ice God, who was behind Nether River Patriarch, looked surprised. Nether River Patriarch frowned and looked up at the sky. Honorable Slaughtering Assembly? Nether River Patriarch narrowed his eyes. Yen Chuan invited you. Nether River Patriarch, are you willing to go? Zombie Yen Chuan asked. Nether River Patriarch looked at the sky and was silent for a while. Have you thought about it? Nether River Patriarch suddenly looked at Yen Chuan seriously. Yes. Yen Chuan nodded affirmatively. Honorable Qi is the main force against fate. If you want to kill her, you have to sharpen a sharper blade to replace her. Nether River Patriarch said. All the powerhouses in the world can replace her to fight fate. Yen Chuan said solemnly. Nether River Patriarch smiled and said, It's not that simple. You want to invite all the heroes in the world to kill Honorable Qi. You have to understand that Honorable Qi is not like others. When you kill her, fate might appear. Fate? Yen Chuan was slightly stunned. Isn't Bai Huang's death the first time fate appeared? Zhong Shan, the great Thousand Domain Lord, should have faced it directly before. Nether River Patriarch shook his head. Yen Chuan nodded and finally said, I will take the lead this time. Are you willing to go to the Honorable Slaughtering Assembly? Of course, why not? I also want to see what fate is like. Nether River Patriarch said with a smile. Yang Realm, North Outer Continent. Great Thousand Domain. In a palace, Yen Chuan and Zhong Shan sat facing each other, each holding a cup of tea. Fate? Zhong Shan frowned slightly. How is it? Before the four realms merged into one, I did fight fate once. However, that should only be a part of fate's consciousness. It was very powerful. At that time, one of its consciousnesses appeared in Wuji outside the Great Thousand Domain. It was vast and majestic, and the Great Thousand Domain was under such great pressure that all the people in the world fainted. It erased all the people's memories of it. Zhong Shan said. He disappeared after achieving his goal. I didn't fight against him for long. Zhong Shan said. I understand. Yen Chuan nodded. Several days later. Heavenly Demon World, in front of Fuxi. Yen Chuan handed over a jade talisman and said, I don't need you to deal with the Great Lord. I only need you to protect my wife, ZZ, and her spirit that hasn't melted yet. ZZ's consciousness is still there? Fuxi asked indifferently. Yes, because Empress ZZ's statue is still above the clouds of Dezhen's providence. Yen Chuan affirmed. Alright. Fuxi nodded. Around southeast continent. At the peak of a huge mountain. The Shadi carried the immortal slaying gourd and stood in front of Golden Emperor and Jin Dayu. Tian Mo, Emperor Min, and Jade Qilin surrounded the three of them. Old Third, don't be stubborn. Tian Mao said coldly. Third brother, now that things have come to this, you have nowhere to run. Sovereign Min advised. Sha Di sneered and looked at Tian Mao. Second brother, I understand. Your gourd allows you to see anywhere in the world. No one can hide from you. You've killed most of my descendants. Now I'm the only one left. Second brother, please be merciful. Sha Di said in a deep voice. Tian Mao said coldly. Second brother, the seven of us were born from the same vine. I don't want to destroy this relationship, but Jin Dayu is my only descendant. I have to protect him. I know you're at the 17th heaven, but I still want to try. Sha Di said coldly. As he spoke, Sha Di released a fierce aura and rushed toward Tian Mao. Tian Mao's eyes turned cold. Yu Lin and Emperor Min looked at Tian Mao. Well, old third, do you really want to challenge me? Tian Mao said coldly. Second brother, please. Sha Di flew 100 feet and didn't fly any higher. Tian Mao turned to look at Yu Lin and Emperor Min. Wait for me to come back. Don't attack. The two of them answered. Boom. Sha Di and Tian Mao soared into the sky and rushed into the heavenly demon region. Boom. The two of them entered Wuji and started fighting. When the two of them rushed into heavenly demon region, Yan Chuan had just finished talking with Fushi. He turned around and saw the two gourd brothers fighting. Sha Di was at the peak of the 16th heaven, but he was extremely fierce as if he was born to fight. Tian Mao was at the 17th heaven, so he was naturally much stronger than Sha Di. The two brothers were fighting fiercely in Wuji. Although there was no sound, one could feel the peerless power of the Tao just by looking at the strength of the two. Below, Yu Lin and Emperor Min stared at Golden Emperor and Jin Dayu. Golden Emperor closed his eyes and recovered from his injuries. He hadn't recovered from his injuries from the battle with Jian Ao, but he had come to help Sha Di. Now that he stopped fighting, he naturally needed to recover. However, Jin Dayu was anxious. Looking at the two gourd brothers, Jin Dayu's eyes were filled with hatred. At the same time, he was worried about his ancestor. The four of them waited for a day. Above the starry sky, Sha Di and Tian Mao both fell. Boom. When the two of them fell, a large area of the ground collapsed. Sha Di's face was covered with blood and he looked fierce. Tian Mao's hair was disheveled, and he was in a mess. Well done. Tian Mao looked at Sha Di in surprise. Second brother? Yu Lin and Emperor Min both came over. Sha Di shook his head. Second brother, you're at the 17th heaven. I can't defeat you, but it's not that easy for you to defeat me. Humph. Tian Mao snorted. The fierce look on Sha Di's face gradually disappeared. He said bitterly, Second brother, I know what you're worried about. I'm still at the 16th heaven and can't immortalize. I'm willing to destroy my consciousness now. I only beg you to let Jin Dayu go. Destroy your consciousness? Yu Lin suddenly exclaimed. Tian Mao was also surprised. Ancestor, what are you doing? Jin Dayu exclaimed. Sha Di looked at Jin Dayu and smiled bitterly. Then he said seriously, Jin Dayu, you must live. As he spoke, Sha Di took out a small ball and handed it to Jin Dayu. I've prepared this for you. Read its information later. Sha Di turned around and looked at Tian Mao again. Second brother, I'll obliterate my consciousness and turn into a peerless divine weapon with no consciousness. This way you can rest assured, right? I only beg you to let Jin Dayu go. Sha Di said seriously. Tian Mao's face twitched. Finally, he said bitterly, Third brother, why are you doing this? Second brother, please fulfill my wish. Sha Di said again. Third brother, why? Why are you sacrificing yourself for your descendant? This isn't your style. Emperor Min was puzzled. You don't understand my world. After being reincarnated into Luya in the Great Thousand World, I've understood many things that I didn't understand before, Sha Di said with a smile. Chapter 1543. You don't understand my world. After being reincarnated into Luya in the Great Thousand World, I have understood many things that I didn't know before, Sha Di said with a smile. Second brother, please fulfill my wish. Sha Di said again. Tian Mao, Emperor Min, and Yu Lin stared at Sha Di with a frown. They could not understand what Sha Di was thinking. Sacrificing himself to fulfill his descendants? What a joke. However, Sha Di actually made such a request. Third brother, are you crazy? Yu Lin exclaimed. Third brother, please think twice. Emperor Min said anxiously. However, Sha Di stared at Tian Mao. Second brother, please fulfill my wish. Sha Di said solemnly. Tian Mao looked at Jin Dayu, who was in shock, and his face darkened. Sha Di was willing to give up his life for Jin Dayu? Second brother, please fulfill my wish. Shadi emphasized for the third time. Yu Lin and Emperor Min were extremely anxious. Tian Mao closed his eyes and pondered. All right, you chose your own path. Tian Mao nodded at last. Second brother? Emperor Min and Yu Lin exclaimed. However, Shadi looked relieved. Second brother, I'm honest. You can do it. Erase my consciousness. Shadi said with a smile. Shadi walked to Tian Mao with the immortal slaying gourd on his back. Tian Mao had a complicated look on his face. Eventually, he put his hand on Shadi's head. Shadi turned his head and looked at Jin Dayu. Jin Dayu, remember to live on. Don't let me down. Ancestor. Jin Dayu's eyes were wet. Golden Emperor, thank you so much for your help. Please send Jin Dayu to Xianyang. Shadi asked sincerely. Golden Emperor's eyelids twitched. He could not understand why Shadi was seeking his own death. Don't worry. Golden Emperor nodded. Tian Mao exerted his strength and orange light shot out from his palm toward Shadi's head. Buzz. Shadi did not resist and allowed Tian Mao to erase his consciousness. The immortal slaying gourd trembled. However, after sensing that Shadi did not resist, it gradually calmed down. Boom. With a loud bang, Shadi's eyes suddenly became hollow. Ancestor. Jin Dayu's Jiaohu. However, Shadi could no longer speak. Second brother? Both Sovereign Min and Yu Lin looked pained. At this moment, the Slayer's consciousness had been wiped out, and his body was under the control of the heavenly eyes. Sigh, perhaps you shouldn't have developed consciousness in the first place. Heaven's Eye said indifferently. Sovereign Min and Yu Lin clenched their teeth and looked at Jin Dayu together. It's you. You bastard. You killed my third brother, said Emperor Min coldly. The murderous aura of the two rushed towards Jin Dayu, as though they were going to avenge the Shadi. Although the Shadi had asked for death and had been killed by the Sky Eye, the two of them could not help but blame Jin Dayu. Me? It's you who killed my ancestor. Jin Dayu roared. Humph. You're the one who killed my third brother. I want you to die with him. Emperor Min said coldly. Jin Dayu quivered. Although Jin Dayu's strength had reached the 14th heavenly layer, he was still a far cry from the two of them. You promised my ancestor. You want to go back on your word? Jin Dayu asked in surprise. Go back on my word? Humph. My third brother is dead. As long as I avenge him, I don't care about anything else. Emperor Min said in a low voice. Golden Sovereign? Jin Dayu suddenly looked at Golden Sovereign. After all, the Shadi had asked Golden Emperor to take care of him before his death. Golden Emperor, we didn't promise my third brother that we wouldn't kill you. Emperor Min threatened. Golden Emperor looked at the unconscious body of the Shadi, then at the three experts of the divine world, and then at the heaven continent, where Senior Chi was. Finally, Golden Emperor said with a wry smile, I'm sorry. When the Shadi is alive, we owe you a favor. When the Shadi is dead, we owe you nothing. Golden Emperor? Jin Dayu said angrily with his eyes wide open. Does Golden Emperor want to stay out of this? Was my promise to the Slayer fake? Since it's a private matter of the divine realm, I shall not disturb you any further. Golden Sovereign said. Emperor Min and Yu Lin nodded with satisfaction. Boom. Golden Emperor left suddenly. Seeing Golden Emperor's ruthlessness, Jin Dayu turned into a golden crow and flew toward the east. Go. Where are you going? Emperor Min snorted. He did not even use the gourd. With a sway of his body, Sovereign Min suddenly appeared above Jin Dayu. He extended his hand and struck at Jin Dayu. The void collapsed. The power of this palm was not something that Jin Dayu could withstand. What? Jin Dayu screamed in despair. Boom. The void was torn apart by the huge impact. Emperor Min, who had hit him with his palm, flew backward. Jin Dayu was fine. A figure appeared in front of Jin Dayu and blocked Emperor Min's attack. Who is it? Emperor Min screamed as he flew backward. The void slowly recovered, revealing Yan Chuan's figure. Great Emperor! Jin Dayu said in surprise. Yan Chuan looked at the three people coldly and said, The divine world's reputation is indeed untrustworthy. Yanchuan? Yu Lin and Emperor Min said seriously. Emperor Min, Yu Lin, come back. Heaven Eye shouted. Second brother. The two people flew forward. Heaven Eye looked at Yanchuan and said, It's Emperor Yan. I saw what happened just now. But it's fine if you don't keep your promise to others, but you also break your promise to your brother? Yanchuan said coldly. The sky eyes looked coldly at Jin Deyu for a while, and then at the Slayer's body that was like a puppet. Shadi's consciousness is gone. Let this little bastard live. Heaven Eye said indifferently. Second brother? Emperor Min and Yu Lin were still reluctant. Yanchuan said, Shadi's consciousness is gone. I wonder if you can keep your promise to the divine world? Heaven Eye raised his eyebrows. Open the seal on the giant egg and let me choose anything in the divine world. I chose Shadi. Do you still want to deny it? Yanchuan asked again. Ha! Emperor Min burst into laughter. Although my third brother's consciousness is gone, he's still a peerless divine weapon. How can we let you have him? Yu Lin sneered. Has the divine world decided to go back on their word? Yanchuan asked again. What do you want? Heaven Eye said coldly. 20 days later, I will go to the divine world and seek justice. Yanchuan said seriously. Go to the divine world? Ha! Emperor Min laughed disdainfully. With the great revered Qi in charge, if Yanchuan came, wasn't that just courting death? Emperor Min, Heaven Eye, and Yu Lin were also disdainful. Jin Deyu, let's go. Yanchuan ignored them. The two turned and headed east. Sky Eye coldly watched Yanchuan's group leave. In the end, he didn't choose to continue the chase. Let's go. Heaven Eye took the two people and one corpse and flew to the divine world in the Middle Sky continent. A few days later, in a hall in Xianying, Yanchuan, Giga Zi, the Nether King, Fu Su, Mo Yushi, and others were standing there. Everyone looked at Jin Deyu. Great Emperor, my ancestor left this item for me. He told me to read it in the future. Jin Deyu said as he took out the small ball. The Shadi? He is resolute and not the kind of person who will die at will. Dizi shook his head and said, How is the array outside? Yanchuan asked. Don't worry, Great Emperor. This hall is completely isolated. No one can peek inside or even deduce. Gigu Zi said seriously. Yanchuan nodded. Open it, Jin Deyu. Yanchuan said. Jin Deyu nodded and squeezed the small ball in his hand. Crack. A crack appeared on the small ball. Boom! Suddenly, a surge of murderous aura rushed out from the crack and instantly filled the entire hall. Screech! A saber radiance suddenly flew out. It was so fast that everyone in the hall was shocked. The immortal slaying flying saber? Gigu Zi was shocked. A golden saber flew out and floated in the air. The saber had eyebrows and eyes and a murderous aura shot out. Isn't this the immortal slaying flying saber in the immortal slaying gourd? The immortal slaying flying saber flew in the hall for a while and gradually changed its shape. Buzz! The immortal slaying flying saber turned into a transparent human figure. The Shadi! The Nether King said in surprise. My ancestor? Jin Deyu said in surprise. The human figure was the original form of the Shadi. Phew! The Slayer's virtual shadow let out a long sigh. He still looked frightened. Then he laughed. Ha! The Shadi's phantom laughed. Everyone waited quietly for a while. After the Shadi vented his excitement, he turned around and looked at everyone. Thank you for your help. The Shadi said with a smile. You're the Shadi? The consciousness of the Shadi? Yanchuan said with a frown. Yes, I'm the Shadi. Only a part of my consciousness is left. But I managed to escape. The Shadi's consciousness said with a smile. Oh, then the consciousness that the third eye destroyed was? That was the consciousness of the immortal slaying flying saber. Over the years, I have refined the consciousness of the immortal slaying flying saber into my doppelganger. My consciousness entered the immortal slaying flying saber and escaped. The Shadi's consciousness said in a deep voice. Ancestor, you're fine. That's great. Jin Deyu said excitedly. The Shadi nodded. Escaped? Yan Chuan looked at the Shadi. That's right. Peerless godly weapons. Hehe, we're all refined by His Majesty, no, by Great Master. We're just weapons. We don't belong to ourselves. It's not the end yet. The 7 of us will merge into one and become a real peerless godly weapon. At that time, everyone's consciousness will be united and no one will be the other. The Shadi said in a deep voice. Oh. Maybe I've fallen. I just don't want my current consciousness to disappear. Since I've been born, I should live forever instead of being someone's tool. The Shadi said with a gloomy face. The carefree life, that's what I want the most. Sooner or later, my consciousness will be destroyed. I'd rather fight for it. The Shadi said solemnly. In the hall, everyone looked at each other with a hint of joy on their faces. The Shadi, Yan Chuan, sincerely invite you to join the Slaughtering Master's assembly and kill the Great Master. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Kill the Great Master? The Shadi's expression changed. Then his eyes gradually became firm. Okay. Chapter 1544. The Shadi had to agree to the alliance. He had betrayed the Great Master and there was no turning back. However, I need a body as a temporary host. The Shadi said solemnly. That's okay. Most of the leaders of the demons in the great evil world were experts in the 15th heaven. You can host all of them. Yan Chuan said seriously. After defeating the Lotus God, the Lord of the Abyss had exchanged his body for a group of peerless experts in the great evil world. The Shadi shook his head and said, No, I want Jean Deyu. Jean Deyu frowned. Don't worry. I won't take over your body. After this battle, I can even take back my original body. The Shadi said in a deep voice. Yan Chuan was confused. My consciousness has been entrusted to this immortal slaying flying saber. Speaking of which, it's for the day when I can reclaim my body. Jean Deyu is my descendant. We share the same bloodline and origin. I can use him to the greatest extent. When I take back my body, Jean Deyu will be as good as new, the Shadi said affirmatively. Yan Chuan stared at the Shadi for a while. After making sure that the Shadi was not hiding anything, he looked at Jean Deyu. Ancestor, I'm willing. Please use my body. Jean Deyu nodded affirmatively. Jean Deyu knew that if the Shadi wanted to harm him, he would have been dead long ago. He could not have saved him so many times. But the Shadi nodded. The shadow walked to Jean Deyu. While everyone was worried about him, Buzz, the Shadi immediately invaded Jean Deyu's body. A strong willpower was emitted from Jean Deyu's body. Boom! A wave of air suddenly surged around Jean Deyu. Apparently, his cultivation had been greatly improved. Jean Deyu closed his eyes and lowered his head. After a while, he slowly raised his head and opened his eyes. Boom! 2 ferocious gazes shot out from his eyes, causing the space in front of him to tremble. The immortal slaying flying saber is indeed extraordinary. Gigu Z exclaimed. The Shadi's incarnation, Jean Deyu, nodded. Yen Di, I don't know how you're doing, but I want to tell you that the Great Master will have 3 peerless divine weapons. The Shadi said solemnly. The first one is for us 7 brothers to combine into a peerless divine weapon. The second one is the fusion of the 7 vine demons into a peerless divine weapon. The third one is the 7-colored sacred mountain. It will transform into a peerless divine weapon. They are all at the peak of the 17th level heaven. I think the Great Supremacy will absorb all the fate in the world and use it to nourish the 3 peerless godly weapons, hoping that they can all break through to the 18th level heaven. The Shadi said. 18th layer of heaven? Yan Chuan's eyes narrowed. There is still time. Yendi, hurry up. Shadi said. I got it. Yan Chuan nodded. With the birth of the great exalted Qi, the fate of the world began to surge. All the luck in the 4 major worlds was flowing toward the Zhongtian continent, the first world. Surging luck was like a surging river. In the sky above the middle sky continent, there were countless golden lights, and luck was overflowing. In the past, the luck of the heaven world was far worse than here. The various academies were all Jiaohu. All the luck was gone in the blink of an eye. The great evil world and the great thousand world were fine, but the yang realm of the great kindness world was in chaos at the moment. Many emperors were at a loss. In the world, only the heaven world and the eastern sect could lock up the fate of the world. The 20th day was coming soon. Yen Chuan looked up at the struggling golden dragon of luck in the sky. His loyal companion in the past had to submit to the great supremacy now? People of the great perfection world, raise your right hand and borrow my power. Yen Chuan shouted. Boom! Yen Chuan's voice suddenly spread all over the world. At this moment, the people of the great perfection world were very convinced by Yen Chuan. They quickly raised their right hand, and surging power rushed toward the golden dragon of luck in Zhang. Rumble! The surging power poured in, carrying the will of the people of the great perfection world. The golden dragon of luck expanded several times. The golden dragon of luck roared in pain, trying to break free from the will of the people of the world and enter the middle heaven continent, but the will of the people was too strong. It controlled the golden dragon of luck. Boom! The surging power rushed toward Yen Chuan's body. Yen Chuan's body suddenly expanded. He stepped on the two great emperor altars, locked up the power, and looked at the middle heaven continent. In the great Qin city of the netherworld, zombie Yen Chuan also gathered the power of the world, locked up the fate, and absorbed it into his body. Yin Yang open! Gigu Zi shouted. Boom! Zombie Yen Chuan was sent into the Yang realm by Gigu Zi using Feng Shui. The two Yen Chuan carried surging power. Let's go! The human Yen Chuan shouted. Boom! The human Yen Chuan and zombie Yen Chuan instantly headed toward the middle heaven continent. At the same time, in the outer north continent, Zhong Shan absorbed the power of the world into his body and stepped toward the middle heaven continent. In the northeast continent, Dongfang Bubi had the lotus god swallow all the fate and head toward the middle heaven continent. In the outer south continent, Jiangshan looked and also stepped toward the middle heaven continent. One by one, the powerhouses quickly headed toward the middle heaven continent. In the middle heaven continent, the great lord sat on a white lotus and stretched out his hand to control the endless fate for his own use. Not far away, the rainbow divine mountain split into 7 pieces and quickly rumbled. Boom! The rainbow divine mountain collided, and the surging fate above was drawn down as endless power gathered. Mountain god, wake up, the great lord said calmly. Rumble! The 7-colored divine mountain rumbled. A loud roar filled the sky, and the entire Yang realm suddenly shook. A small portion of the surging fate was immediately absorbed. Gradually, a dark-skinned old man with white hair appeared. Although the old man's face was old, his body was extremely sturdy. His figure condensed and emitted a monstrous ferocious aura. As soon as the monstrous ferocious aura appeared, countless heavenly realm disciples all knelt down. The mountain god stomped his foot. Rumble! Suddenly, countless stone mountains in the central territory soared into the sky. It was as if they were born to control the mountains. The mountain god of the peerless divine weapon greets the great lord, the mountain god said respectfully. The great lord nodded. He waved his hand and immediately, the same fate rushed toward the 7 vine demons. Rumble! The 7 vine demons quickly merged, and the surging fate surrounded them. Rumble! The 7 vine demons merged into one and gradually transformed into the appearance of a handsome man. The man exuded the same ferocious aura as the mountain god. When the man waved his hand, countless vines rushed into the sky and the entire central territory instantly turned green. The vine god of the peerless divine weapon greets the great lord. The vine god said respectfully. The great lord nodded. He was satisfied. Hong Yun, Tian Mao, and the others stood respectfully in front of the great lord. Merge, I can already smell fate. The great lord said solemnly. Fate is about to appear? Meng Sanxing's expression changed. However, soon, except for Shadi's numb body, the other 6 people immediately said respectfully, yes. The 7 of them gathered together. Boom! Once again, the surging fate rushed down and poured into the 7 people's bodies. Rumble! Endless light bloomed on their bodies. Under the intense tremor, the light was so dazzling that no one could see what was inside. Boom! The endless fate converged. The interior was exposed again. The 7 people had disappeared and turned into a young man in a golden robe. The young man had golden hair and carried a golden gourd on his back. The King Kong of the peerless divine weapon greets the great lord. The young man in the golden robe bowed respectfully. The mountain god, the vine god, and the King Kong stood respectfully in front of the great lord. There are some people in the world who sees a large amount of fate. This is also the reason why you can't reach the perfect level 18. Kill them and seize their fate, and you can reach the level 18. The great lord said solemnly. The 3 of them answered. However, even so, at the level 17, you are at the peak of perfection. With your special physiques, you can fight against the level 18. The great lord said with satisfaction. Thank you, great lord, the 3 of them said respectfully. We will not disappoint you. We will kill the people who are guarding the fate as soon as possible to strengthen ourselves. The mountain god said solemnly. No need, they are already here. The great lord smiled faintly. After that, 2 figures from the east arrived first. It was the 2 Yenchuan. They stepped on the great emperor's altar and stopped in front of the great lord. Boom! A strong wind blew, and the surrounding righteousness drifted. In this life, although the great lord had given his fate to the 3 peerless divine weapons, there was still endless righteousness for him to use. Yenchuan, you dare to come? The King Kong with the golden gourd on his back said coldly. Countless experts in the realm of the gods wanted to rush over, but Yenchuan's aura was too strong. Apart from the 3 peerless divine weapons, no one could get close. Yenchuan looked at the 3 peerless divine weapons. Finally, he looked at the great lord. Although it was the great lord, it was ZZ's body. Yenchuan's eyes flashed with pain. The great lord, the human Yenchuan said solemnly. You are not dead? You are indeed a variable. The great lord said lightly. The 10 great divine beasts were all variables, and their respective superpowers were also variables. I want to thank the great lord for your disdain last time, but this time, there is no more chance. Yenchuan said in a low voice. The great lord said lightly. The first era? The experts of the first era transformed into the cultivators of the world. They were originally admired by the world, just like you, the great lord. In this life, you were reborn. Other than me, you were admired by the world. Unfortunately, you wanted to take back all the fate of the world and destroy the foundation of the world's major forces. Admiration became a mortal enemy. Yenchuan said solemnly. The fate of the world was originally mine. The great lord said solemnly. I know, but unfortunately, you have already spread it out. How can you take it back? It is like a mortal tycoon who has spread his money to the people of Zhou, but now wants to take it back. Won't the people of Zhou see him as an enemy? Yenchuan said with a smile. While they were talking, beams of light shot out from all directions. Boom, boom. Dongfang Bubi, Lotus Goddess, Zhongshan, Wujiong, Jiangchen, Golden Emperor, Jindayu, Huang, and the Nether River Patriarch came one after another. The arrival of the heroes stirred up a storm. A murderous aura gathered in the Central Territory. Chapter 1545. Wujiong didn't plan to come to the Central Territory. Although his fate didn't listen to him, Senior Qi was too strong. How could he stop him? However, when he saw the experts of the world coming, Wujiong finally came. Whether he fought or not was one thing, but whether he came or not was another. Yenchuan had personally invited all the heroes of the world. No matter what the result was, it would shock the world. If Senior Qi won, the great Zhou domain would be inferior to the world. If Senior Qi lost, the world's fate would be redistributed. Apart from Wujiong, Jiangchen was the same. Jiangchen didn't come to defeat Senior Qi. He didn't even plan to interfere. Many people had such thoughts. Yenchuan also understood that these people had different thoughts, but Yenchuan didn't care. Just like the Golden Emperor? Previously he was afraid of Senior Qi and went back on his word. Why would he fight Senior Qi now? Senior Chi looked coldly at the group in front of him. Juniors of the various epochs? Senior Chi said indifferently. A trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. These three are your peerless divine weapons, right? Senior Chi, since you've come out, are you ready to face the world? Yen Chuan said coldly. Senior Chi looked at Yen Chuan in human form. You came prepared indeed. You want to take back my body? That's my wife. I can't let her wander outside. Yen Chuan said coldly. The Great Exalted scanned the group of experts and said indifferently, if that's the case, come at me. Let me see which peerless experts have been born in the various eras. Not far away, Zhongshan was the first to speak. Fourth epoch, Great Thousand World, Challenge Mountain God. Zhongshan narrowed his eyes, and a fighting spirit shot out of them. That's great. If I take your fate, I can break through to the 18th layer of heaven. Mountain God immediately answered heartily. Senior Chi watched quietly from the side. Yen Chuan, on the other hand, looked at him gratefully. After all, Zhongshan was the first to speak. The Supremacy Slaughter meeting had truly begun. Second epoch, Dongfang Cult, Challenge Vine God. Dongfang Bubi said indifferently. Lotus God stepped forward and glared at Vine God. Hee, sect leader Dongfang? Lotus Goddess? The Vine God did not think much of it. The great senior nodded and swept his gaze over the others. Fourth epoch, Undying Sect, I challenge Vajra. The emperor suddenly said. Fourth epoch, Great Celestial Realm, I challenge Vajra. Jin Dayu suddenly said. Jin Dayu? Ha! King Kong suddenly laughed disdainfully. You killed my ancestor. Even if I die, I will avenge my ancestor. Jin Dayu said with hatred. You overestimate yourself. King Kong said coldly. Then King Kong looked at Huang. Little girl, you want to attack me too? King Kong said coldly. The emperor smiled coldly. A gust of saber intent rushed out. Boom. As soon as the powerful saber will was unleashed, the surrounding awe-inspiring righteous chi immediately collapsed. The expressions of the group of experts suddenly turned solemn. The emperor's growth was too fast, wasn't it? Only Jiangchen, Patriarch Nether River, the Golden Great Emperor, and Wu Jiong remained. The great senior glanced at the four of them. Beside him, Yen Chuan said, No need to look. I will challenge you. The great senior was slightly taken aback. Wu Jiong and the others were also slightly taken aback. Yen Chuan? Challenging the great senior? Not long ago, wasn't Yen Chuan unable to fight back in front of the great senior? Now, he actually dared to challenge the great senior? This is the world we share. In such a battle, the world will certainly collapse. Enter Peerless Realm. Yen Chuan said. The great senior smiled strangely and finally nodded. Boom. A group of experts rushed into the sky and into the starry sky. Soon, they rushed into the heavenly demon world and entered Peerless Realm. In the heavenly demon world, Fushi stepped forward, leading Snake Spirit, Meng Rongrong, and a group of subordinates to stand on the peak of a mountain and watch the battlefield in Peerless Realm. Once they entered Peerless Realm, Zhongshan was the first to attack. A large saber slashed at Mountain God. Heavenly rule, myriad waves. Boom. The long saber seemed to have slashed 10,000 times in an instant. The same trajectory stacked up and slashed at Mountain God. Mountain God's face darkened and he stomped his foot. All of a sudden, huge mountains appeared in all directions. Mountain God used his fist to hit Zhongshan's saber. Boom. Under the huge collision, tens of thousands of huge mountains collapsed with a loud bang. Such power! Mountain God's face darkened. Not bad. Zhongshan said solemnly. Boom. The two experts took the lead in the battle. On the other side, Lotus God stepped into the void. Countless lotus flowers bloomed in Peerless Realm and surrounded Vine God. Vine God waved his hand and countless vines appeared in all directions, rushing toward the countless lotus flowers. Boom. The Lotus Sea and the Vine Sea intertwined. Lotus God against Vine God. Dongfang Bubi stood on a lotus flower not far away, as if he was guarding Lotus God. As for Emperor, he didn't like to speak much. The long saber in his hand slashed fiercely at King Kong. Boom! The golden gourd suddenly blocked in front of him. Thousands of sparks shot out. Jin Dayu flew to the side, waiting for an opportunity. Rumble! The three battlefields began to fight. Yen Chuan also came in front of Air Lord. With your cultivation, if you could challenge me, you would have used all your strength last time. This time, you must have something to rely on, right? Air Lord said lightly. Yen Chuan smiled and turned his head. Suddenly, a sea of blood appeared in all directions. Yen Chuan's hair once again draped over his waist. The sea of blood expanded and burst out. Although Peerless Realm was constantly being consumed, the sea of blood continued to surge. Yen Chuan's body was even covered with a layer of blood-colored armor. Blood Sea superpower? This isn't the Blood Sea superpower from before, right? Air Lord said in a deep voice. From this sea of blood, Honorable Qi could feel a boundless power. This is the primeval sea of blood that I borrowed from Nether River Patriarch. Yen Chuan said. Oh. Air Lord looked at Nether River Patriarch, who was watching the battle not far away. Nether River Patriarch smiled. Nether River of the Third Era. Greetings, Air Lord. Here are some superpowers for you to appraise. As he spoke, a vast black river suddenly rushed out from behind Yen Chuan in the distance. The rolling black river went against the flow, emitting a monstrous will. Wherever the black river passed, the righteous energy was polluted and dissolved. Nether River Great Tao? Air Lord's expression changed. For the first time, Air Lord took it seriously. This is my Blood Sea, Nether River. Air Lord, I hope you can break it and find a flaw for me. Nether River Patriarch said confidently. Not far away, Jiangchen and the others looked over solemnly. Yen Chuan wasn't done yet. With a wave of his hand, countless stars once again revolved in his palm. Behind him, a towering cypress tree suddenly appeared beside the Black River. As it spun, all the stars in the first realm lit up brightly, surging with stellar power. Not only in the shallow star layer, but also in the deep star layer, all 3,000 stars lit up. Air Lord's eyes narrowed as he looked at Dongfang Bubi. I lend the power of the stars of the Second Era to Yen Chuan. I hope Air Lord can find a flaw for me. Dongfang Bubi smiled. Standing on the great emperor's altar, Yen Chuan's surging power erupted, gradually enveloping Air Lord. The two Yen Chuan stood above the Blood Sea. They gazed at Air Lord. Primeval Blood Sea, rise! Yen Chuan roared. The Blood Sea, which was already roaring, suddenly swelled and quickly enveloped the grand air supremacy from all directions. Stellar power, break! Yen Chuan roared. Boom! Surging stellar power rushed toward Air Lord. The sea of blood surged and enveloped the two Yen Chuan and the great Lord of Qi in a ball of blood. Rumble! The giant ball rumbled. Yen Chuan wasn't the only one fighting. Dongfang Bubi and the Nether River Patriarch's combat arts were involved as well. Both Dongfang Bubi and the Nether River Patriarch stared at the Blood Sea with grave expressions. Others couldn't see what was inside, but these two peerless experts could sense everything through their combat arts. The Blood Sea shook violently. The power of the first, second, third, and fourth eras clashed fiercely. It's sealed, so we can't see inside. How boring! Jiangchen said coolly. Jiangchen also wanted to see the battle inside, but the Nether River Patriarch's Blood Sea wasn't so easy to spy on. If you're interested, Emperor Jiangchen, you can test it out for yourself in the future. Nether River Patriarch smiled. Very well. Jiangchen smiled. The two of them chatted casually, as if they hadn't noticed the ferocity of the battle at all. On the other side, Zhongshan fought Shanshan fiercely. Mountains and a sea of blades clashed. Neither of the two peerless experts was willing to concede defeat. Emperors were at a disadvantage against Vajra, but emperors' abilities grew in adversity. As they were suppressed to the point where they could catch their breath and slowly strengthen themselves. Jin Dayu held the Divine Emperor Bell, ready to provide assistance at any time. Only Wu Jiong and the Golden Emperor remained silent. The two of them looked at the battlefield. Wu Jiong clenched his fists, jealousy flashing through his eyes. Why didn't such a huge power belong to him? Wu Jiong could only stare helplessly. As for the Golden Emperor, his expression gradually became complicated. The Golden Emperor held a shrunken virtuous seal in his palm, but he didn't make a move. He looked at the battlefield in silence. In the distance, the Lotus Goddess fought the Vine God. The Lotus Goddess was still at a disadvantage. The Vine God's strength suppressed the Lotus Goddess. However, just as the Lotus Goddess was about to retreat, Dongfang Bubi suddenly flicked his finger. The Lotus Goddess's power surged, suddenly blocking the Vine God's suppression. The Vine God was extremely depressed. He thought it would be easy to deal with, but he couldn't do anything to the Lotus Goddess. Just a little more every time, the Vine God shouted gloomily. There were countless vines, but the Lotus Goddess still blocked them. What are you waiting for? The Vine God suddenly shouted. As he shouted, the Golden Emperor suddenly took a step forward. Boom! The virtuous seal suddenly surged, and a huge power rushed toward the Lotus Goddess. Golden Emperor, what are you doing? Dongfang Bubi instantly appeared in front of the Golden Emperor. Dongfang Bubi? The Golden Emperor's face stiffened. He was about to launch a sneak attack on the Lotus Goddess, but he was stopped. Wu Jiong, Nether River Patriarch, and Jiangchen looked over curiously. The Golden Emperor is a dog of the divine realm. Sect leader Dongfang, be careful. Jin Dayu shouted. Oh! Dongfang Bubi's face sank. The Golden Emperor's face changed. The Golden Emperor was secretly nurtured by the Sha Di in the past. At the end of the Second Era, he even went to the Grave Clan and buried the Golden Emperor. He didn't expect the Golden Emperor to be a traitor. While he submitted to the Sha Di, he colluded with other people in the divine realm and deceived the Sha Di. Jin Dayu said coldly. How did you know? The Golden Emperor exclaimed. Chapter 1546. How did you know? Golden Sovereign was surprised. Jin Dayu ignored Golden Sovereign and focused his attention on the battle between King Kong and the Emperor. Although the Emperor was forced to retreat again and again, it could be seen with the naked eye that he was growing stronger and stronger. What kind of monster is this? King Kong was surprised. On the other side, Invincible East stood in front of Golden Sovereign. Golden Sovereign couldn't back down. What are you waiting for? Why do you care what he knows? Why aren't you attacking? Vine God rebuked. Vine God shouted. Golden Sovereign immediately understood that this wasn't the time to hesitate. He took out the seal of virtue again. Golden Sovereign? Take another step and you'll die. Invincible East said coldly. Die? Then you'll have to ask my seal of virtue first. Golden Sovereign shouted. Boom! The seal of virtue suddenly enlarged 10,000 times and emitted a monstrous light of virtue, suppressing Invincible East. Everyone looked over. No one knew Invincible East's strength. Their eyes were filled with curiosity. Everyone widened their eyes. Sure enough, the deterrence of the seal of virtue was huge. 18 colored light shone in all directions and a huge power suppressed Invincible East. At that moment, Invincible East moved. He suddenly pulled out the long sword at his waist. Shing! As the sword slashed out, an extremely intense white light suddenly burst out. The white light instantly illuminated the dark surroundings. The dazzling light made people avoid it involuntarily. The moment Wu Jiong closed his eyes, he broke out in cold sweat. This light? He couldn't help but close his eyes. If it was during a battle, this moment was enough for the opponent to kill him many times over. Shing! When Wu Jiong opened his eyes, Invincible East's long sword had already returned to its sheath. The seal of virtue was suspended there and didn't descend any further. As for Golden Sovereign's body, it was split vertically from the head. Endless essence was bursting out from the gap. The Golden Great Emperor remained motionless as his spiritual essence shot out in all directions. He was killed. Wu Jiong's face changed. That was Golden Sovereign. Just one slash. Golden Sovereign was defeated and split into two on the spot. Rumble! Boundless energy gushed out from the great sovereign altar and rushed towards Golden Sovereign, attempting to repair his body. Boom! All of a sudden, Golden Sovereign's body exploded. Billions of sword chi burst out from his body and exploded. Golden Sovereign instantly exploded into countless fragments. That was Dongfang Bubi's sword chi. It was sealed in the Golden Great Emperor's body and it suddenly erupted. Let the Golden Sovereign be consigned to eternal damnation? Countless fragments floated around Limitless and were quickly destroyed by Limitless. Gradually, they disappeared completely. Golden Great Emperor was killed by Invincible East with a single strike? Wu Jiong felt his scalp go numb. Nearby, Vine God's expression also changed. How is this possible? How is this possible? Vine God exclaimed. The Lotus Goddess was overjoyed. Her master's power made the Lotus Goddess fighting spirit soar. Jiangchen and the Nether River Patriarch narrowed their eyes. Haha, as expected of the number one person of the second epic. Patriarch Nether River praised. Jiangchen took a deep breath and nodded. 18th heaven? Dongfang Bubi actually reached the 18th layer of heaven? At this moment, the Vine God was extremely anxious. Fortunately, Invincible East did not interfere again. With a wave of his hand, the Great Virtue Seal and Great Emperor Sacrificial Altar left behind by Golden Great Emperor landed before Invincible East. He looked at the two items. Invincible East grabbed the Great Virtue Seal and gently wiped it. Some of the imprints on the Great Virtue Seal immediately dissipated. He reached out and grabbed a lotus flower and imprinted it on it. Boom! The Great Virtue Seal immediately bloomed with thousands of rays of yellow light. Master? The Lotus Goddess in the distance looked surprised. I've already refined it for you. Take it. Invincible East threw the Great Virtue Seal to the Lotus Goddess. The Vine God. Thank you, Master. The Lotus Goddess was overjoyed. Not far away, Wu Jiong revealed a look of deep jealousy. They were both masters. Why was the Lotus Goddess's master so good to him? Invincible East looked at the Great Emperor Sacrificial Altar and suddenly threw it to the nearby Jin Dayu. This item is useless to me. Take it as an exchange for your advice. Invincible East said casually. Wu Jiong. Jin Dayu. No one expected Invincible East to be so valiant. He won just like that? He was disdainful of the Great Emperor's Sacrificial Altar? Not far away, Zhongshan fought the Mountain God. Heavenly rule. Million heavy waves. Zhongshan shouted. A dazzling blade radiance shot out in all directions. Instantly, a huge force slashed the Mountain God's right arm. Boom! The Mountain God's right arm slashed down. Mountains around the Mountain God collapsed. As the right arm slashed down, it overflowed with providence. Once the providence appeared, Zhongshan took a deep breath and sucked it into his stomach. No, it's impossible. How can you defeat me? The Mountain God shouted in disbelief. You've already lost. Zhongshan said coldly. As he spoke, he slashed down again with an invincible force that could break heaven and earth. Boom! With one slash, thousands of mountains collapsed. The Mountain God was instantly slashed in half, and the surging providence burst out. Rumble! Before the surging providence could dissipate into Wuji, it was forcefully absorbed by Zhongshan. The Mountain God was dead. With the death of the Mountain God, the other experts in the battle looked even worse. With the Great Virtue Seal, the Lotus Goddess's battle became even more valiant. On the other hand, the Vine God kept retreating. As he retreated, a huge amount of providence overflowed from his body. Invincible East reached out his hand. Swish! The surging providence rushed into Invincible East's palm. Boom! Boom! With Invincible East's help, the Lotus Goddess became stronger and stronger. Finally, after 3 days, the huge Great Virtue Seal pressed down. Boom! The Vine God collapsed, and the surging providence was instantly absorbed by Invincible East. With Invincible East holding the fort, defeating the Vine God was expected. No one else paid any attention to it. Everyone only remembered Invincible East's stunning sword. The Emperor fought against King Kong. Although he was completely suppressed in the beginning, The emperor was getting stronger and stronger. Gradually, they were evenly matched. Boom! Suddenly, a loud sound came from the emperor's body, and a wave of air rushed out. The emperor had broken through. You broke through? 17th level of heaven? King Kong's face darkened. Thanks to your suppression, I have reached the 16th level of heaven. The emperor said lightly. King Kong's face instantly darkened. Impossible. You fought me with the 15th level of heaven just now? You can't do it. King Kong shouted in shock. The emperor looked at King Kong coldly. Instead, he slashed with his saber. Boom. After the dazzling saber light, King Kong was forced to retreat. King Kong seemed to be on the verge of being defeated. At this moment, the emperor's strength was only at the 16th level of heaven. King Kong couldn't accept this fact. He was at the peak of the 17th level of heaven. How could he be defeated by a 16th level of heaven? Are you kidding me? Gradually, King Kong's face became more and more ferocious. He suddenly threw the golden gourd in his hand. Please, baby, freeze. King Kong shouted. A large amount of golden light suddenly emerged from the golden gourd and directly sprinkled on the emperor. Buzz. The emperor held the long saber in his hand and instantly froze in the wuji. Only his eyes could move and stare at King Kong. Even if you are talented, so what? I am the world's #1 gourd, the light-stabilizing gourd. Unless you are stronger than me, no one can escape. King Kong said with a ferocious face. Crack, 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 crack. There was a burst of cracking sounds around the emperor, and a tyrannical force broke the light-stabilizing gourd. The emperor's body trembled slightly. The golden light shook as if it could collapse at any time. King Kong's face stiffened. Die! King Kong shouted in panic and reached out his hand to grab the emperor's head. Slash! Jin Dayu suddenly shouted. Boom! His whole body rushed toward King Kong, and his whole body turned into a blade. He rushed toward King Kong with an unstoppable momentum. Little bastard, don't overestimate yourself. King Kong shouted in disdain. King Kong turned his palm and slashed toward Jin Dayu. Swoosh! The blade that Jin Dayu turned into suddenly turned and rushed toward the light-stabilizing gourd. What? Boom! In an instant, the blade that Jin Dayu turned into rushed into the light-stabilizing gourd. King Kong was slightly stunned. Wasn't this courting death? This gourd was the combination of 7 gourds in the past and naturally had the power of each gourd. Wasn't he afraid of melting into a stream of essence when he put it in? However, reality didn't develop as King Kong expected. The golden gourd suddenly trembled and no longer spewed out golden light. In an instant, the emperor was freed. Slash! Boom! A ferocious blade shot out and immediately slashed King Kong's body. King Kong was instantly sent flying backward with a bloody mark. Please, baby, stabilize. King Kong shouted, but at this moment, the gourd was trembling violently and didn't listen to him at all. Slash! The emperor slashed again. Boom! King Kong was instantly seriously injured. Impossible! Why isn't the light-stabilizing gourd working? King Kong was anxious. However, the gourd didn't listen to him at all, and the emperor kept chasing after him. After a while, King Kong was suddenly covered with wounds. Why? King Kong roared in grief. Come in! The light-stabilizing gourd suddenly roared. A suction force rushed toward the seriously injured King Kong. At this moment, King Kong didn't have much strength to resist and was instantly sucked into the gourd. Shadi? Is that Shadi's voice? King Kong suddenly exclaimed when he was sucked into the gourd. Rumble! The light-stabilizing gourd was shaking rapidly. The emperor stood aside and stopped attacking. He stared at the gourd. After 2 hours, bang! Jin Dayu and King Kong suddenly flew out. The emperor's eyes turned cold. Don't attack. He's not King Kong. He's my ancestor, Shadi. Jin Dayu said excitedly. Oh! The emperor said in a deep voice. Sure enough, King Kong's eyes were no longer the same as before. They were extremely deep and bright. Shadi? The emperor frowned. Thank you, Shadi said solemnly. At this moment, Shadi not only took back his body, but also the body of the 7 gourd brothers. His strength had greatly increased. Ancestor, did you improve my cultivation? Jin Dayu suddenly looked at himself and said with joy. Shadi nodded. Mountain God, Vine God, and King Kong were all killed. Master Chi's peerless magic weapon had all become someone else's. There was only one battlefield left. Yan Xuan was fighting against Master Chi. Chapter 1547. The Blood Sea roiled, enveloping the 2 Yan Xuan and the Lord of Qi. Jiangchen, Dongfang Bubi, Patriarch Nether River, Zhongshan, Wujiong, Shadi, Jin Dayu, and Huang all stared at the writhing ball of blood. After writhing for a while, it calmed down. Everyone waited quietly. Only Jiangchen's expression suddenly changed. Jiangchen stood at the back of the group. A 19-colored light suddenly flowed out of his eyes, and his body trembled slightly. However, everyone's eyes were fixed on the Blood Sea. For a moment, they didn't notice Jiangchen's change. Within the Blood Sea, the Lord of Qi mobilized surging righteous energy. Unfortunately, the Nether River Great Tao, the primeval Blood Sea, and the power of the stars were all incomparably ferocious. The 2 Yan Xuan clung to each other. The zombie Yan Xuan's hands were pressed against the human Yan Xuan's back, as if he was channeling his own power to fight the Lord of Qi at the same time. The Lord of Qi unleashed an 18-colored torrent, but for a moment, he couldn't do anything to the 3 peerless powers. They were in a deadlock. Suddenly, the Lord of Qi's eyes turned cold. Boom! The 2 wills suddenly collided. Yan Xuan and the Lord of Qi's wills seemed to have instantly entered a sea of consciousness. I underestimated you juniors. You're really powerful, said the Lord of Qi's will solemnly. The heroes of the first era couldn't stop fate. Although you were strong, you were still defeated. Do you want to lose again? Rebuked Yan Xuan's will. Boom! The 2 wills collided with a loud bang. Although you couldn't beat fate back then, it's not something you can resist, said the Lord of Qi's will. Since you've lost, don't hold the hope of the common people in your hands. Fate, you're not suitable to use fate anymore. Leave it for us later generations. Yan Xuan's will attacked. The Lord of Qi naturally wouldn't give in. The 2 wills intertwined. Inside the Blood Sea giant ball, there were 2 opposing forces. On one side was the great righteousness and the 18-colored flowing light. On the other side was the power of the stars and the Nether River Great Path. The 2 forces intertwined and formed the shape of a yin-yang fish, spinning inside the Blood Sea giant ball. Yan Xuan and the Great Lord stood at the eye of the yin-yang fish, motionless. In the outside world, you have the Great Tao, and the primeval Blood Sea. But in your sea of consciousness, what else can you have? The Lord of Qi's will increased power once again. I admit that your cultivation is peerless, but I will not admit defeat. My will? Mai's will is the world of hell, the hope of the common people, S's. In Yan Xuan's sea of consciousness, the world's suppressing bronze coffin suddenly condensed and slammed into the grand supremacy lotus will. Boom! Will, S's. The 2 of them were in a stalemate, as if they were waiting for the other side to retreat. No one from the outside could enter the sealed Blood Sea. However, at this moment, another figure slowly appeared from within. It was a man in a luxurious robe, with a golden connate 8 trigrams behind his head. It was Fushi. Outside, Nether River Patriarch and Dongfang Bubi's eyes lit up. The 2 of them were deep in thought. Nether River Patriarch revealed a meaningful smile, while Dongfang Bubi's expression turned solemn. Fushi appeared in the center of the battlefield and saw the 2 wills colliding. He stared at the Lord of Qi. The Lord of Qi stood on the white lotus, motionless. Fushi shook his head and sighed. He waved his hand. 8 golden runes rushed out, and the connate 8 trigrams wrapped around the Lord of Qi's body. The surrounding righteous energy seemed to have noticed it and automatically blocked it. But the connate 8 trigrams was invisible and could not be touched. Fushi waved his hand gently. The connate 8 trigrams rushed into the Lord of Qi's body. The Lord of Qi's expression changed when he collided with Yan Xuan's. What? Boom. The Khanate 8 trigrams exploded in the Lord of Chi's body, and a surge of righteous energy rushed out. The Lord of Chi's consciousness was separated from ZZ's body. Suddenly, the Nether River Great Tao and the power of the stars wrapped around the Lord of Chi's shadow. ZZ. Yen Chuan was overjoyed. He quickly rushed forward and hugged the unconscious ZZ. Who are you, Fushi? The Lord of Chi suddenly roared, forcing him out of his body when he was unprepared? End of the first era, Fushi. Greetings, Lord of Chi. Fushi said solemnly. ZZ. Yen Chuan called ZZ. ZZ trembled slightly and gradually woke up. But her eyes were still empty. ZZ's soul is still with you? Yen Chuan's face darkened as he stared at the Lord of Chi's shadow. The Lord of Chi was frowning as he looked at Yen Chuan and Fushi. I didn't expect that I would still be fooled by you. Juniors of all eras, you have impressed me. The Lord of Chi said solemnly. Lord of Chi, no matter what, you have lost. Please release ZZ's soul and let her return. Yen Chuan said solemnly. The sea of blood surrounded them, and the Lord of Chi was forced out of his body. Everything was almost over. However, the Lord of Chi shook his head. It's not over yet. As long as I'm here, it's not over. As long as she's here, it's not over. Yen Chuan's face darkened. My 3 peerless divine weapons were defeated. I didn't expect this. But as long as I have this girl, I can live again. The Lord of Chi said solemnly. Lord of Chi, why do you have to do this? The 4 realms are gradually merging. Your obstruction will only make us more passive. Yen Chuan said in a low voice. The Lord of Chi's eyes flashed with a trace of ruthlessness. I will definitely defeat fate. Even if I die, I will only die on the path of fighting fate, not you juniors. The Lord of Chi's eyes were cold. The Lord of Chi was unwilling to release ZZ's soul. Yen Chuan's face was also extremely ugly at this moment. Fushi smiled and turned to Yen Chuan. Yen Di, I've done what I've done. From now on, the Jin and the Snake clan don't owe each other anything. Thank you. Yen Chuan nodded. Fushi smiled, took a step, and disappeared in front of the two in a flash. Fushi came for a while to help Yen Chuan force out the Lord of Chi's consciousness. Everything was over. At this moment, with Yen Chuan's strength, it was not too difficult to deal with the Lord of Chi's consciousness. The zombie Yen Chuan was specifically guarding ZZ, while the human Yen Chuan confronted the Lord of Chi's consciousness. It was the end of the road. The Lord of Chi could not believe it. He had woken up from his slumber in the first era. In just a few dozen days, he was already at the end of his rope? The Lord of Chi was unwilling to accept this. Just as the two were confronting each other. Boom! Suddenly, a huge force came from the outside and rushed straight to the primeval sea of blood. The vast sea of blood instantly shattered and scattered in all directions. The powerful impact caused Yen Chuan and the Lord of Chi's expressions to change. Their bodies swayed violently from the impact. While protecting ZZ, Yen Chuan saw a palm slowly press down. Boom! The sea of blood exploded, exposing everyone to the outside world. Everyone had also seen the person who had struck out with that palm earlier. Jiangchen. It was Jiangchen. He'd shattered the primeval sea of blood's barrier with a single blow. Wu Jiong, Huang, Jin Deyu, the Slayer, and the Lotus Goddess were all shocked. Not just by the power, but also by why Jiangchen had suddenly attacked. Rumble! Jiangchen exuded an intimidating aura. As soon as it appeared, everyone's hearts trembled, as if they were born with an innate fear. Jiangchen's eyes glowed with a myriad of colors. He stood on the Great Emperor's altar and looked coldly at the Lord of Chi's consciousness. Great Emperor Jiangchen, called Yen Chuan, frowning. The Lord of Chi quivered. Fate, fate. It's you? Cried the Lord of Chi. Fate? In an instant, everyone's expressions changed. Fushi, who just returned to the heavenly demon realm, suddenly turned to look at the peerless continent. In front of Yen Chuan. Great Emperor Jiangchen. Roar! Emperor Jiangchen roared and unfurled his golden skeletal wings. Corpse Chi surged, and his body trembled violently, as if trying to break free of something. But why me again? Jiangchen cried out in pain. The great emperor's altar beneath his feet suddenly emitted a beam of 19-colored light that shot toward him. Jiangchen froze, then stopped trembling. Although his face contorted in extreme pain, the 19-colored light enveloped him and his expression gradually returned to normal. Once the corpse chi was retracted, it returned to its previous frightening aura. Fate has possessed Jiangchen? Not far away, Zhong Shan's expression darkened. He'd experienced this aura before. Yes, it was the aura of fate. It was an aura of invincibility. A peerless aura that could influence one's nature. Now, all the heroes of the realm had gathered. Had fate revived in Jiangchen's body? Is this fate? Exclaimed Yan Chuan in human form. Sensing this aura, Yan Chuan felt as if his heart had stopped beating. It was an irresistible suppression. Fate appeared and stared at Great Emperor Jiangchen. Fate's light seemed sluggish as it focused on Great Emperor Jiangchen. This is only a portion of Fate's will. It's not all of it. Invincible East narrowed his eyes. Fate emerged from a host body? The host body is Jiangchen? No wonder Jiangchen's physical body has reached the 19th layer heavenly layer. The Nether River Patriarch narrowed his eyes. Chi! Fate suddenly said. Great Emperor Jiangchen stared at Fate in shock. The past was destroyed. Why was it reborn? Despicable parasite. Fate's voice was stiff. Haha, thank you for remembering me, Fate. Back then we all went against you. Although I was the weakest, it's my honor that you remembered me. I've returned. This time, I'll go against your fate as well. Great Emperor Jiangchen shouted stubbornly. Destroy. Fate said softly. The white lotus beneath Great Emperor Jiangchen's feet suddenly exploded. The massive explosion surged into Great Emperor Jiangchen's body. Boom! A monstrous explosion erupted from Great Emperor Jiangchen's body. In an instant, he was blown to pieces, reduced to a pile of fragments. Everyone's expressions darkened. Was this fate? A single thought had caused Great Emperor Jiangchen to explode? Although it was only a sliver of Great Emperor Jiangchen's will and wasn't very powerful, Fate's display of power was too terrifying. In the face of fate, Great Emperor Jiangchen hadn't been able to resist at all. He'd been destroyed with a single thought. Chapter 1548. Boom! The consciousness of the Great Lord of Qi exploded. Was it just the word annihilation in destiny? Everyone's expression changed. No matter what their previous attitude was, everyone was now on the opposite side of fate. Kaboom! The Great Lord of Qi was still the Great Lord of Qi. Although he exploded, he quickly reformed, but he was much fainter than before. He was severely injured. Yan Chuan felt lucky. If he had been a little later, ZZ would have been the one to explode. ZZ did not have the ability to recover. Buzz! The Nether River Patriarch stood in front of the Great Lord of Qi. Fate? I'm in a hurry today, but I'd like to ask Fate for advice. The Nether River Patriarch said in a deep voice. As he spoke, he reached out and waved his hand. The Nether River Great Tao around Yan Chuan was suddenly summoned, and the shattered primeval sea of blood was restored to its original state, surging with ferocious power. However, Fate was only staring at the Great Lord of Qi. The past was destroyed. Why was it reborn? Damn parasite. Fate spoke again. The same words as before. Destroy. Fate repeated again. The great river surges. The black river wreaks havoc. The Nether River Patriarch shouted. The surging black river rushed toward Fate and stopped the heavy attack on the Great Lord of Qi. Boom! A huge collision sounded. The Nether River surged, and the primeval sea of blood exploded again. This is a body of consciousness with an incomplete fate. Zhong Shan said from the side. Incomplete. Everyone looked at Zhong Shan. Yes, incomplete. He's only targeting the Great Lord of Qi. In other words, he has only one goal and is not interested in other goals. Zhong Shan said. He won't be angered when we provoke him, because this is not him or a remnant of his consciousness. He acts on instinct and has no thoughts. He has only one goal, and that is to destroy the great Lord of Qi. Just like when he appeared in the Greater Thousand Domains, he only does what he wants. Zhongshan said. He's here for me? Ha! The great Lord of Qi's eyes flashed with a strong sense of unwillingness. Avicii into. The Nether River Patriarch shouted. Boom! 2 long swords instantly stood in the Wuji, and surging fortune gushed out. As soon as the fortune appeared, a new world seemed to be formed. Rumble! The Avicii and Yuan killer swords were creating a perfect world. The past was already destroyed, so why was it reborn? Despicable parasites. Destroy! Boom! The same impact caused the Avicii Yuan-2 world to collapse. Nether River monstrous. Nether River Patriarch said coldly. Boom! Jiangchen, the host of Fated Fate, was knocked back several kilometers. But Fate was still staring at the Great Supremacy. The past was already destroyed, so why was it reborn? Despicable parasites. Destroy! Boom! The tremendous impact sent the Nether River Patriarch flying, and the world that Nether River had created shattered into countless pieces. Mingi's face darkened. Fate was still staring at the Great Senior. 18th Heaven? The Nether River Patriarch is also at the 18th level of heaven? The Honorable Qi exclaimed. Originally, they were looking down on their juniors. However, Dongfang Bubi and the Nether River Old Ancestor actually displayed the strength of an 18th heaven. This was only a part of Fate's consciousness. It could kill him with just a wave of its hand. The current him couldn't resist at all. The Honorable Qi smiled bitterly. Awesome. Come again, and the world will be settled. Nether River Patriarch roared. Boom! A huge black cauldron suddenly appeared in the Wuji realm and charged straight down. Clang! Jiangchen's freakishly strong body blocked it with a bang. However, his body suddenly sank down by 10 feet from the impact. The past was destroyed, so why was it reborn? Despicable parasites. Who dares stop me? Fate roared. This time it added, Who dares stop me? Fate struck out with a palm, and a monstrous palm rushed toward the Nether River Patriarch. Boom! The power was twice as strong as before. The Nether River Great Tao suddenly shook violently, and the Nether River Patriarch flew backward. The Nether River Patriarch suddenly steadied himself. Stronger! Nether River Patriarch exclaimed in surprise. Another part of Fate's consciousness has awakened. Zhongshan frowned. Previously, a part of his consciousness had only been to kill the Honorable Qi Lord, but now that he couldn't achieve his goal, another part of his consciousness had awakened. In return, Fate's power had skyrocketed. Fate wants to kill the Honorable Qi Lord. If he can't achieve his goal, he won't give up. Just like in the Greater Thousand Realms, he can only retreat when the Honorable Qi Lord is dead. Zhongshan frowned. The Honorable Qi Lord? Everyone looked at the Honorable Qi Lord. But in the blink of an eye, they once again stood in front of the Honorable Qi Lord. No matter how hostile they'd been before, they were now united against a common enemy. No one would abandon their allies at this time, because they were all grasshoppers on the same line. If they abandoned the Honorable Qi Lord out of fear today, others would abandon them tomorrow. The Honorable Qi Lord looked at Fate, who was growing stronger and more rational. Once again he smiled bitterly. It seems that unsealing this time was a mistake. I shouldn't have awakened. The Honorable Qi Lord said bitterly. The Honorable Qi Lord looked at the world behind him. Descendants of all eras, I will once again ascend to the immortal realm. I hope that the world will not be completely controlled by Fate. I hope that all life in the world can live. If Fate doesn't fully awaken, the world will be destroyed. Please. The Honorable Qi Lord suddenly bowed respectfully to everyone. Apart from the Nether River Patriarch who was fighting Fate, everyone else was silent. Yan Chuan, who had been prejudiced against the Honorable Qi Lord, also sighed softly at this moment. Looking at Fate fighting in the distance, the Honorable Qi Lord smiled sadly. He waved his hand. Buzz! ZZ, who was in Yan Chuan's arms, suddenly quivered. Husband, why am I here? ZZ asked in surprise. Not only ZZ, but countless living beings in the entire Middle Sky continent also quivered and recovered their spirits. What's going on? Why am I here? What did I do? In the Middle Sky continent, countless living beings were in a daze as they listened to others describe what had happened. ZZ, are you alright? Yen Xuan's face lit up with joy. The Honorable Qi Lord looked at the world behind him, and a strong reluctance appeared in his eyes. He slowly opened his arms. I'll exchange my immortal realm for peace in the world. Everyone, I'll be watching over you. The Honorable Qi Lord sighed with reluctance. Buzz. The Honorable Qi Lord's consciousness slowly dissipated, growing fainter and fainter until it gradually disappeared. Yen Xuan, Zhong Shan, Dongfang Bubi, and the others all felt a pang of regret. Then, the Honorable Qi Lord's consciousness dissipated. Not far away, the battle between Fate and the Nether River Patriarch gradually came to a stop. The Nether River Patriarch stood nearby, staring at Fate. Fate's monitoring of the Honorable Qi Lord's death grew fewer and fewer, until it completely disappeared. Everyone's hearts sank. After achieving its goal, Fate's consciousness slowly faded once more. Destiny gradually receded, and Jiangchen, the host of it, trembled violently. Gradually he regained consciousness. Buzz. Fate's soul-stirring aura suddenly vanished. Everyone breathed a long sigh of relief. Fate's gone, Zhong Shan exclaimed. Not far away, Jiangchen's face was filled with lingering fear. Fate had left, but no one was able to calm down. After all, the scene just now had been too frightening. If the Honorable Qi Lord hadn't willingly immortalized and allowed Fate's consciousness to return, everyone here might have died. Emperor Jiangchen. Zombie Yen Xuan took a step forward. HM? Jiangchen looked up at Yen Xuan. We want to know what happened just now. Why were you possessed by Fate? Yen Xuan asked in a low voice. Everyone stared at Jiangchen. Jiangchen sighed. Fate has chosen me and I am helpless. This has already happened once in the second epoch. At that time, Fate took over my body and slaughtered all the heroes of the world. It even wiped out a portion of their memories. Only after Fate's consciousness retreated did I realize what had happened. This is the second time. Jiangchen frowned. The second time? Why you? Yen Xuan asked again. Perhaps it's because of my physical body. Jiangchen said in a low voice. Physical body? Jiangchen's body was so strong that it glowed with 19-colored light. Off to the side, Dongfang Bubi shook his head. Jiangchen, what's done is done. Do you still want to hide it? Oh! Everyone looked at Dongfang Bubi. Jiangchen narrowed his eyes, but didn't stop them. First, Fate, second, Feng Shui, fourth, Yin Virtue, and fifth, Reading. Emperors cultivate Fate. But do you know what it means to cultivate Fate? Dongfang Bubi looked at Yen Xuan. The fifth, Reading, is to cultivate Fate, which is to form the Honorable Qi Lord's body. As for Fate, isn't that fate? Yen Xuan trembled. Wu Jiong's expression also changed. The Honorable Emperor's karmic rank is on par with the Heavenly Tao. But have you thought about it? 3,000 Heavenly Taos form heaven and earth. You could say that everything in the world is made up of 3,000 Heavenly Taos. Why should the Honorable Emperor's karmic rank be on par with the Heavenly Tao? Yen Xuan looked down at the Honorable Emperor's altar. Fate? Yen Xuan said in surprise. What you cultivate is fate. Perhaps one day, one of you will become Fate in the future, the culprit responsible for the destruction of the world. Perhaps you are Fate. Dongfang Bubi looked at Yen Xuan. Then, Dongfang Bubi looked at Wu Jiong. Everyone's eyelids twitched. No, I can't be Fate, Yen Xuan said, his heart palpitating. That's right. You aren't Fate now. However, one day, can you be sure that Fate won't take over your body? After all, your Tao is the great Tao of Fate. Dongfang Bubi said. In that case, we don't want this Honorable Emperor's altar anymore. Wu Jiong said, a trace of shock on his face. Don't want it? Ha! Look again. Do you think it's that easy to give up on the Honorable Emperor's altar? Jiangchen smiled bitterly. Everyone looked at Jiangchen in confusion. Dongfang Bubi said, "Once you possess an honorable emperor's altar, it's very difficult to get rid of it. Back then I paid a heavy price to get rid of it." Of course, Emperor Changxing was different. His temperament was so shameful that even fate felt it was impossible to change it. Fate didn't keep an eye on him. In my opinion, it's very difficult to get rid of your honorable emperor's altars. Dongfang Bubi looked at Wu Jiong, Jiangchen, and Yan Chuan. Cultivate fate? Cultivate myself into fate? No, I will never become fate. Yan Chuan said coldly. As he spoke, zombie Yan Chuan suddenly looked at Jiangchen. I understand now. Emperor Jiangchen, said Yan Chuan, his eyes cold. You didn't release the Jiangchen's body technique to refine us. You wanted us to replace you one day, to be your scapegoats, to be your hosts. Am I right? Hey, you guessed it. Jiangchen didn't try to hide anything. Earlier, I almost broke free of my host of fate. I didn't want to refine you, but unfortunately, you disappointed me. There's no point in keeping you around. Let me refine you. Next time, I'll be able to break free of my host of fate. I'll deal with fate myself. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Yan Chuan took a step forward, his eyes cold. A pair of black dragon skeletal wings unfurled from his back. Chapter 1549. Within the Peerless Plain. Yan Chuan and Jiangchen faced off against each other. Both of them unfurled their enormous skeletal wings, their eyes bloodshot and fangs protruding from their mouths. They didn't move, but their battle intent surged. Jiangchen laughed coldly. I taught you everything you know. Do you really think you can fight me? You taught me? You're just a Jiangchen, said Yan Chuan coldly. The two of them attacked at almost the same time, each throwing a punch. Boom. After a fierce collision, Yan Chuan stumbled back a kilometer, while Jiangchen remained in place. Jiangchen looked at Yan Chuan and sneered. Yan Chuan, however, remained unafraid. 17th Heavenly Layer Cultivation, 19th Heavenly Layer Physical Body? No wonder fate chose you as a host, said Yan Chuan coldly. However, Yan Chuan did not pay any more attention to him. Instead, a pitch-black path suddenly appeared behind him. Yan Chuan quickly merged with the path. With a roar, Yan Chuan transformed into a black dragon, glaring angrily at Jiangchen. As for Yan Chuan, he stood off in the distance, holding Violet in his arms. He had no intention of interfering. Black Dragon roared and charged at Jiangchen with a sweep of its tail. Jiangchen snorted coldly, then struck out with his palm. The dragon lashed out with its tail. Boom. After a fierce collision, the two of them separated. This time, however, Yan Chuan was no longer at a disadvantage. Jiangchen's expression darkened. Again. Boom. The dragon charged at Jiangchen again. In a battle within the Peerless Plain, one's physical body was one's greatest weapon. Boom. 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 The black dragon and Jiangchen fought ferociously. Both of them emitted antimatter, resisting the Peerless Plain's corrosion. The fierce collision ended in a stalemate. Boom. The dragon's tail slammed into Jiangchen's palm again, but this time it didn't separate. Instead, they clashed against each other. World suppression. Boom. The world-suppressing copper coffin suddenly appeared and bore down on Jiangchen from above. With a cold snort, Jiangchen punched out with his left fist. Boom. A golden fist landed on the world-suppressing bronze coffin. It blocked the attack with ferocious force. Rumble. As the two sides entered a stalemate, Jiangchen gradually grew serious. What a strange coffin! Exclaimed Jiangchen. Quang. The lid of the world-suppressing copper coffin suddenly opened. Boom. Suddenly, 3,000 heavenly Daos emerged from within, surrounding Black Dragon and Jiangchen. Jiangchen's eyes narrowed as he faced off against the draconic might and the world-suppressing copper coffin with his fist and palm respectively. Boom. The heavenly Dao circulated, and countless streams of chaotic energy rushed towards Jiangchen. Rumble. It was as if countless blades were scraping against Jiangchen's body. The cycle of heavenly Dao? Do you really think you can harm my body with these chaotic currents? Said Jiangchen proudly. Jiangchen's body was incomparably tough. Even the turbulence couldn't harm him in the slightest. Black Dragon roared, unwilling to accept his defeat. A giant eye appeared in the sky above the 3,000 heavenly Daos. A golden pupil suddenly opened. Suddenly, a ferocious golden river gushed out of the golden pupil, carrying boundless power as it rushed towards Jiangchen. The golden river struck Jiangchen ferociously. The strength of his attack was several times stronger than Yan Chuan's full-force attack. Boom! Jiangchen was instantly sent flying hundreds of kilometers away. The 3,000 heavenly Daos returned to the world-suppressing copper coffin. For the first time, Yan Chuan had forced Jiangchen to retreat. In the distance, Jiangchen's hair was slightly disheveled. He stared at Yan Chuan in shock. He hadn't expected Yan Chuan to be so strong already. The Great Tao, said Jiangchen in a low voice. A golden path suddenly appeared behind Jiangchen. His body merged with the Great Tao. Roar! Jiangchen transformed into an enormous golden dragon. The golden dragon was twice the size of Black Dragon. Roar! The golden dragon roared and charged at Black Dragon. Boom! The two dragons fiercely collided. Once again, the golden dragon sent Black Dragon flying 50 kilometers away. Jiangchen didn't have any special treasures. His physical body was his strongest treasure. The two zombies fought with their bodies. Boom! Boom! Black Dragon was sent flying again and again. The world-suppressing coffin tried to suppress it, but the golden dragon sent it flying with a flick of its tail. Roar! The golden dragon was ferocious. Its roar was invincible. Yan Chuan? If I devour you, I'll grow even stronger. The golden dragon roared and charged. Rumble! Their physical bodies were strong. The two of them couldn't break through each other's defenses. However, their repeated clashes consumed Black Dragon's strength and energy. Boom! In a one-sided battle, Black Dragon was sent flying again and again by the golden dragon. Roar! Black Dragon and the world-suppressing coffin attacked at the same time. However, the golden dragon was too ferocious. Black Dragon couldn't fight back. In the distance, Jin Diyu and Zizi looked anxious. The Sha Di, Wu Zhao, Huang, and Lotus God all had complicated expressions. Nether River Patriarch and Dongfang Bubi watched quietly. Boom! Once again, the Black Dragon was sent flying. Roar! Black Dragon steadied itself and roared. Black Dragon suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a silver ball of light. Dragon Ball? Jin Dayu said in shock. Yan Chuan wasn't a dragon. Moreover, he was only merging with the Great Path. Where did the Dragon Ball come from? Nether River Patriarch looked surprised. Dongfang Bubi was also surprised. The Dragon Ball glowed with a faint blue light. It looked like there were 3,000 stars inside. What's this? Dongfang Bubi frowned. At the same time, the 3,000 stars in the first world suddenly disappeared. The Dragon Ball spat out by Black Dragon suddenly emitted a powerful aura. Boom! The Dragon Ball smashed toward the Golden Dragon. You overestimate yourself, said the Golden Dragon disdainfully. It swung its tail at the Dragon Ball. Boom! Terrifying power slammed into the Golden Dragon's tail, sending it flying backward. The Dragon Pearl expanded in size and pressed down on Jiangchen. Crack, 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 crack. In an instant, Jiangchen's entire body was covered in frost. Dingyin Pearl? Chao's Dingyin Pearl? Dongfang Bubi's pupils constricted. Master, what's a Dingyin Pearl? Asked the Lotus God, puzzled. In the second era, I planned to create 3,000 stars. Back then, the experts of the second era transformed into 3,000 stars. Although they had the opportunity to hibernate, they chose Chao as their tomb keeper. If Chao died, they would revive. Thus, each of them forced a drop of blood essence to Chao. Chao used his soul power to refine a heavenly ice-toad pearl. He used 3,000 drops of blood to refine the Dingyin Pearl. Oh! The Dingyin Pearl is made of ordinary materials, but it's a command talisman. What command talisman? It contains 3,000 stars and suppresses everything, said Dongfang Bubi. You can use the power of 3,000 stars? Master, you can do that anytime. There's nothing special about the Dinging Pearl, said the Lotus God. No, your master can control the power of 3,000 stars. This Dinging Pearl has the ability to move 3,000 stars. Don't look down on this tiny Dinging Pearl. All 3,000 stars in the world are inside it, Dongfang Bubi said solemnly. The Lotus God's expression sank. She closed her eyes and immediately sensed the situation. Master, the 3,000 stars in the sky have disappeared, exclaimed the Lotus God in shock. They're inside. Dongfang Bubi frowned. Rumble. The Dinging Pearl's suppression was so strong that even someone as strong as Jiangchen was frozen solid. The black dragon activated the Dinging Pearl. As it spun, its power grew. Crack, 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 crack. The golden dragon's body crackled. This is damaging my fate? Said the golden dragon in shock. The great emperor altar appeared beneath its feet, but it couldn't keep up with the Dinging Pearl's destruction. Roared the black dragon. Surging power surged into the Dinging Pearl, causing it to grow even more ferocious. The golden dragon roared and struggled. However, it couldn't move at all in front of the Dinging Pearl. After struggling for 2 hours, the golden dragon's injuries grew more severe. Boom! The sound of a fate shattering rang out. It's over? Ha! Jiangchen suddenly laughed bitterly and stopped struggling. Crack, crack, crack. Crack, crack. Cracks appeared on the Dinging Pearl. Boom! The Dinging Pearl suddenly shattered. Whoosh! The original suppressions suddenly disappeared. Master, the 3,000 stars have returned to heaven and earth, said the Lotus God suddenly. Yen Chuan activated the Dinging Pearl's full potential. The Dinging Pearl is now useless. Dongfang Bubi nodded. With the Dinging Pearl shattered, the golden dragon was freed. However, its fate was already shattered. What was the use of being freed? Would Yen Chuan give it time to repair its fate? The black dragon swooped down and slammed into the golden dragon. Boom! The golden dragon was sent flying. Its fate was shattered. It couldn't fight anymore. The golden dragon laughed bitterly. The world-suppressing bronze coffin rushed over and slammed into the golden dragon. Boom! The golden dragon was sent flying toward the black dragon. Golden mist emanated from the golden dragon's body as if it was about to dissipate. The black dragon opened its mouth, and a powerful suction force quickly swallowed the golden dragon. Rumble! The black dragon's body trembled. Buzz! The black dragon's Tao dissipated and turned into the zombie Yen Chuan. Its pitch-black skeletal wings spread out once more. Then, they shrank by half and retracted back into its body. Boom! The zombie Yen Chuan's body rumbled. 17 colored divine flames surged out of its body. 17th heaven? Wu Jiong's expression darkened. The zombie Yen Chuan twisted its body and slowly clenched its fists. Beside the zombie Yen Chuan, a golden-robed figure appeared. It was Jiangchen's projection. Lingering will? The zombie Yen Chuan said in a low voice. Jiangchen's projection looked at Yen Chuan. I've ascended. Yen Chuan, you've surprised me. You've reached the 17th heaven after devouring my body. Jiangchen's body has to endure the pain of being a host. I hope you can endure it. I won't let him take over my body, the zombie Yen Chuan said in a low voice. Jiangchen's lingering will smiled. I thought so too, but when fate comes, I can't resist it. The zombie Yen Chuan frowned. Moreover, I've discovered that the host's fate is even stronger than before. You've been improving yourselves, but fate hasn't stopped. Be careful. Jiangchen warned solemnly. I will. The zombie Yen Chuan nodded. The 4 realms have become one, and fate has awakened. I don't know if I'll be able to wake up again after ascending this time. I hope everyone in the world will be able to survive. The lingering will sighed softly. As he spoke, the lingering will slowly dissipated, vanishing into thin air. Everyone fell silent as they watched the lingering will disappear. The zombie Yen Chuan took a step forward and landed on Jiangchen's altar. Boom. The zombie Yan Chuan stepped on 3 altars. Chapter 1550. Zombie Yan Chuan stepped on the 3 great monarch altars, and the godly flames of the 17th heaven burned fiercely. Everyone had different expressions on their faces. Wu Jiong's eyes flashed with jealousy, but there was nothing he could do. He stepped forward and walked toward the heaven and earth. Let's go. Dongfang Bubi smiled and said to Lotus God. Yes. The Lotus God wore a complicated expression as she followed Dongfang Bubi into the sky. Ancestor Mingi looked at Yan Chuan, and his eyes flashed with light. He also flew toward the heavenly demon world. The emperor left without saying a word. In the blink of an eye, only Yan Chuan, Zizi, Jin Deyu, Sha Di, and Zhong Shan were left in Wuji. Sha Di, let's go, said Yan Chuan in human form. Okay. Sha Di nodded with a golden gourd on his back. Yan Chuan in human form took Zizi, and Sha Di took Jin Deyu toward the heaven and earth. In the blink of an eye, only Zhong Shan and zombie Yan Chuan were left. Congratulations. 17th heaven, you're one step closer to the fate realm. Zhong Shan smiled. Yan Chuan nodded. Didn't you reach this height a long time ago? Zhong Shan didn't say anything. Looking at the departing figures of the crowd, his expression gradually turned serious. You actually invited Wu Jiong to join the attack on the great Lord of Qi? I remember that you're still angry about Tong Tian's death. You didn't treat Wu Jiong well, did you? Let's talk about the facts. Invite Wu Zhao? You should know what I'm thinking. Yan Chuan's face turned gloomy. Zhong Shan's eyes flashed with wisdom and he nodded. You didn't invite Wu Jiong but Hong Jun? Yan Chuan nodded. Then he frowned. What did you see? Yan Chuan asked. Nothing. Wu Jiong is still the same. I can't see anything strange. Zhong Shan shook his head. After a moment of silence, Yan Chuan said, Anyway, Hong Jun should be able to see everything through Wu Jiong. Hong Juan's scheming is invincible, yet he fell into a state of suspended animation early on. What is his plan? Zhong Shan frowned. We'll follow our own path. We just need to be on guard against him. We can't be disturbed by him. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. N. Zhong Shan nodded. How is Jian Ao? Yan Chuan asked. You're already at the 16th heavenly layer. You should be heading to Xianyang soon. Jian Ao is a peerless divine sword. Back then I was also aided by him. This time, I hope you'll succeed. Zhong Shan said solemnly. I will. I'm still waiting to fight with you. Yan Chuan nodded. Purify the country. Zhong Shan laughed. Jiangchen, Venerable Qi, and the Golden Great Emperor had fallen. For a time, the world was in chaos and faith collapsed. When Yan Chuan, Zizi, Jin Deyu, and the Slayer entered the heaven and earth, they immediately felt the qi of heaven and earth boiling. The group headed for Xianyang first. In Xianyang, Yan Di, Venerable Qi absorbed the qi of heaven and Venerable Qi. I can only overflow a small part of it. It's much less than what Dongfang Bubi and Zhong Shan got. The Slayer said. After all, Zhong Shan killed Shan Shen and Lian Shen killed Vine Shen. They overflowed all the qi of heaven and earth. However, the Slayer only destroyed Jin Gang's consciousness and took over his body. As soon as the gourd opened, qi of heaven and earth gushed out. The golden dragon of qi of heaven and earth flew out from Yan Chuan's body. At this moment, without Venerable Qi, the golden dragon of qi of heaven and earth obeyed Yan Chuan's orders again. The golden dragon of qi of heaven and earth opened its mouth and sucked the qi of heaven and earth into the sea of clouds. Rumble. The sea of qi of heaven and earth rumbled. Thank you. Yan Chuan nodded. You're welcome, Yan Di. Thank you for your help this time. The Slayer shook his head. Slayer, what's your plan in the future? Why don't you stay in Dezhen? Yan Chuan asked. The Slayer shook his head. Thank you for your kindness, Yan Di. However, I owe you a favor this time. If you need anything, please do me a favor. The Slayer rejected the idea of becoming an official in Dezhen. Although he owed Yan Di a favor, it would only fade away. Well, I won't force you if you don't want to. I just hope that we won't fight each other in the future. Yan Chuan smiled. Absolutely not. The Slayer shook his head. Jin Diyu wanted to persuade him, but the Slayer was his ancestor. In the end, he could only keep his mouth shut. The Zhongtian continent and the realm of the gods have collapsed. Without the protection of the heroes of the past, they will be damaged sooner or later. Why don't we move them to Dezhun? I'll give them a place to recuperate. Meng Hongying will be in charge of the realm of the gods. The Slayer will help them occasionally. What do you think? Yan Chuan asked. The Slayer looked at ZZ. If Meng Hongying was in charge of the realm of the gods, ZZ would be able to protect the realm of the gods. Okay, thank you Yindi. The Slayer said. Don't mention it. Yan Chuan smiled. This is the great emperor's altar that Dongfang Bubi gave me. I was going to study it, but after knowing that it's a treasure of fate, I don't want to study it anymore. I'll pass it to you and hope you can handle it well. The Slayer handed over the great emperor's altar. The great emperor's altar? Yan Chuan's expression changed slightly, and he finally nodded. Then it would be impolite of me to decline. The Slayer nodded. Yan Chuan stood on it. Boom. A third great emperor's altar appeared under Yan Chuan's feet. In that case, I'll go to the Zhongtian continent and move the people of the realm of the gods here. The Slayer said. Okay. Yan Chuan nodded. Boom. The Slayer walked toward the Zhongtian continent. Yan Chuan looked at Jin Diyu. Jin Diyu, you'll be in charge of the Slayer's arrangements. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Yes. Jin Diyu replied. One day later. Xianying City. Dong-en. Yan Chuan shouted. Yes. The Nether King replied immediately. You'll lead the demon leaders into the great evil world and conquer the tribes. Expand the territory. Yan Chuan ordered. Yes. The Nether King replied. Meng Wenruo, organize the examination and recruit talents from all over the world. After the Crown Prince, you'll be in charge of the various regions. Yan Chuan ordered. Yes. Meng Wenruo replied. Yifeng, you'll be in charge of conquering the Dongnan continent. Now that the Golden Sovereign has been killed, conquer all his territories. Yan Chuan said. Yes. Bai Qi, Wang Jian, Meng Tian, Shangyang, lead your armies and cooperate with Yifeng to conquer the Dongnan continent as soon as possible. Yan Chuan ordered. Fu Su, you'll be in charge of persuading the Rock tribe to surrender and bring them into Great Jin's territory. Yan Chuan ordered. Yes, son. The orders were quickly passed down and Great Jin quickly prepared for war. Expand the territory. Expand Great Jin. The world was in turmoil again. At the same time, in the Immortal Palace of the Outer North Continent. Yi Yen, you'll be in charge of conquering the Middle Sky Continent. Lin Xiao and Zhao Suoxiang will lead their armies. Zhong Shan ordered. Everywhere in the world, Yan Chuan and Zhong Shan's forces were conquering. The other forces did not move at all. Wu Jiong was in the Outer West Continent and was unable to conquer the world. Furthermore, Wu Jiong was not in the mood to conquer the world. I'll be in seclusion. During this period, Shengguan will be in charge. Wu Jiong said in a deep voice. Yes, Your Majesty. All the civil and military officials replied. Wu Jiong was in seclusion. Dongfang Bubi was still guarding the Dongfang religious ground and did not expand. When Shadi returned to the deity world was in chaos. The entire Middle Sky continent felt the death of the great master of Qi. The deity world was in decline and many ambitious people rushed into the deity world. The heroes of the deity world had fallen. However, there were countless powerful techniques and the foundation of the first era. All the ambitious people were envious. Killing was everywhere. The experts of the deity world resisted for a while but could only defend outside a huge array. The array was created by the 49 exchange beasts. Its purpose was to hide the awakening of the great master of Qi so that fate would not notice it. Unfortunately, fate still noticed it and forced the death of the great master of Qi. At this moment, Meng Hongying was guarding the array with a group of experts of the deity world. Outside the array, 9 peerless experts were standing with a large group of subordinates. They looked coldly at the array. The 9 peerless experts were the 9 territorial lords of the Middle Sky continent. Some were subordinates of Great Emperor Ziwei, some were rising stars, and some were old monsters. However, they were all bullies. When the deity world was strong, no one dared to rebel. Now that the deity world was in decline, they all rushed forward. Deity world? Haha, Meng Hongying, didn't you all feel it? The great master of Qi is dead. It's not just the great master of Qi. Your minds are connected to the 6 Calabash brothers. You all felt it when they died. The deity world is finished. Open the array and we'll spare your lives. Humph, the great master of Qi is dead and the deity world has offended the great celestial realm. The deity world is doomed. Hand over your treasures. The evil people outside the array were clamoring. The disciples of the God world were also mentally and physically exhausted. If not for Meng Hongying standing at the front, these disciples who had been loyal to the God world for their entire lives would have collapsed long ago. Shameless! Why didn't you come when my grandfather was around? Meng Hongying said angrily. Haha, aren't they dead? Deity world? You're just a rundown sect. If I want you to live, you'll live. If I want you to die, you'll die. A one-horned expert said arrogantly. Is that so? A cold voice suddenly came from the void. There was a strong murderous intent in the voice. When the murderous intent appeared, everyone shuddered. They looked up. They saw a golden-robed man in the air. He had golden hair and was carrying a golden calabash on his back. King Kong? The one-horned expert's face turned pale. King Kong? King Kong was not dead? Not to mention King Kong, any of the Calabash brothers could only flee at the sight of them. King Kong was back? Why didn't Yen Chuan kill them? The one-horned expert cried out in grief and indignation. Almost simultaneously, the experts of the 9 forces turned around and fled in all directions in fear and grief. Now you want to run? Shadi snorted. Ferocious murderous intent rushed out. Boom! Shadi's murderous intent shattered the divine souls of many experts and they fell to the ground. Those who were not severely injured lost their minds. Chapter 1551. With Shadi's arrival, the group of experts who were trying to take advantage of the situation were annihilated. The peak of the 17th heaven was not something that these rascals could fight against. His murderous aura was enough to kill a large number of people. Inside the formation, the group of Divine World's disciples widened their eyes as they looked at the scene in disbelief. King Kong? The King Kong formed by the 7 giants of the God world? Wasn't he dead? Not dead? Ancestral Master. Greetings, Ancestral Master. Ancestral Master, you're finally back. The group of God world disciples cheered. Their faith that had just collapsed seemed to have been re-established. Greetings, Ancestral Master. Meng Hongying said respectfully. Meng Hongying had a complicated expression. She could not accept the fact that the 7 of them had merged into one. Especially when Honorable Qi had taken away everyone's souls. The other disciples did not mind, but Meng Hongying was still brooding over it. From today onwards, Meng Hongying is the master of the God world. Shadi said solemnly. All the disciples agreed. Shadi looked at everyone quietly. Greetings, Realm Master. One of the disciples said. Greetings, Realm Master. The group of disciples said. Meng Hongying was at a loss. Shadi nodded satisfactorily. I'll give you 10 days to prepare. After 10 days, follow me to the Great Shen realm and live there. Shadi said. What? To Great Shen? Yen Chuan killed Honorable Qi. But the group was reluctant. Shadi's eyes turned cold. In an instant, the disciples of the firmament fell silent. Meng Hongying had no objection to going to Great Shen and quickly arranged for the migration. With Shadi in charge, the disciples of the God world kept quiet. Great Evil World. The Nether King led a group of demons to various tribes in the Great Evil World. Jiangchen had fallen and the statues had collapsed. Countless demons were in a state of panic. However, They gradually calmed down and Jiangxin's hypnosis gradually disappeared. At this moment, the leader of the demons arrived and quickly gathered them. Everything proceeded in an orderly manner. Yan Chuan in his human form was in Xianyang City, while the zombie Yan Chuan was in Great Qin City. To keep an eye on the situation. Xianyang City. In the upper study. Great Emperor, the forces of the Great Thousand World have entered the Great Evil World. Lu Buwei said with a frown. We know. Yan Chuan nodded. The Great Emperor knows? In this battle against revered Qi, we invited all the heroes of the world and promised them all kinds of benefits. Now that we have fallen, we can use the Great Evil World to return the favor. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. That day, when he fought against the great revered Qi, he was not sure if he could win. The risk was huge. In the end, the victory was achieved. Yan Chuan naturally wouldn't take the victory for himself and use it as an excuse to lead the world to attack him. Then how many pieces of land should we take from Mount Zhong? Lu Buwei asked curiously. Overlap the territory of his first world. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Around the northwest continent, the southwest continent, and the north outer continent? Lu Buwei exclaimed. No, there's still the middle heaven continent and the netherworld's north outer continent. Yan Chuan said solemnly. The middle heaven continent? That's right. This is also the reason why we did not attack the middle heaven continent. Mount Zhong has already taken action. That place will definitely become Mount Zhong's territory soon. As for the north outer continent of the netherworld, it will also have to be returned. The Nether River Patriarch lent us the Nether River Great Tao and the primeval Sea of Blood. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Lu Buwei nodded. Inform Invincible East, let him take the northeast continent of the Great Evil World by himself. Yan Chuan said. Will Invincible East go? Lu Buwei asked curiously. After all, Invincible East was only guarding the Eastern Territory until now. He will go. When the worlds overlap, heaven and earth will be more perfect. Don't worry about him, he still has the Lotus God. The Lotus God can go alone and conquer that continent. Yan Chuan said. Lu Buwei nodded. Indeed, the Great Evil World had been ruled by the Lotus God for so many years. As long as she appeared, conquering it would be easy. Inform the Emperor too. Yan Chuan's expression was slightly complicated. Yes. In that case, Your Majesty wants to merge most of the Great Evil World with the First World. Apart from the west outer continent of the Yin and Yang realms, the rest will be merged? Lu Buwei asked. Yan Chuan nodded. Your Majesty, why so quickly? Wouldn't it be better to have more time? Lu Buwei asked worriedly. Everyone knew that when the four realms merged perfectly, fate would reveal itself. Wouldn't it be better to buy a little more time? Yan Chuan shook his head. Our current speed is just right for the world. Sooner or later, we'll have to fight fate. Dragging it out might not be a good thing. Why? Jiangxin once said that fate is constantly strengthening itself. Dragging it out might not be a good thing, Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Lu Buwei replied. Your subject, Lu Gang, requests an audience. Lu Gang's voice came from outside the study. Enter. Yan Chuan said. Lu Gang hurried into the study. Your Majesty, bad news. The West Outer Continent has sent troops to the Great Evil World. Lu Gang frowned. Wuzhong? Lu Buwei asked in surprise. No, Wuzhong didn't send troops. It's the Netherworld's West Outer Continent. Lu Gang glanced at Lu Buwei. The Great Kindness World? Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Lu Gang nodded. Yan Chuan frowned and pondered for a moment. Lu Buwei's face turned cold. The Great Kindness World? They didn't even make a move in this battle, and they want to get a share? How can there be such a good thing? Wuzhong didn't make a move, but he knows he can't. The Great Kindness World is too reckless. That's not right. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. HM? Lu Gang and Lu Buwei looked at Yan Chuan in confusion. In the past, the Great Kindness World's netherworld was destroyed. It could be said that the Great Kindness World was scared. Now, they actually dare to appear at this time? Lu Gang, send people to investigate again. Yen Chuan said in a low voice. Yes. Lu Gang replied. At the same time, in the Netherworld's great Qin city, zombie Yen Chuan, on the other hand, met a purple-robed man. The man smiled slightly. Yendi, long time no see. Zombie Yen Chuan's expression changed slightly. Grave Will, the Wisp? Grave Willow, the Wisp was a disciple of the Grave clan who cultivated in the cycle of reincarnation. Silver-eyed Yen Chuan and Grave Will, the Wisp had obtained the Fateless Soul together. At that time, there were 3 Fateless Souls, 1 gold and 2 silver. Grave Willow, the Wisp had taken the gold Fateless Soul, while Yen Chuan and Gui Guzi had taken the 2 silver ones. Please forgive me for disturbing Yen Di. Grave Will, the Wisp smiled. You must have come for something important. Yen Chuan said with a penetrating gaze. Yen Di is wise. Heh, I have come for a request. Grave Will, the Wisp smiled. Oh. Yen Chuan was puzzled. I want to ask for the Great Evil World's West Outer Continent for the Great Kindness World. Grave Will, the Wisp said. So, the Great Kindness World is attacking the Great Evil World because of you? Yen Chuan said solemnly. Please grant my request. Grave Will, the Wisp said solemnly. Yen Chuan stared at Grave Willow, the Wisp for a while and said, I heard that your Grave clan has a great Emperor's altar? Grave Willow, the Wisp nodded. Yen Di, you don't want it, do you? Yen Chuan asked in a deep voice. My Grave clan has a great Emperor's altar, but it is also to share the burden of the Great Perfection World. You must know that the peerless experts in the world, such as Nether River Old Ancestor and Fushi, all hope that you can gather a great Emperor's altar. Grave Will, the Wisp said in a deep voice. You know about it? Yen Chuan was surprised. This is not a big secret. I saw Yen Di's battle in Limitless not long ago, but I was in the heavenly demon world at that time and did not enter Limitless. Yen Di's divine might. Grave Will, the Wisp laughed. You flatter me. Yen Chuan said modestly. Yen Di, you don't need to be so polite. Jiangchen is the zombie progenitor after all. I originally guessed that there would be a world-shaking battle between Yen Di and Jiangchen, a clash between the Great Perfection World and Jiangchen World. But I didn't expect it to pass so easily in Limitless. Jiangchen probably didn't expect it either. Grave Will, the Wisp said solemnly. It was a coincidence. Yen Chuan shook his head. Yen Di, I noticed the look in the eyes of the Nether River Patriarch and Fushi at that time. Their eyes were filled with anticipation for you. I think this anticipation might not be kind. The Grave Will, the Wisp smiled. Everyone knows that Jiangchen has been possessed by fate. It's very likely that fate is looking for the person who obtained the Great Emperor Altar. Right now, one portion is in Yen Di's hands, one is in Wu Jiong's hands, one is in Zhongshan's hands, and one is in my Grave clan. Yen Di has 6 portions and you have the body of Jiangchen. It's very likely that fate will find you next time. Grave Will, the Wisp said solemnly. Yen Chuan narrowed his eyes. Yen Di, if my Grave clan's Great Emperor Altar is given to you, wouldn't that increase the chances? Grave Will, the Wisp asked. Yen Chuan stared at Grave Will, the Wisp in silence. Fushi, Nether River Old Ancestor, and the others didn't fight for the Great Emperor's altar because they understood that even if they destroyed the Great Emperor's altar, the Great Emperor's altar would be reborn. Instead of not knowing when it would appear again, it would be better to host you, Yen Di, and be on guard against you. Although Yen Di has the Great Emperor altar, you are under the constant surveillance of Fushi and Nether River. The world sees you as an enemy. Grave Will, the Wisp said solemnly. Taking a deep breath, Yen Chuan stared at Grave Will, the Wisp. Yen Chuan also understood this, but he did not think too deeply about it. No matter, since I have chosen this path, I am willing to walk down it. I wonder if the Grave Will, the Wisp is willing to let it go? Yen Chuan asked. Grave Willow, the Wisp stared at Yen Chuan for a long time before nodding. Since Yen Di is willing, there is no need for me to hide it. Yen Di will fight with me because of this sooner or later. Yen Chuan stared at Grave Will, the Wisp. In that case, my Grave Will, the Wisp is willing to exchange this great Emperor altar for the great evil world's west outer continent. Grave Will, the Wisp said solemnly. Good. Yen Chuan nodded. What? Grave Will, the Wisp seemed to have been prepared. With a wave of his hand, a great Emperor altar appeared. As expected, Yen Chuan smiled. My Grave clan has known about the peculiarity of the great Emperor altar, so we have never refined it. In that case, Yen Di can take it. Grave Willow, the Wisp smiled. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.